All right, we are live for the 2024 election. Trump versus Kamala. Got a lot of things to go through here. We have a lot of clips, a lot of video clips, a lot of updates throughout the night. Oh, I accidentally just deleted the X thing here. I have a fantastic co-host with me today. Want me to full name or do you want to just introduce yourself? I put up a little bit. Well, you're not getting much of anything. Just come and introduce yourself. This isn't WWE.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Shipton here with you. Live back on a stream after 3 years. I am excited for tonight's historic event of 45 becoming 47.
What do you mean neutral?
Never mind, look what we're in. We will be with you all night as we hope and pray that President Donald Trump is back in the office and that hoe's gonna go.
Jesus, alright, we're starting off strong with the hoe has gotta go. The guy with the shirts and the... It's gotta go, really? Okay, I don't know what you're saying. I'm trying to set up the thing here, make sure everything is running right. Okay, we got three different things going all at once. We have the board, the overall board, and what is going to happen. Right now, absolutely nothing has happened, and I don't know how much is going to exactly happen tonight. We have a Fox live stream running that is supposed to be giving us the latest and greatest news. We have a CNN live stream behind us here, which nobody could see other than us. You probably don't want to watch it anyway, but that's okay. And then we have a Steven Crowder live stream going, and he will probably just be providing all of the fact checks, all of the latest updates in what is exactly happening. We're just here to cover pretty much everything and give you guys a little insight here and there. So yeah, we got some clips to go into. I want to get into a few of these before we go into, let's say, the Steven Crowder stream or something like that.
As Neil put it.
We have an RFK clip, so let's put that up right now. Into the X view, here we go.
Hey everybody, a lot of people are asking me if they live in a red state or a blue state, should they still be voting for me? What about swing states? The answer is easy, no. No matter what state you live in, you should be voting for Donald Trump. And let me tell you why. That's the only way that we can get me and everything I stand for into Washington, D.C. and fulfill the mission that motivated my campaign. Right now, free speech is under withering and relentless attack in America and across the globe. But at least we still have enough of it here that you can watch this video. We can still run an opposition political campaign. Well, in a lot of countries, you can't do that anymore because the state now controls the media. The state censors the internet. Brazil just banned Twitter because Elon Musk refused to censor user speech. Kamala Harris says that Musk better behave himself or he will, quote, lose his
privileges and it should be taken down. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people.
How's it going, everybody?
Any
What's up?
level of oversight or regulation. And that has to stop.
We
She
are
thinks, and the Democratic establishment
hanging out
thinks,
here.
that free
Wow, I
speech
have so many
is a
tabs
privilege.
open. I don't even
Well,
know what's going on right now. I have 1,000
and if
different
Kamala
Twitter
Harris is
videos up
elected,
right now,
powers
ready to go.
behind her will quash that right. They're already.
It was more or less a video of RFK essentially saying not to vote for him. He is popping up on different booths to vote for, and he's pretty much just going out there and saying not to do it. He's more or less still on tickets. We have another clip here. Urgency in voting calls across X after video shows voting machine refusing to allow vote for Trump Vance. Wild stuff there when you're trying to vote for Trump and it instantly goes for Vance. Yes, those coupons are long gone. Those are garbage. That is for the fire pit. That was for the fire pit. Got another amazing video here of the Amish for Trump. The Amish are showing up in full force in carriage. The buggies pulling up to vote for Trump. Apparently, the Amish don't vote at all. Apparently, they are very much just keeping to themselves, which, you know, that makes sense due to their ways. But yeah, they've had enough of the Kamala. They want Trump in office. I think that is quite funny. All right, we have a bunch of more Twitter clips to go through as the night progresses. I do not want to go through all of them right away. But there is one more. There definitely is one more I would like to get out here before we continue. Actually, two more. I can just quickly run through this one. Joe Rogan endorsed Donald Trump.
I just received word about Joe
This is a
Rogan's
massive
He's a
endorsement.
fantastic guy, and it's a great honor to receive it. Thank you, Joe, very much. I just received word.
Yeah, one of the many who may or may not be on said Diddy party list. We have a lot of weirdness going on in the polls right now. For example, happening now in Forks Township, Pennsylvania, long lines are forming, and a power outage has happened here. If you want a lot of the most updated information, I would suggest going to Steven Crowder's stream or his Twitter even. That's, well... Yeah, well, you can stick with our stream, but a lot of it is going to be just running through information that we find up on Twitter. Let's go through this right here. So a massive lineup is formed here in Pennsylvania at one of the at Forks Township at one of the voting polls or booths. The power is out currently. Strange stuff going on as the night progresses.
Same thing in Georgia, Supreme Court.
We have a 7 p.m. closing statement.
In Alabama, Georgia, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, Florida, Indiana, New Hampshire, and Vermont.
You gotta speak directly into the phone.
Another caveat is partial closures in the states of Alabama, Florida, New Hampshire. Everywhere else will close exactly at 7. First window of poll closures on the evening.
First window of poll closures on the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us right now, thank you very much. We have a lot to cover in the future, a lot going on today. we need a fan down here, apparently. Fucking guy. All right, let's take a look.
Pennsylvania, Virginia said, no, you can purge your voter rolls of the 1,600 self-identified non-citizens. So it's one of those things where they keep on playing Pong back and forth. It seems like it could be, but again, the big lie, when they talk about the big lie, it's that Donald Trump lost every single case, or the Republicans lost every single case. I believe there were, if I'm not mistaken, was it 60-something or 90 cases, and only 32 were heard on merit. Most people don't know that in 24 of those, the ruling leaned with the GOP, the ruling leaned with Republicans, but nothing was done. Very little was done about it. So we have to go through so many steps just to ensure basic security provisions. So I feel like I'd have a better chance at predicting Pennsylvania than giving you an answer.
Yeah. To follow up with Smartmatic, I don't know how involved they are with the election itself. It's a private company, and the headquarters is in London, England. So it's a British company, private company that is involved with global election voting systems.
Right.
Yeah, wonderful. I think we're better than the Brits. That's why we left.
It's the Five Eyes Spy Club, like that whole British imperial installing a candidate with the Democratic Party, like putting Kamala there without a primary. It's just such a.
There was a clip on the internet of a former CIA guy who was like a medal winner. It's about 16 minutes long, and he goes through the machinations of it. Had something to do with the Venezuelan cartel. That's what, and then the Brits bought it. It's after watching it, I was totally. I
tried to watch it, but I was cut off by My Perfect Pillow. This guy doesn't know about election interference. I have the best documentary on election interference. Just watch mine. You'll know all you need to know.
My pillows aren't lumpy. You're an asshole.
Lumpy pillows. You're an asshole. You're an asshole.
That's pillows. I was recently married, and my wife has all these pillows. And as soon as I saw that clip of the My Pillow guy, I was like, "This is you when I talk about the pillows." Like, they're not pillows.
All right, so that is what Steven Crowder's up to. It looks like they have a full panel. I don't know exactly what's going on. Oh, that's Timcast. Tim Pool. Let's see what the Fox News panel is up to, shall we?
Critical Battlegrounds.
Oh no, they're running commercials right now. We have some results coming in though, apparently, or some polls have closed. Next polls close in roughly 5 seconds right now, and we will head on to the next hour. Is it every half hour? Okay, there's a 7:30 window apparently, I'm being told. Trump is up right now. Oh, 8 electoral votes. My bad. Okay, I thought that was his that's his total, so he's winning in total, no? That's for the state? Okay. Okay. Trump has won Kentucky as we are currently speaking. That I didn't really think that was much of a shock. Was that really much of a shock? No. We hype it up. We are celebrating. I'm waiting to see how accurate the thing here is. But what? I don't know where Kentucky is. Somewhere over here, if I have to assume. I know this is Florida. This is Alabama right here. I think, what is that? North and South Carolina right there. So, I know some stuff. I know Yeah, well, no, this is live updated with whoever else is doing it. This is the Times and the Sun or whatever. Yeah. No. No, I'm letting somebody else run that, and I'm just curious to see when it updates, how quickly it updates, if at all. If you guys are joining us right now, make sure you are active in the live chat. I'm going to run a poll. Start a poll. Who will win this election? Trump, Kamala. Start poll. I did run this poll earlier today, and it got roughly 400 votes. 10% of people thought Kamala was going to win. Out of 400 people who voted, 10% thought Kamala was going to win.
And
you got to speak like directly into the front here.
So, for the House race in Georgia, we have one confirmation that Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene is projected to win re-election in the state of Georgia, which is huge.
All right, there you go. Some more news as things come out. We will add on to it. I do have some more clips that we could look through here, but I think I will give it a couple minutes before I do so. Yes, the next polls do close in half an hour. Very good stuff right here. Okay. Let's get into see what the Fox people are saying.
We've got a candidate on the ballot where you can compare the number from 4 years ago and compare the number from 8 years ago. So we're going to do this a lot throughout the night. We'll get a measure about how Trump is performing versus Hillary Clinton and versus Joe Biden. So let's go back 8 years now. Just watch his number here with 2/3 of the vote reporting in Florida. This is one county in Jacksonville. So all right, here we go. Trump was just shy of 50 against Hillary Clinton in that county. And then 4 years ago, he was a little less than that, about 2.5 shy of the midway mark in overall Duval. So he's doing right about the same number he did with Joe Biden 4 years ago. So let's look at Volusia County. Okay, you got a little more of the vote in here. Trump easily at nearly 60% of the vote. 77%
That was
reporting.
Steven Crowder's little update for Trump winning Kentucky.
Expect him to do quite
These
well
guys
in
are
Florida.
gonna be
Let me move away
just
from this
full
because
gas
what I
pedal
wanted
the whole
to
night.
show you in a moment here is we're just getting a flavor right now of perhaps what the suburban vote is doing for Trump versus Harris, and then what the rural vote's doing. And what I did was I want to pick out two places here. This is Hamilton County, population about 350, 360,000, about 2/3 of the vote coming in right now. What I want to show you here is Trump's at 48.8 now. There's more vote out there. Indiana counts the mail-in ballots first. So let's do the same exercise, okay? This time, watch the slide come out here, and now it gives us a direct comparison for 8 years ago against Hillary Clinton. This is the weakness in the Trump campaign, right? 8 years ago, he was just shy of 57% in the same county. And then 4 years ago, got slightly weaker, okay, down about 2 points. And then current day today, okay, so there's more vote out there. So we'll see how it goes. But right now, a little weaker there in that suburb just north of Indianapolis. Conversely, right, Trump's been working the rurals, right? Well, this is Kentucky. You got a lot of the votes still out there, even though we called the race, okay? This is Taylor County. It is rural. It is small. There's about 10 to 12,000 raw votes there. Trump's percentage of the vote is big at 77%. So let's do the same exercise again. Go back to 2016. The percentage of the vote, okay, it was lower. 4 years ago,
we have a 19-3 victory here for Trump on Indiana. Not much of a surprise there either.
93-76. Hold on to that number, okay? It's important because he's doing better on a percentage basis, but the raw vote doesn't help him a ton. That may suggest, as we pop around the map throughout the night, that the turnout for this vote could be lower than 2020. It's a COVID year, a pandemic year, a lot of people voting by mail, et cetera, and we'll see whether or not we're able to top that number from 2020, but it's questionable and debatable at the moment. If I've got time, I'll just show you Florida. Just one more time here, 30% in. Miami is missing. You know, we're waiting for the Hispanic vote down there in Miami, the Cuban vote as well. Broward County, 70% in. Heavily Democratic there, but about 60% of the vote right now going for Kamala Harris. The Trump team is saying that they're getting on the radio right now. They're cautiously optimistic. They're doing a radio in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, all the way at the top. That means the former president telling people there's still time and finish strong. That's the message from Mar-a-Lago, right around down here in Palm Beach. Back to you, Brett and Martha.
You have time, Bill. We're going to have a lot of time.
Roger that.
Okay, yeah.
We have a lot of waiting to do still.
You know, Georgia is really crucial
yes.
as we look at this raw vote total. And they're also getting a lot that we expect to come in very fast.
All right, so we're going to go into some Twitter clips here. We're going to give Fox a little break. I can't play. I have to be a little bit transformative with the content. Holy shit.
Yeah, man. Wagwan.
Okay, good. Any thoughts on how your daughter's going to do?
Yeah, man. Me think everything going to be airy for me daughter. You tande.
Do you think she's going to win? Is that what you're saying?
I think the election is all cool runnings, and we're going to be jamming in the morrows.
Okay, but what do you think was the single most important thing she did to win the presidency is what I'm...
Oh, no. You got it all wrong. Me sorry for that.
All right, like I said earlier, Crowder is just going to be fucking absolutely wild all night. Let's get... Oh, I closed the wrong thing here. Let's get that up, and let's go back to this. Mute that briefly. Okay, we got a Joe Rogan clip.
Thank you so much for buying Twitter.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm not exaggerating when I think you changed the course of history. I really do. I really think you made a fork in the road. We were headed down a path of censorship and of control of narratives that is unprecedented. Forget about what they were able to do back when they had newspapers and the media under control. What they were doing with social media by suppressing information, and when you had a combined government effort, like what they were doing with the laptop story. Well, you have 51 former intelligence agents saying that this is Russian disinformation. Take it offline, and Twitter complied. If you didn't buy that, we wouldn't have known that. We had no idea.
Exactly. No, it's. I mean, the reason I bought it is because I'm pretty attuned since I was like the most interacted with user on Twitter before the acquisition. So before the acquisition, I had more interactions than like there's some accounts like Obama and whatever had higher follower accounts, but I had the most number of interactions.
Like more or less the point of the Elon Musk Rogan clip, without Twitter, without X, without Elon purchasing it, freedom of speech on the internet would be totally down the drain as we speak right now. And so many things would not be out here for the people to look at, speak about, all across the board when it comes to that platform. It is incredibly important. X is a very important platform. Speaking about important stuff, making six-packs great again. Vote for Donald J. Trump. We have J.D. Vance here with a six-pack of beer.
This is a six-pack under the leadership of Kamala Harris. This is a six-pack under the leadership of Donald J. Trump. Let's make America great again.
Hell yeah. Oh. All right, let's get back to the feeds that we were viewing before.
To crowdergold.com, where you can call 877. They actually sent me this wonderful. Oh my God,
heavy, dude.
It's a silver brick. 877. Hey, by the way, to give you an idea of the value of gold and silver, like when my old uncle was like, the Lord told me that you should buy more silver. I'm like, well, no, that was Bill Devane. But
pretty close.
It wasn't God. It was Wilford Brimley. This is gold, and that's silver. So see,
that's about the same value.
It's about the same value. Even though I'm a silver guy, I think you.
Goddamn gold company. So let's see what Fox is saying here.
With black women in Georgia 4 years ago was at 95% of their support. She is also running behind with them by about 6 points. I'll leave you off with one other data point here. Again, this is the first time we are able to show you this. Education and race. Whites with no college degree in Georgia. Donald Trump, a strong showing there. He's at 77, getting 77% of their support. So we have a lot more data coming in, and we will continue to bring that to you. Brett, Martha?
Those are really interesting
Thank
numbers.
you.
They
Absolutely.
tell a story. They start to.
Yeah, so let's bring in our panel and see what they think about these numbers. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Karl Rove, Laura Ingraham, and Robert Wolf. Laura, welcome. Great to have you here. She's underperforming Biden is the headline there.
Yeah, it looks like right now, Harris isn't getting enough from women, at least in Georgia, that she would need to overcome what Trump is getting from men, both increase in support from black men and men overall. This is going to be the question throughout the night, because the Trump people and all their surrogate groups have tried to really mobilize men. We talked about this afternoon, Martha. I mean, from Joe Rogan to Elon Musk and all the other people down the line, they are trying to turn out that male vote. I would keep an eye on Virginia, and Karl knows this better than everyone else, but in 2020 in Virginia, Trump lost by 9.2, and in 2016, he lost by 4.9. Mm-hmm. Watch what happens in Virginia. Youngkin has been phenomenal on the ground for Trump. And even if that lead is cut by half, let's say it's 4 points, that could be a bellwether of something to come. Also in New Hampshire, where I spent 4 long winters.
Yes.
See what happens in New Hampshire. That was very tight in 2016.
Robert, welcome to you as well. The state of Georgia, Biden flipped Georgia for the first time since 1992, largely because of the black electorate. Looking at those numbers right now, it doesn't seem like she's delivering that same kind of power.
Yeah, those numbers seem soft, although I would tell you I was predicting North Carolina over Georgia for the vice president because I think Stein will be like plus 15 versus Robinson. And I think the governors, and I think that may help the vice president. But these are soft numbers, and I thought with Warnock and Ossoff, 2 senators that are popular, we would have maybe seen, a better turnout. So I'm hoping this is just the early voting.
Yeah, not all the data obviously is in yet. Carl, what's your read on it?
Well, first of all, we're looking at half of the problem. The problem is that we're looking at is what's the division of the black vote by men and women, Trump versus Harris. The other thing we need to look at is turnout. A 1% decline in black turnout in Georgia over the last election would wipe out the 10,000 vote margin that Joe Biden had. So we're seeing part of the picture. Let's see if it's compensated or offset a little bit by how much the black turnout is. Is it bigger than last time or smaller than last time? I'd make one other point. The other part of the Georgia equation that we're going to have to watch, we have a little bit of evidence from.
All right, we are going to get into some Steven Crowder. Wrong view, my bad. There we go. Take a look. Oh, no.
Undertaking on election night, the election integrity map, everything. The investigative journalists, Mug Club Undercover. Nick DiPaolo is now on the network. We have shows every Friday, but now it's actually grown beyond Mug Club, and we actually tonight are making the official announcement of Rumble Premium. So Mug Club is joining Rumble Premium. Yeah. Rumble Premium is a service that a lot of people may not know.
All right, Steven Crowder is still doing advertisements. This is the reason why I went back to Fox. Let's go into. I have a very funny Twitter clip to look at here. A man wearing a MAGA hat was denied entry, or well, he was, yes, denied the ability to vote and kicked out of the polling location because he was wearing a MAGA hat or Trump apparel. Let's take a look at this video. In Iowa.
So we have blatant voter suppression going on here in Iowa, one of the states where you are allowed to wear shirts like this and hats like this. We just had some guy that told us we weren't allowed to do that when we just quoted him the law, and he told us to get out of here and go to the auditor's office rather than vote. So just hold your ground, calling the police on the other line right now. So we'll make sure our rights are upheld in this country.
Really? I'm just being told that apparently it's an NFL rule to have any political apparel within the front row of the stadium. I don't know why. I guess it gets picked up the most, but I'm not entirely sure why it would matter in the first place. Yeah, yes, I believe you. Trust me. Out of all people, I believe you. We have a very funny Obama clip here that, well, basically, he was talking about Trump saying how he was saying there were fantastic people or great people on both sides. And the one side particularly had some bad actors, you could say. And here's the clip completely debunking what Obama has to say.
Who said that there were very fine people on both sides of a white supremacist rally.
Very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay?
Who said that there were very fine people.
All right, we have
sides.
some big news. Another clip of Obama lying. Typical Obama. All right, we have a big announcement here.
From early exit polls in Georgia showing a 20-point swing among independent voters from 2020 in favor of Donald J. Trump, which is huge for the state. And we've already called earlier today that Marjorie Taylor Greene has won re-election for her House seat. So this could be huge for Trump in Georgia and secure the state early, as they have amended their election
Massively expanding. You click that
last time in 2020 and 2022. So something to keep an eye on, which we will keep you posted.
Alrighty.
Back to the cool guy.
Alrighty, big news. Let's see what Crowder has to say.
It is going to be the last night, and of course, if you are Mug Club members and yours breaks, we can ship you one.
We'll do that. Yeah. So look, $99 is what it.
Okay, they're still talking about Mug Club. Oh my God, they've been talking about that for like the past 10 minutes. Let's get back to the Fox News. Let's see what they have to say.
There's things called shameless plugs, but plugging it down our throats and ears. What is he, a Democrat?
Whoa.
Kidding, I love you, Crowder.
Out in significant numbers.
But explain who they are. There are people who didn't vote in 2020, or maybe even didn't vote in 2016 and 2020.
Never voted. and they're the kind of people they think are largely for Trump, if you asked them, right? And that if they can turn them out, they think they could be the decisive factor in this election. We don't know enough now, I don't think, to assess how that's going, but that's something to keep an eye on.
We might have an indication of it if you look at some of these Georgia rural counties. I've been watching Bill work on his wall. And if you take a look at some of these rural counties, small counties, there are 150 or 180, 159 counties in Georgia, you'll see that Trump is getting a bigger number of votes in these smaller counties and a bigger percentage. This is, again, goes back to the episodic or low propensity voter.
All right, we're going to dig into these numbers, and we'll head back to Bill momentarily. Election night just getting started.
Some of the first polls are about to close in hotly contested state of North Carolina. So we're going to have some data there to show you coming up right after this break as our special coverage continues.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Fox and Friends tomorrow.
The votes.
All right, so we are going to flop
United
back and
States.
forth, like I said, between numerous streams here today. There's a lot going on, a lot to cover, a lot of new X clips coming out consistently as the night progresses. Crowder will be our main source of information across the board here. So we're going to get into that.
And that rural counties in North Carolina are not coming out. So they think.
Oh, crap. Guys, can we fact check that?
Yeah, you know what? Let us know. We're actually going to check in with people at work. Let us know when someone there is ready to update us on that. I'm willing to bet that Abby Phillips is full of shit. Bitch! Okay, all right, I'll allow it. I think that's fair. I mean, we've seen record turnout in rural counties. Why wouldn't? Well, unless because those rural counties were destroyed by the hurricane that the government didn't help with. Remember that? Remember that? Maybe that's the case. Maybe some of them have migrated to other counties where they have power.
Mundane detail.
It's not a mundane
the
detail.
Rural people are coming out.
By the
There's
way,
a couple women spotted sitting on deer in line.
Yes, but one of the funniest insults I heard from a lady was watching CNN and said, "This lady, her nose looks like Florida."
This just in, Santa voted for Trump.
Is that Collins?
It was a lady who said it, and you know she has hairy forearms. So putting that in your dating profile, hairy forearms and nose like Florida.
Her face goes from woman to guy with every second.
It's like one of those, like you get in the back of your Cracker Jack, the hologram.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, hey, pretty surprise, pretty surprise,
right? I'm telling you, sometime.
Like if you were to be flipping like a notepad of her, it'd be like her putting on makeup, like, oh wow, she's pretty, and then there's dick. What?
Oh, what? Come on.
No.
She's got that Brezhnev brow.
That's the Bergam brow, we now call it.
Imagine the shrub holy.
I have no idea. I mean, I can't imagine though.
I'm talking about her house, not her.
I think.
Clean it up, Father. You're very
Build your house out of brick is what I tell my son when I tell the Three Little Piggy story. But I
Build
don't
it out
really
of
know.
brick.
Yeah.
My father said Z brick. He was a Jew. Listen. What?
So that's why you two don't talk.
That's right. Shalom.
Let's see what even fatter Josh Gad is saying.
About way things are going in the U.S.
It's
in
true,
North
Kerry.
Carolina, what North Carolina voters are saying. 6% enthusiastic, 21%.
Can you find us a single
Any
straight
straight guys on six?
Let's see, 6% reporting. I picked the wrong day to quit blowing, guys.
What the?
What?
He didn't quit, Stephen.
All right.
Jesus,
I'm a lapsed homo. The principle's the same. Ding.
This guy makes.
Sorry.
Guy makes Brian Stelter look like Ray Lewis.
Did he hit somebody too? Oh no, that's Ray Lewis shot somebody and killed him.
Hey,
That's
Brian
different.
Stelter.
he did it.
Different.
Brian
just helping
Stelter
her.
Did.
loves his wife's hot bod. I really do look shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It does feel a little bit hot in here. Let me give you some information.
All right, it's getting wild over on the Crowder side of things here. Let's get back to some Fox News.
state for a third time. But as you mentioned, the race that everybody is watching is between the incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown and GOP challenger Bernie Moreno. Now, Senator Brown has campaigned seeking a fourth term, trying to make this about reproductive rights, which are enshrined in Ohio's Constitution. And for that reason, Moreno told us last night it should be a non-issue in this race. And he says that Senator Brown is turning abortion into a political weapon.
There is no ability federally to be able to handle abortion at the federal level, one way or the other. So what I'm going to focus on as a United States Senator is to bring people together on this issue.
And we will see the impact that former President Donald Trump has down the ballot. Keep in mind, no Democratic senator has won an election in a state that Trump carried while Trump was on the ballot. We'll see if that changes tonight. We'll send it back to you.
Nate Ford with the golf voice inside the polling area. That was nice.
He said there weren't that many people left.
Whisper.
Maybe he felt like he had to be quiet.
Yeah, I think so. Battleground North Carolina, also among the next batch of poll closings, a tight presidential race in a state Trump won twice. Many voters there still recovering, obviously, from Hurricane Helene. Senior correspondent Jonathan Seri is live in Raleigh. Hi, Jonathan.
Yeah, good evening, Brett and Martha. Most of the polls throughout the state are going to close just minutes from now, with the exception of 2 precincts that had technical problems that delayed voting this morning. The issue in Wilson County involved a printer cable, and in Burke County, it was a laptop that wouldn't boot up. In both instances, it involved equipment used for checking in voters, not the actual voting machines. Other than that, elections officials say things have been moving pretty smoothly, including in the western part of the state, which was heavily damaged in Hurricane Helene. 7 tents with electric generators and voting machines are in place to accommodate Election Day voting in areas where normal voting sites were destroyed or inaccessible. Election officials say the state's voter turnout would already early voting records is on track to meet or exceed the record set in 2020 for total ballots cast. Back to you guys.
All right, Jonathan, thank you.
So let's take it around our panel. We just heard a little bit about the...
We have 5 minutes until the 7:30 polls close in, what is that, North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Mountain Mama, take me home.
People thought it was going to have going in. But in this situation, it appears that only a quarter of the voters who are Democrats say that it is the single most important factor in their decision. So that's going to be a big question tonight. Mm-hmm. Does abortion turn out to be as big an issue as perhaps Democrats would like it to be?
I thought the Fox voter analysis on gas prices and food prices was staggering. It was 85%, 91%. Mm-hmm. I'm very concerned about both. But certain voter analysis and some of the other networks, Edison, Reuters, has abortion at 14, democracy at 35, the economy at 31, immigration down at 11. I'm not sure I buy that, but look, it's a stark choice presented to America tonight. Do you want the status quo, which is pretty much high prices, high cost of living, fairly liberal to open border situation, or do you want a change? We know what that change was like in 2019. I don't think we've had as stark a choice perhaps since 1980. As we do tonight for the country. But they've done a brilliant job of making this not about her old record, not about Biden, who has a 38% approval rating tonight, but about abortion and young women and Donald Trump, fascist, Nazi. That's their close. So if it's abortion, fascism, Hitler, that's your close. I think that's a pretty dark view of the country. I think the economy is still the #1 issue nationwide. I'm not buying some of these exit polls.
Herald of economic issues, this election overall, every race, it's estimated to have $15.9 billion with a B dollars spent on this election. Almost $16 billion. That surpasses the record of $15.1 billion in 2020. If you were to take a checkbook and write a check to every American everywhere, it's almost $50 a person.
All right, so that was a little bit of Fox. We're going to switch back over to Crowder here. See what Crowder's saying.
Now clean floors while they're going back through medical school.
Yes.
It's devotion. He jumped out of work half an hour early and likely had the address wrong because he couldn't be bothered to fill out a form. That's the person you want determining the fate of the most consequential constitutional republic in all of man history.
I think there should be some kind of test to vote sometimes.
With that guy, an
I know.
STD test.
He's like, well,
Just to start.
that's true. He's like, I wasn't going to vote, and then my girlfriend talked me. Okay, fine. Yeah.
By the way, you guys can test me, not a drip.
There you go. By the way, I don't focus on these things, but I focus on the positive nature of it, guys. 520,000 concurrent live viewers right now. I think our record from the previous election was something around there.
Something around that, yeah. But
so
that's
we'll
when
do a little celebration.
That's when we weren't being throttled on YouTube.
That's true, yeah.
So
we'll do a little celebration once we get past that. But fantastic.
Can we check in with people at work? Are we
going to have somebody in the chair over
I
there?
do not have somebody.
Well,
in the
get
chair
someone
yet.
in the chair. Get someone in the chair. And get somebody while I'm waiting.
Actually, you know what? We've got 2 minutes until the special guest, Don Jr., comes on.
We've got 2 minutes until Donald Jr. comes on?
Yeah.
All right.
So maybe the people...
He's been on my show twice, so just remember that when you're talking to him.
Why? Why? You got to say it like that.
What do you mean?
Why? Because you've had people on. I sit here like a dick. I actually know them, and
I
flew here all the way from Canada to be here.
You want to be in my seat?
No.
Come on, interview Donald from here.
Absolutely not.
I have to go expel Satan. The stomach flu is still
Does that mean you're firing somebody?
I mean, I might do it on the way.
The power of Christ compels you.
Oh God! You're gonna spray paint the bowl? Are you?
If this were a horror movie, it would be Christ has left here long ago.
Yes.
Guys, I was so
like
sick.
Dumb and
I don't know if they
Dumber.
uploaded the picture. I was hooked up to an IV. Just like I lost 8 pounds in 12 hours.
Tonight, we would like to dedicate tonight's stream in honor of Peanut the Squirrel and Fred the Raccoon, 2 innocent animals taken way before their time by the government overreach, brought to you by the state of New York and Kathy Hochul.
Right to sleep like
I
a
walked
baby.
by the craft table tonight, and
Yes.
I was dry heaving. I was like, because I'm like salmon. You guys know, and you immediately put the salmon.
I know.
Right there. You have to walk back.
It was like being in a whorehouse.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Father.
Sam had to bring
Come
his
on,
fish.
Father Mulcahy.
What do you mean? Come on! You just
All right,
You
so look,
said that,
we'll have
not me.
Donald Trump Jr. on, and then I want to have someone in that seat because look, we paid for the seat, we paid for the setup. Can we just check in with the camera at least so people can see?
Yeah, we got somebody in the seat now.
All right. Well, let's just check it. You know what? Let's just check in with them really quickly, and then we'll cut right back. But they don't know. All right, it's time to go check the people at work. All right, who do we have in the chair right now? Who's there? Oh, there you go. We got Lane the Brain. Hey, Lane the Brain. Ginger Snap, do you have an update for us?
Audio.
Yeah.
Audio.
Oh, hold on. We're going to bring up your audio really quickly. Hold on 1 second. We're going to bring up your audio.
It's got John Travolta's shirt on.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Oh, wait. Hold on.
All right, so Donald Trump just got West Virginia. 4 electoral votes. We have Ohio and North Carolina too early to call right now. Trump is leading 23-3. Holy.
It isn't 28-3.
He's on retainer.
I saw him angrily walk to the chair and sit down. That makes it so much better.
I told them they all have to be on their toes tonight.
Sorry, Lane.
Plus, I look like crap. I look like I'm already sweating, and you can't be side with Lane.
Do we have time to do another state call really quickly?
Oh, do we have time? Yep. Well, look,
California,
hey guys, it's
for
time
Trump.
for one more state call. The Brits aren't coming. The Brits aren't coming. Unless you count smart. Who? Was that you burping?
No, I didn't have anything to do with that burp.
All right, so
It's Father Mulcahy.
West Virginia. What do you think?
West Virginia?
I'd say that's 3 teeth.
Right now, we are calling West Virginia Billy the Sample, because I don't know if we have.
These are ridiculous.
We have West Virginia officially. We are calling it right here.
Yep.
We have some news here. Florida up almost 60%. New Hampshire also up 60%.
There's 64% of the vote counted in Florida, and Trump has an 8.4% lead, and he is poised right at the moment to flip Democratic stronghold Miami-Dade County to Republican, which is huge. Huge.
It's pretty huge. A lot of people tell me it's very big.
Poly market, I meant.
It doesn't matter.
The Publix market. Kroger.
Piggly Wiggly. All right.
I didn't win nothing. Relax. I don't even know who the guy is, but congratulations.
No, he was that's the former governor, I believe, who took the seat of Manchin, if I'm not mistaken.
Justice is a good last name.
It is a good name.
Yeah, it's
it
solid.
is a good name. Not as
He went
good
from
as,
governor to senator, no?
as Justice Cockburn. That was my favorite.
That's the best.
We have to bring in Cockburn. By God, he does things his own way, but he gets it done. Let's bring in Cockburn. There's an actual justice named Cockburn. We had fun with that about 4 years ago. I'm a child.
Let us know when we have Don Jr. as well.
Yes, we're
There's a furniture
trying.
place
All
in
right.
Savannah called More Dick.
Really?
No.
It is.
Come on.
Look, he's moaning. It's a factual thing.
I know.
This
He's
guy
always
is like
moaning.
an old lady at a comedy club. He ruins the
I know.
set.
It's More Dick? How's it spelled?
More Dick.
Is it like Mo apostrophe Neek?
No, it's
is it
actually
more
Dick
apostrophe
or bad. More bad dick. Or I'll look it up.
Wait.
I'm
Don't
not
look
kidding
it
you.
up. Your search history.
I hope all those. It's a furniture store.
If I go to my search history, it'll take me to like 8 porn sites.
Is it? Is it a furniture?
It's a furniture store.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh, I
I'm
hope
not
they-
making this up.
I hope they also
I'll
sell
get
it-
my phone.
I know.
I hope they sell it covered like it's an old Italian lady from Queens.
He types it in and like, really, Nick? You've had enough.
Yeah, it's just
Not
for Micah.
enough. It's Gatorade.
Blue wall.
We also have
right
7
now.
plus.
You know, Trump did the trick 8 years ago. We'll see whether or not he can do it again this time. But I just want to take a glance at this because you got a lot of vote out there, guys. Now, we expect a lot of batches to come in quickly here in Georgia because they say they're going to count quickly. But right now, 8% of the statewide vote. One thing we're talking about the rurals. This down here is Brantley County. Now, this was Trump's best performing rural county in 2020, and he's doing a number right now again.
Fox has Trump predicted to win 91% in Georgia. Oh, sorry, that's the county. My apologies.
Per Election Wizard, Donald Trump has flipped Duval County in the state of Florida. That could be 2 Democratic strongholds falling in the state of Florida tonight.
And I'm surprised there's really any Democratic strongholds in Florida because it's such a, I don't want to say Wild West, but it pretty much is the Wild West, other than like Texas. It's all the old retired people, yes. The government workers, yes.
Won that state by 16.5 points. It wasn't even on the map in terms of consideration, but slowly Georgia changed. And a lot of it changed for the metro area, the 26 counties that make up Atlanta. Here was Trump in 2016. I give it to him, right? 5 points 8 years ago. But things seem to change in 2020 and change in a significant way when Joe Biden went in there and took the state by 0.2 percentage points, a raw vote of 11,779. All right. Now, so this is where we are now. Now, just, with a lot of that vote out there, Trump's got a lead of 22 points, and that's going to change throughout the night, but we just want to let you know what's happening there. Let's look at the vote difference for North Carolina. Similar story, maybe less of an advantage for the Republicans, but this is all red. You look at what.
All right, we got some new news coming out here. Check this out. We have a video from Trump saying if you are still in line and there are any outages, stay in the line. Do not leave.
The Tar Heel State, just by so much, they're okay.
We're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay in the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
All right, there you go. A little message from Trump. I'm going to get through one more video I've had waiting here just to get it over and done with. We have a unhinged elected Democrat Party official blocks Republican candidate sign in PA.
Is there a problem here?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Well, you're putting a sign right in front there.
I'm moving my signs because they were
Okay, well, you
falling
can't.
down.
You just can't block the signs there.
You can't?
Yeah, you can't. You can't put signs in front like that, like you did over here. See?
Talk about deranged
See, I mean, you just can't do that.
individuals at their finest right now, blocking the signs
you might
of
think
your
you can do
opponent
that, but
because
you
you are
can't do
this unhinged.
Okay, and I'm in public, so I have the right to record you, obviously.
Oh, it's okay.
I know it's okay.
I mean, I'm an elected official.
Oh, well, I don't care.
No,
But thank
tell
you.
me. My name's Mary Ann Minek. I am the elected committee woman for the Democratic Party in Moon District 6.
Good for you. Thank you.
And there you go. She just outed herself right there for everybody to hear. That is what you want to see. All right.
We have a big Senate race update as the Republicans have picked up a Senate seat in West Virginia, which is huge because the Republicans only really need 1-2 seats to flip of the Democratic seats to flip to regain control of the Senate. So I've just lost the guy's name from West Virginia, but the Republicans have flipped a Democratic seat to Republican in the state of West Virginia. Huge to reclaim the Senate.
Okay, some big stuff going on there. Let's see what Crowder is doing with, what is this, Donald Trump Jr.?
True, you've got to be sitting there, and I know you have an announcement, but that is something like this is very consequential for you because of the weaponizing of the DOJ, which of course, I mean, we had Mug Club Undercover. They spoke with the spokesperson of the DOJ saying, yeah, no one's ever done this with anyone but Donald Trump, but your dad. They're just stacking anything they can. And obviously they've gone after you. They've gone after the whole family. You still seem to be in good spirits, but is that something that worries you?
Well, Stephen, it's because I died like 3 days ago, and it's just testosterone, nicotine, caffeine, and adrenaline that's keeping me going. So I'm not too worried because eventually it'll kick in and it won't matter. But I mean, it does worry me just as a country. I mean, when you think about it, we've probably had this conversation, but I understand that I am not the upstanding citizen that Hunter Biden is. But I think I should still be able to live in America.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good point. And by the way, Nick DiPaolo is here. He says hello. He's mad that he's.
Oh, I love Nick DiPaolo.
Say, I told you, I went to see him live at the convention center in Savannah a couple years ago. He murdered for an hour. Yeah. And I sincerely said to him, I wouldn't want to have to follow that. Yeah. He has great timing, and he was great and informative and funny. And I just wanted to haven't talked to him since his dad was almost killed twice. And just hang in there. And we're not going to let them put you in any gulag.
Oh, don't see, now you're being too much.
I appreciate that, Nick.
I'm telling you, we will not let that happen. We'll go nuts. If
he also said you have an ass like a nectarine. That's what he said.
Hey, what?
Hey, by the way, fact check true. Even CNN's not going to fact check whether it's false. Okay, so I even get to see it.
In roughly 20 minutes, the polls will close. More polls will close at 8 p.m. The big one that everybody is talking about and waiting for to end is Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes to win. Or is that in total? In total. So if you win, you get 19. That's a pretty big state. This is the battleground that Trump was fighting for. He ended it here. He had multiple massive endorsements by people like NFL player, CTE, ESPN, Antonio Brown, and Le'Veon Bell. He had a few others, I think, as well, from different A.J. Dillon as well. In Wisconsin, we had some very big names come out to endorse him, especially in Pennsylvania. And he also showed up at the Steelers football game, and he was there. Yeah, not getting booed. That's for sure. That's for sure.
He didn't say nectarine. He said he described you as James and the Giant Peach when describing your rump. But it's a point of conversation.
Yeah, listen, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, some people like I forget I don't want to say BBC on air because it's there. But what's the version for like when they do the Brazilian butt implants? What are those things called?
I think it's called the Kardashian. Is what it's called. I believe.
Yes. So. Yeah. I was thinking about doing that actually. If politics, real estate, whatever doesn't work out, I always have options.
Well, let me ask you this: how are you feeling tonight? We went through a lot of the early voting data that we have, and of course, you don't want to make too many inferences. But we also just heard some BS from CNN where Abby Phillips said, "Oh, they're not getting as many votes coming from the rural turnout in North Carolina." Fact check: she doesn't have that information. We've seen actually record rural turnout where we do have that information. But how are you feeling tonight? I mean, I know it could go either way.
Affect the ultimate result in a place like Georgia? We'll find out. Donald Trump this morning in West Palm Beach looked into the camera and he said, "Stay in line." Like it took him a while to sort of ask for people's votes over this campaign season.
Twitter tonight, he's still up on X saying, "Stay in line."
Yeah, stay in line. Don't get out of the line because Harris supporters were reporting in Pennsylvania, Lehigh University students, that they waited in line for 6 hours to vote. 6 hours, and that was confirmed by a bunch of other reporting. So. People have to, a lot of people can't wait in line for that long. Mm-hmm. And so that could end up being something that both parties complain about in the end. But, we'll see.
Robert?
So, as you know, when we were all at the convention together, I said that Kamala Harris was the underdog and that Trump would win. And I didn't shift until maybe with Martha like 2 weeks ago. And the reason was the following. One, on the economy, yes, it's number one, but it went from Trump plus 15 to Trump plus 8. And so that was a big difference.
Some polls,
I think Fox ended up at 6. And then the second thing was the money. Harris campaign raised $1 to $2 billion. All of a sudden, it wasn't just the blue wall. Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina come into play. And Martha and I have spoken about it, not to make this a gender issue, but Arizona and Nevada do have reproductive rights on the line. So that makes a big difference on the gender vote. So listen, I'm not going to say I went from optimistic to nauseously optimistic. I'm going to stay at optimistic, but we're going to have to see what happens in Atlanta and Charlotte and some of the big cities that, we're depending huge votes for Harris. But it doesn't feel as good yet.
But we have a lot of vote that is still outstanding, right, Carl?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, some of these smaller counties in Georgia and North Carolina will come in quickly, but the bigger counties where this will be settled will take a little while to get compiled.
But you'll be looking not only at how she's doing versus Biden, but how he's doing against himself, 2020 and 2016.
Right. And my suspicion is that we will see a pattern of he's doing better in rural areas and he's doing slightly worse in urban and suburban areas. And the key will end up being, the decider will be, if he continues to get 25% of the black male vote, this will be the best Republican performance in that group since at least 1960. And it will be powerful.
Okay, that's one to watch. Thank you, panel. The countdown is on to a slew of poll closings across the country, including the Big Kahuna. Pennsylvania, one of the biggest battleground prizes of the night. Our special coverage continues here on Fox next.
Today, most people don't know where their meat is sourced. For generations, people had access to quality local meats from American farms and ranches.
At Good Ranchers, we're reviving that tradition by partnering with ranchers and farmers.
No imports. Just 100% American-born, raised, and harvested meat
so we're gonna
delivered
switch back
directly
over
to you.
here.
We
Like I said, we're
select
gonna be
only the
flopping
finest
back
cuts
and
that we
forth
would feed our
between
family.
Visit goodranchers.com and discover
Mug Club again.
A good idea, but I certainly...
We have some Ohio results coming in very soon here and some New Hampshire results. Hold on, big announcement.
With not a big announcement. Not every time I come here is big. With 4% in Ohio, Trump is up like 13.4%, which is good for early returns. And J.D. Vance's home state, so we should win that. And Crowder's definitely talking about Mug Club. Trying to get Junior on, probably.
Hey, that in and of itself is a win that we can talk about it freely now.
You mean that we can have free speech in America? Yes, that's kind of a win.
Yes.
It's hard to believe that we actually have these conversations, but I mean, they wanted to throw people in jail for questioning elections last time around, and that's sort of why we're in this fight. I mean, everything's on the table this election. Everything's at stake. There's nothing they won't try to take away from us. There's no freedom they won't trample. And, that's where we're at in America, and it sucks. And that's why, again, I want to send a resounding message. I want to send a mandate to Washington, D.C., to the powers that be.
This is the sad truth, and this is why platforms like X are so important, that are maintaining freedom of speech and allowing people to express themselves freely without any repercussions, no matter which side or what you want to believe or think or say. X is that place where you can express yourself however you please.
For any of the psyops, just vote. And if we do that, I think we win.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it will be insurmountable, but it's really hard to have faith in elections when, for example, in Florida, we talked about that Chinese exchange student, not a citizen, asked for his ballot back, and they caught him, but his vote will still count. So they know it was an illegal vote, but they can't change it anyway. You know what? That for me is enough, because we don't know how many more examples there are of that where someone wasn't stupid enough to ask for their ballot back.
Well, that's why we have to overwhelm it. I think that was up in Michigan, not Florida. But yes, it's definitely the case. We got to overwhelm it. We got to overcome, the nonsense that's going to throw at us. I mean, if this was a fair election, 100%, this thing's over in my mind. But it won't be. So We just have to overwhelm that. But don't forget, the same people that said, okay, that ballot can count are the same people that let in 13,000 murderers into our country across the southern border. They know this. This is Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's government statistics. They let in 16,000 rapists and sex offenders, and they let in overall 600,000 criminals. They know it, and they still let them in. I mean, think of how insane that is, that we live in a country that it's like, yeah, wow, there's only 600,000 criminals. What could go wrong? Like, spread them evenly over every county in America. And like, what's our future look like? I mean, it's absolutely insane. So we got to win. We got to take back our country. We got to get those scumbags out of here. So, I'm hoping we have a good night, and I hope we end it soon, but we can't do that. My dad can't do that by himself. We need everyone to now step up and stand in line.
Mm-hmm. Well, the good news is right now you're on the #1 stream on Earth, and we have the tools and data that CNN and Fox News have, where we actually have the Reuters Newswire, the API data we're going to be providing to people. We have the election integrity map, where we've called some states before they did. Of course, Indiana and Kentucky went for your dad, so that's good. Didn't really take someone going out on a limb, but we don't need traditional media. Before it was people covering the election, we're actually spearheading it tonight, and there are a lot of people tuning in choosing to vote with their dollar, and I'm sure a lot more people are going to be joining Rumble Premium knowing that you are on there. I hope that people get out and vote. And they used to say, if there's a large turnout, it favors Democrats, because they wanted the lowest common denominator, and by that I mean the people who weren't planning on voting, who they could get on an Acorn organized bus. But in this case, it's a lot of people who maybe are first-time voters because they work tirelessly, like we see in rural areas, where it's a lot to ask them to take a day off work, and we're seeing record turnout. So big turnout favors Donald Trump tonight.
Yeah, no, I think without question. I mean, I want a big turnout. I want people voting. I want people getting out there because they understand their country. They understand what's happened to their economy. For all the talk about they're worried about their young girls. I'm like, I don't know. I have girls. I have boys. I have 5 kids. I'm more worried about my sons getting drafted into World War III to fight a battle so that Liz Cheney can make a couple $2 billion. Like, I'm much more concerned about that than I am, the abortion issue when I see what's on the ballot, especially since they're lying about that anyway. It's all been thrown back to the states. Kamala Harris isn't going to be able to do anything about that. Frankly, neither is Donald Trump. It's with the states, and they're going to decide. We've just been lied to and gaslit so often with all of this stuff. I hope people can see through that noise. I hope they understand that, and I hope they vote accordingly.
Yeah, as do I. Mr. Trump, I know that you're busy and you probably have many other streams to get to and many other parties to attend. So do you have a prediction for tonight, if you're going to put a number on it, as far as the Electoral College?
Listen, I'll take 270. How about that? I'll take 270. I'd love it to be more decisive. I'd like a greater mandate. I'd love to, crush their will to live. With such an overwhelming mandate. I'm talking like Conan the Barbarian style. To hear the lamentation of the liberal women.
Yes. To see them driven before you and hear the lamentations of the women. By the way, that film is unwatchable.
I'd love all of that, but right now I'll take the win, because it's not just about my father anymore. It's now surrounded. J.D. Vance has been a rock star. You got RFK on.
10 minutes until the 8 o'clock polls close. 10 minutes.
And help fix this. We have the opportunity to put the Einstein of our era, in charge of breaking up the bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., creating efficiencies. I mean, you could save $1 trillion or more a year. That could actually go to, I don't know, like fix a road, maybe educate our children, all these little things that used to be important in America that we couldn't care less about right now. So all of that's so important for me. So I think it's a big night for the future of our country. And if it goes the other way,
Another update from the state of Florida. With an estimated 90% reporting, Trump leads 53% to 46.6% in Baldwin County. Sorry, Florida. I meant Georgia. In Baldwin County, Georgia, a county Biden won in 2020 by 1 point. Also interesting to note that this county has a roughly 40% African American population, and Trump is about to flip it with roughly a 7-point margin. So that's something to keep an eye on. And this is brought to you by Election Wizard, who has not done me wrong on the last 2 elections. Shout out to him. Shameless plug.
Up a little bit. Maybe I'll expand that a little bit more. I've had a lot of fun with it, just trying to, again, fight for all these guys that actually care about free speech, stay on those platforms, utilize them. Make sure we have a future, because we won't if we just go to the usual suspects, because we've seen what they do across the board. Thank God for Elon and X and Truth Social, but Rumble on the video side, that's really the way to go. So I encourage everyone to check it out. Stop giving your money to YouTube, who's going to then weaponize it against you. utilize billions and billions of dollars to suppress free speech, to suppress conservative thought, and artificially boost the communists that would put you in the gulags right next to me. So maybe if you like me, you want that because you can hang out with me for the next 40 or 50 years in the gulags, but I probably don't recommend it.
No, exactly. And by the way, you can go bet on Polymarket tonight on whether this stream will be taken off of YouTube, and we don't care because we're on Rumble. We just put it there to bother them. But so I know if you want to play some bets, but Donald Trump Jr., we appreciate you, brother. Be well, and we hope that you have a good night, the whole family.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks a lot. Good talking to you.
God bless Donald Trump Jr., everybody. All right, and then we are going, Gerald?
So we've got Bongino stream in about 10 minutes here. We actually have some updates. There's some states that are going to be called right at that. And we
right at what? Right at
that time that we go to Bongino. So what is it going to be? 8 o'clock Eastern time. There's some states.
So we're going to call them before Bongino? Are we going to call them before Bongino? We're going to call them during Bongino.
We have to wait until the right time to call it.
When's the right time, Gerald?
If we go to Bongino right at 8 o'clock, then...
Didn't Lane the Brain have an update? I know, because I cut him off and he was all pissed off. So we should probably go check.
He's not in the chair again.
He's not in the chair? Well, we should put someone in that chair before Bongino.
Maybe? No?
Well, it was just funny to cut him out of it earlier.
No, it was hilarious.
And by the way, hey, everybody, we appreciate, like we said, we're going to have some more announcements here tonight. But of course, Rumble Premium, you get this. You get Nick DePaul. You get Rumble Premium ad-free. There are other live creators there on Rumble. And now you get Donald Trump Jr. there. Everything that was once exclusive where you had to join here, join there, join Mug Club. Look, we really appreciate everyone supporting Mug Club. But we knew that long-term it wasn't enough, that we needed your membership to go into one portal where you could get everything. And eventually, we want this to be an entire clock, day in and day out, where you can get film. Hey, at a certain point, right? You can buy films right now. You can rent films, whether it's Amazon, whether you can rent them on Google, you can rent them on, Vudu. All those things we want to put under one roof where you have one-stop shop for entertainment and you don't have to give your money to people who hate you, or at least give them a commission. The production houses and the actors in those films, a lot of them probably do. I'm not going to lie to you. They probably wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. But I might not either. I don't know you that well.
No, he said last night.
That's
because it was uncontrollable.
Yeah.
I wasn't even on fire. Warm.
That's just how I say I care.
That's not very caring.
Do we have them in the chair?
Yes, we have Lane ready to speak.
All right, Lane had an update for us. Let's go to Lane the Brain.
We have an update. Here we go. Per Decision Desk HQ has Donald J. Trump at a 76% chance to win Georgia, and Republicans at a 66% chance to win the U.S. House race. So tonight, the Republicans could come out with the House, Senate, and presidency, but it's looking very likely that it's going to be a giant red wave, just like in 2016, and it's going to be very beautiful for our eyes to witness. Back to Kish with the weather.
That is very funny, beautiful for our eyes to witness. That is very hopeful. Let's stay hopeful here. Okay, let's continue this hope. Let's continue this 23-3 victory onwards. Hopefully. Let's also hear what some random people on Fox have
anti-Semitism, being strong on our greatest ally, Israel,
they want to
give to us. Economic strength, fighting the border,
these are also
and
actual
peace through
American
strength.
people
and
who
Donald Trump, we have a 4-year history of Donald Trump as president, and he demonstrated all of that. And it was a no-brainer. It was been a very interesting reaction for people to see me demonstrably promote my rapport for Donald Trump, but I also have supported Dave McCormick. So that was sort of a double-edged whammy for me, but it was a no-brainer. And supporting Donald Trump was an easy decision.
Yeah, as a Democrat, you said, people were reacting to that. I appreciate your answer. I appreciate everybody's time. We will hear more from our voters' voices throughout the night. Let's go back to Brett and Martha.
All right, Harris.
Thank you, Harris. Thanks, Lee. So the clock is ticking down to one of the biggest poll closings of the night. Pennsylvania is about to finish the voting process. Our special coverage continues with Jesse Waters and Sean Hannity coming up.
At SimpliSafe, we build advanced security sensors and cameras for your whole home, powered by 24/7 professional monitoring and Fast Protect technology, exclusively from SimpliSafe for faster police response. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Thank you, buddy.
We all know Mark Wahlberg as an American movie star, but what makes him unique is what he does when he's not on the silver screen. Mark is passionate about his family, his faith, and his country. He joined me on a tour of our 9/11 mobile exhibit. With his powerful voice, he's helping us to never forget those who have sacrificed so much.
You guys are doing amazing work.
Our foundation, you know what we do. We take care of our first responders and Gold Star widows that their loved ones died in the line of duty and leave young children behind, catastrophically injured service members. And we build these mortgage-free smart homes. You're a man of faith.
Absolutely.
St. Francis of Assisi said, brothers and sisters, while we have time, let us do good.
Absolutely. We all have to do
No,
our
and whatever they're doing for you, we'll have them do for us. We'll check back in.
I'll be back later.
All right. Thank you very much. People at work, everybody. By the way, I guarantee you we're going to get some interesting numbers on that. I bet you that's a big reason. Those up +7, up, did you say +9 in one?
Yeah, they're
one of them was an 18-point
numbers.
swing.
An 18-point swing?
Dade was an 18-point swing from 2020.
He could win Florida by over 1 million votes.
Shouldn't he?
Right now, gosh.
I mean,
insane.
Can we run some numbers the last time a Republican won Florida by over 1 million votes?
If there's one
that
state that
like?
he should crush, it seems like that one.
Yeah, but Florida used to be the state that kind of went back and forth, and then
Florida
it
was a swing state.
No, I know, used to be, but
I just didn't think it would go that far over. I mean, I don't know what you guys may have been saying.
I think it's a Hispanic vote,
and the
Jewish
Middle
vote.
East thing is.
It could be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not familiar with how many Middle Eastern people are there in those counties, but I do know there's a lot of Jewish Americans there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They don't like the way the Dems are handling.
Well, the funny thing is, but you also get far more Arab Americans who are going over to Trump.
Yes,
we see that in Dearborn.
Give me 3 of them. That's a huge sign.
Even if he doesn't solve it in that cesspool of filth and sadness where dreams go to die, which is the Middle East, he's bringing Jews and Arabs together in America.
This guy that blew himself up at Hamas had a Trump hat on yesterday.
Did you really? That's weird.
That's what his pager said. It said, MAGA, bitch. What? Don't forget to take your Flintstone chewables. I thought I did. Oh, no, it's a trick.
Isn't Palm Beach filthy rich?
All right, so in a minute, we have some more polls closing at the big 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard or 5 p.m. Pacific time. So what are the states? What do we got here, Shipton? What's closing? A lot of states are closing here at 8 p.m. It's going to be more than half the East. We will be looking for Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to be the pretty much most important one on our list during this stream. What other states do we have that are important? Okay, so we're going to get some numbers here. Some possible projections from CNN.
Florida, Tennessee.
So he has Florida, early projection Florida, early projection Tennessee, and Missouri 10. He also just got Alabama for 9 and Oklahoma for 7. Now, this isn't confirmed. These are just the projections. These are confirmed. Okay, so Kamala got Massachusetts for 11. She also got Maryland for 10. And she also got District of Columbia for 3. So she just barely... Was it only worth 3, or did she just barely get that one? And then also closing at 8, we have Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, New Hampshire, and New Jersey. New Jersey's probably going to go blue. We also have the big one, Pennsylvania. Rhode Island, probably also going to go blue. Right now, we are looking at a 90-27 for Trump. He's leading by quite a bit right now. But it's still early. We need to see exactly what is going to come from the rest of these states on the east side right now. Like I said, I wish the Times and the Sun were more on top of their game. We are actually more ahead of a channel with almost 1 million subscribers when it comes to updates on the election right now, Shipton. Take that in.
North Carolina, the early vote surge of Democrats is now closed, and Trump has closed the margin to about 12,000 votes, with still an early 5-6%, but he's closing it up. And Florida being called so early, so quick, and having two major Democratic stronghold counties flip, that's huge. Georgia could also be called very early based on new voting regulations, and how he flipped a county that's 40% African American. So someone who is supposedly African American running on the Democratic side, losing that, huge. Stay tuned, and now the 9 and 10 o'clock hours get very interesting. Back to Kish.
Not just that, they also like to deem Donald Trump the big R word all the time. And that shows you that, well, it's actually the complete opposite when he is winning a very large portion of the vote from the African American community, from the counties. Regardless of the fact, that is still massive news, especially when they try to demonize him and paint him as this big R word, the big racist, as they like to say.
With 33% in the state of Georgia, it's 54.5% Trump, 45% Harris, with 33% in. That's good numbers. And remember, early voting tends Democrat, especially because of mail-in, because they can't get up in time to vote because they don't have jobs.
Alrighty. Little jab there at the end. You're literally ripping the microphone off the table. Yeah, I know. It's a poor setup on the boom arm. I need to get a better boom arm that isn't like on welfare, essentially.
No, he needs to not do this off a folding white table.
That as well. Hey, the folding white table is perfect. It provides a lot of space, and it was what I had at the time. We are looking at some possible numbers coming in soon. Within the next 30 minutes, we will be giving another update. Let's take a look at another little Twitter thing here while we are hanging out. Photo taken in Mogadore, Ohio. The Ohio Secretary of State requires, I definitely butchered that county. I don't care. We're not going back. The network systems be secure and follow the state's technical security document. Take a look at this. What is supposed to be the wireless point is being used in connection with any voting equipment, and apparently it is a violation of Ohio law. See the admin code here, and Steven Crowder on top of this dropping all the information. But look at this is what they're voting through, and this is the system they're running through. It is an iPad taped to a wall. An iPad taped to a wall. If this doesn't tell you there is something wrong with how they run their elections, definitely questionable. Definitely a lot of words you could use here. Then I don't know what it is, but an iPad taped to a wall with a power cord running to it, and that's what they're voting on. And it's they claim that this isn't does not contain any wireless communication hardware or software or components, or it cannot connect to whatever. I find that a little difficult to believe, but I guess we'll see what happens in the next few days. This is definitely a weird thing coming out of, what did you say? I'm just going to call it Mogadore, Ohio, because Shipton, Trump won Ohio, didn't he? Oh, not yet? Oh, I thought he did. Okay, well, not yet. I have another video here that I'm just going to briefly scroll through because I don't know if it'll get me in trouble or not. Reminder, this was Minnesota under Tim Walz. Wow. Just a whole lot of not good. A whole lot of not... Okay, a whole lot of not good, as I was saying. A whole lot of not good. Got another thing to go through here. Voting machines are down in County PA. What is this? Cambria. Stay in line. Voting machines were down.
Cambria.
Shut up. I don't need your counties that I am not from. Mr. Movie star. Maple MAGA supporter spotted walking around downtown Toronto with his MAGA hat and Trump flag His goal is to trigger as many libs as he can on election day in Canada's wokest city based. I don't know, it is everything. He looks like Owen Schroyer if he drank a lot.
How Maple MAGA is live and well in Canada. Also wanted to go out in Toronto liberal city streets and trigger some liberals with my Trump flag, my MAGA hat on, show them that the red wave's here in Canada as well. They should be shaking in their boots. That's Trump, baby. Let's see. Let's get more on the streets over here. Liberal city streets of Toronto. I'm sure they're fucking triggered. Again, looks already. People looking at me. It's all good though. We're gonna do big things, big things. Trust me. We got Trump, baby.
He's got the flag.
Get out here, boys.
With a hockey stick attached. He's got it attached with a hockey stick.
Let's get a fucking honk. Because fuck Kamala, that's what I'm saying. There we go. Yes, sir. Yeah. Let's go.
But anyway, you get the idea. You get the point of that video. I just wanted to put this up again just to show you guys. Boom, Trump winning Florida. Massive news coming in right now. We are going to be giving a lot of updates very quickly, guys. We are giving updates faster than a YouTube channel with almost 1 million subscribers. So stay tuned. We are on top of things right now.
Well, no, I wouldn't expected Florida to win, but I'm saying
no.
Up that much by those.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Outperforming what we thought. That's the kind of thing that we're going to look for. And can you take Florida and put it somewhere else and have the exact same results?
Yes.
No, not necessarily, but it is a good indicator of how people are showing up to vote.
Right.
So we'll see.
I think he's going to flip California.
You just like to be an agent of chaos.
I do. It's good for the show.
It is good for the show.
I'd like the home gym, by the way.
Really?
Yes, I would.
I asked you beforehand, and you said, I don't have any room.
I don't. Couldn't you bill me something?
Little house.
You got that kind of
I'm sure. Not yet.
Hold on, Izzy.
You know it.
I know.
Let's not discuss it.
All right, here we go.
Okay,
All
so
right.
I was saying this earlier. Fox News has a way better setup, way more professional looking, way more clean. You actually have an entire panel of people sitting there that you can get opinions from, probably from all perspectives and views. And then the average Fox host is going to be there as well. And then you look at CNN. Their feed basically just went down 2 minutes ago. You have people just spread all throughout. I'm not talking about any of this stuff. I'm just saying CNN, their setup is garbage. They have people spread all throughout their office at these little TV windows. The Fox panel is just, they were prepared. They were ready for this. They clearly had some funding going to this.
You know, Lord.
Well, the Clinton News Network does this every year, but if anyone out there does know, did Wolf Blitzer get fired or something? Because normally this is him, babbling and rambling, and I haven't seen him yet. I just got fucking John, what's his name, that's banging his coworker, doing the big board now, and where'd Wolf go? Did he finally get canned? Or sent back to Germany?
All right, I have no idea what you were talking about there. Let's get into the Fox News.
And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south, now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay, that's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. The Trump team is going to take that. Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta, let me pop out here. You got 26 counties to concentrate on. What the Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over the Atlanta metro area. So she's a net gain of 18,267 right now. All right, you got about a quarter of the vote still out there. Biden finished in Douglas County with a net gain of 17,360. That would be good news for the Harris campaign if this number holds there in Douglas County. Let me pop out here a moment and show you another thing here that we were looking at.
Wait, can you stay in Georgia for 1 second?
I can.
Just before we leave there,
Yes,
the Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls, we're being told, show the former president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020 and now at 25%, according to these two surveys today.
So that may sync up with what...
It's starting to match the raw vote.
That may sync up with what we're seeing now in Fulton County. Now, you got almost half the votes still out there, okay?
Yep.
52% is the estimated number of votes that are in at the moment, okay? So roughly 48% out there. This is Fulton County. This is Kamala Harris. She's going to win the county, okay? But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay? 242,000. You'd have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of the remaining vote comes from, and maybe we take a look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020?
Hey, Jacob, how's it going? You stand with Kamala supporter.
Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county with the early vote. I was on there every hour of every day just trying to analyze it. One thing that was evident from the early vote, don't know about today just yet.
Hey,
but
Jacob, are you feeling bold after Matt Boldy's breakaway goal in overtime against the Leafs? Nice defense, by the way, bud. Go Wild.
Political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%. So that's another indicator, maybe another data point that we need to keep an eye on throughout the night as to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Brett, what are you looking at?
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this issue that was raised in our voter analysis. It said that fully half of all voters said the future of democracy is the most important factor in their vote. That's a big number. I mean, that's a lot of people worried about that. Now,
in the state of Florida, they were voting on bills on the ballot. So we have an update. Florida voters reject recreational marijuana ballot measure. So it's still legal in the state. And they also, Amendment 4, abortion falls in Florida. It is now illegal in the state of Florida based on the voting polls.
The most important, economy, immigration.
Right.
That is something I didn't know that they were also doing as well. So they were voting to do that as well. I did not know that. So is that based on the senators they vote in? We just have a county one, or this is the Senate that was won in Tennessee. Another Senate in Indiana. This is for Trump. This is for Republican. Right now it is 42 to 32 in the U.S. Senate for seats. Elizabeth Warren has gotten her seat back. I know how to drink a beer.
Come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The other thing about it I think is striking is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways it's a BS.
Chris Murphy has won his Senate seat in Connecticut. He will be back. We have two more coming in. Yeah, he's a Democrat. Democrats, though. Wait for it. We got Sheldon Whitehouse wins his Senate seat in Rhode Island, defeating Patricia Morgan. So Democrats pick up another one of their own Senate seats. And Bernie's back again. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders has won his independent seat back again, but we all know Bernie is a socialist Democrat.
That he is, yes.
But how are things looking, Aisha?
Things are looking good here. The crowd behind me still hasn't really filled up the convention center, and that's because I'm told that there's a long security line. Apparently, a lot of folks are at the Hilton partying right next door and still haven't made their way over, and that's because there's a really long security line. They got to go through the max before they get in here. So that is what's holding up the people, the spaces that you see behind me, and why that hasn't filled up just yet. I want to just talk about, you guys were on the big screen when
All right, so we got some more news coming out here. Update polls have just closed in Philadelphia. Ballots are on the move from drop boxes around the city. We have eyes on them. Our journalists are going to follow the ballots to their final location. This is a Steven Crowder update. We have some Senate stuff in Pennsylvania right now. Not looking too good for the Republicans. Dave McCormick is not looking too good. Only 6% of the estimated vote, but still not looking too good. Here's a video of the ballot boxes leaving one of the Philadelphia voting areas. Let's hope they make it to where they got to go.
Many thousands will be here and who's in the crowd. But I am hearing from people close to the vice president, sort of watching these reports come in. They started tonight very anxious about Georgia.
Not having a good night tonight. We know, look, this could go either way, but I think people have good reason to feel pretty confident. It doesn't change that, hey, if you are out there in the West Coast where the polls have not closed, not that I'm going to change anyone's mind right now, make sure you vote. If you're somewhere where the polling stations weren't working and they extended voting hours, make sure you get everyone there who could have possibly missed voting. But yeah, there are a lot of good indicators that we see tonight. And we just talked about, too, I don't know if, but Rumble Premium, we just launched tonight where Mug Club is Rumble Premium. Donald Trump Jr. is going to be on there, and they're adding content where Mug Club is now officially Rumble Premium. It's all one umbrella, and I know that you obviously have been on Rumble for a very long time. You're their top dog because you bet on them when no one was.
Yeah, I heard about it. I love Rumble. I met that guy, Chris, once. You know him? I think he runs a company or something.
Yeah.
We had coffee once or twice. No, I love Rumble. We are really ecstatic to have you on Rumble Premium. I mean, you were one of...
In the state of Virginia, the Senate race has been called. Hillary's VP, Tim Kaine, has retained his seat in the Senate in the state of Virginia. Fuck him.
West a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. What's your team telling you? Evita Duffy's next to me. She knows Wisconsin politics well. Her dad was a congressman there for a long time. Evita's a little concerned about Wisconsin. I'm not knee deep in Wisconsin politics, but what are you thinking?
Well, the best part about Wisconsin is that it has 49 of the drunkest counties out of the top 50. So that's always fun no matter what. They're going to have a good time.
That's pretty awesome.
I have said since the beginning, right, of this election that I think Wisconsin is more likely than Michigan. Being someone who has relatives in both Wisconsin and Michigan, having spent a good portion of my life in Michigan, just because of the corruption, Michigan. One thing people don't like to acknowledge, McCarthy was right. When he talked about communists, when he talked about spies, he was right about them infiltrating institutions, namely academia, Hollywood, but also the unions in the United States. And that's why when you look at, for example, the Teamsters, when you look at the actual percentage of the members of the union who were overwhelmingly supporting Donald Trump, what happens is you have union leadership just sit it out because they are not looking to do the will of their actual members, right? It's really about those in charge. As far as Wisconsin, I think that Wisconsin is more inherently conservative than Michigan outside of Milwaukee and Madison. I'm interested to hear why Evita is less confident. I'm not super confident in either of those states, but I do think that Wisconsin is more likely than Michigan. But I'd be curious to hear Evita's thoughts and if she thinks that Michigan is more likely. Oh, 1 second.
Michigan is more likely.
I'm sorry. We didn't get your microphone there. I'm sorry, Evita.
Now we got
Could you go one more time?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
No, so what I meant is that I think Milwaukee is a little more prone to cheating. That's what I'm saying. I think it's a little insecure. They're having to recount already in Milwaukee. There were a lot of discrepancies in 2020. I'm not worried about the people of Wisconsin. I love the people of Wisconsin. I'm worried about the process.
You know what? It's funny that you said that.
Yeah, I think you kind of echo the same. So you just said the same thing.
About
you
Michigan.
The same
about Michigan. Right? Yeah, about Michigan. And so I hear where you're coming. But in Michigan, they just made it too big for people to understand there was a cheat. Like, for example, I didn't live in Michigan for a very long time in the last election. But I received a ballot to my old address, and it just said that it was processing. And I had...
All right, guys, we got a lot of updates coming soon. A lot of voting going on. A lot of Senate stuff. We are currently waiting to see exactly which states are going to be grabbed by Trump or Kamala. Right now, we have a 95-35 lead for Trump.
A rhino, someone who was pretty conservative, was looked at for the national stage. We haven't had that in Michigan in quite a while. The state legislature kind of goes back and forth, but the entire system in Michigan is corrupt because of Wayne County. And not only that, but you can see it in Grand Rapids. You certainly see it even in northern Michigan areas like Traverse City.
Okay, so we have just seen a little discrepancy here. Each program we're looking at, the Times and the Sun, Fox, and CNN are all giving completely different totals, I guess you could say, for Trump and Kamala here. We have a 95-35, a 105-72, and I don't know what CNN's was. It's no longer up, but they are all completely different totals. None of them are accurate, I guess. But we will give updates as we go here. North Carolina right now, not looking too good.
Georgia, with North Carolina's at 11%, 6%, less than 6% difference. We're good. But Georgia, with almost half the vote counted, Trump has an 11% lead. That's a huge battleground. That's a huge state that he did lose in 2020, which he is now looking like he is poised to flip. A huge battleground state, which he will need to win the election. He has an 11% lead in the state of Georgia with 48% reporting, according to the Clinton News Network.
According to the Clinton News Network, yes. We actually have some polls closing in about 7 minutes. That means some more states will be giving their totals here soon. We will be updating you guys as they give us their totals.
Dream Rumble loves you. I love you. You've been a good friend to me. Georgia right now does not look good for Kamala Harris. Now, again, it depends on what portion of the state. There could be some urban vote. There could be some rural. We don't really know, but 55% of the vote is, so we have a good sample size. Donald Trump is at this point is up pretty handily in Georgia. This doesn't look good, again, for Kamala Harris. What's your team telling you about Georgia? Because like I said, if Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina go our way handily, there's just no math for her.
Well, there's math for her if she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But, you know, yeah, it's certainly a good start. And that's why we thought if we look at the East Coast, we're looking for some other indicators like in Virginia, like in New Hampshire to see where that margin is. But
got Dan Bongino with Steven Crowder right now giving the facts, saying if Georgia, North Carolina flip and go red, it is pretty much game over for Kamala. So we'll see. And also Pennsylvania. We'll see what happens here.
The vote. So going forward on these, as these dumps come in, that number that he needs to win is going down. So 46% of the outstanding vote is all he needs to win in Georgia right now. So that's something that we will track over time. It is heading down. It was 47.7%. Now it's 46%. So as these dumps come in, Trump is getting a large share, and it's cutting the number he needs of whatever's remaining to actually be able to win. So the trend is good in Georgia right now.
Yes, and we're providing right now. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. This is from all the acidic vomit the last 2 days. No joke, where I was worried about my vocal cords keeping up.
Different.
We actually have an exclusive graph that we're providing to the audience so they can see what percentage of the remaining dumps Donald Trump knows, so they can see that go down in real time. And like you said, it's a very good trend for Donald Trump. It's not a deadlock, but if you look at Georgia and you look at North Carolina, if he wins those, and of course Florida was called very early, and you look at the margins in some of those eastern states, he doesn't have to win them. For example, like in a place like New York, I think he only needs to be within 16. I think only losing it by 16, and that would put him really with the last Republican to win. I believe it was George H.W. Bush in 1988 who came that close in New York. So we're looking at some of these numbers. I think you're right. Hopefully we just helped undergird, not your gut.
We have a very close race in Rhode Island, and Joe Biden is beating Trump. No, I'm just kidding. This is 2020, Delaware. I know he's comparing. I was just making a joke.
Because I don't want to get out ahead of myself, but in 2016, Dan Horowitz over at Conservative Review. Do you know Dan at all? Yeah, he has his own podcast. But well, Dan and I, we kind of got into it. I mean, friendly. It's not like we were doing jiu-jitsu or anything. But
Trump is destroying Kamala right now with an 81% in Butler County.
And I saw it. I saw like all these people with yard signs who weren't on my knock list. And they were like, oh, yeah, I never vote. That's why I'm not on your knock list. I'm just voting for Trump. And I said, man, this guy's going to win. And I had that feeling. I'm sensing it this time, too. I mean, the big Mo, I don't know what the hell you call it, but you just know, like in a fight, anything from like jujitsu to someone else. When the momentum's on your side, you can feel it.
Yeah.
And I want to be Trump right now. I sure as hell don't want to be Kamala.
No, I think that's a good read. And, if you guys want to look at some of these details, it's free for anyone. The electionintegritymap.com. You can check it out where we're providing data that they're not providing in a lot of these other places. So your gut is right, and the numbers that you have are reflected when you get even deeper into the numbers. So you're not wrong, but what you're feeling is probably a result of the blue chews. So let's keep that to a minimum.
Steve, we love you, man. At Rumble, you're amazing. So really, you guys have been an absolute champion for freedom of speech. We're so glad to have you. Rumble Premium Mug Club moved over. It's awesome. Thanks, brother. We really appreciate it. Gerald, send me another bottle.
Got you covered.
Yeah, he's got you covered.
I got you covered.
Love that guy.
He'll send you a bottle. He'll send me a
Take
box
care.
of Franzia.
Bottle of
Dan
cold duck.
Bongino. Go.
Love it, guys.
All right, that was Dan Bongino on Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder is going crazy. Gotta love his little show he's got going on there. Definitely not little, but we're going to get into some Fox News analysis here. Like I said earlier, every single cast we're looking at, the Times and the Sun, Fox, and CNN are all giving different outcomes right now for their projections on who is winning, or I guess supposedly what the votes are supposed to be. Ohio is dead tied right now. 49-49 in Ohio. It's going to be a 1% lead. Right now, we are looking at a very close race in Georgia. Trump is ahead in Georgia, 55% to 44%. No, the one before it was 50-50 pretty much.
This Saturday, Tacoma, Iowa, the Bridgeview Center Theater. And look, Donald Trump Jr. told you, Dan Bongino will tell you,
what we have been
OG,
seeing
funniest
is
man.
an increase in jobs for non-citizens, illegal and legal, and a decrease in jobs for American citizens. That's important. People understand.
Kevin
that.
O'Leary, just with the quick time we have left, she has talked a lot about being from the middle class. It was the first sentence out of her mouth a lot. President Trump has been promising a golden age in an American economic future. What do you see winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to both parties and disappointed we didn't get into policy enough because it got crazy towards the end last few weeks. Let's go back to taxation. We compete internationally. It's not like this is just isolated to the U.S. A 28% tax rate takes us into the bottom quartile of competition. That means capital goes to other places. That's not a good outcome. So I would have liked to talk more about that. The idea of taxing unrealized capital gains is beyond insane. Nobody ever discussed that in the last 2 weeks. I look at that. I have to invest tomorrow morning no matter what happens. And the idea of price controls, that's a bad idea too. We left those alone, and they are very, very dangerous ideas.
But don't you think, I mean, with all due respect, Trump hammered away on every single thing you just talked about.
Shout out to Fox News for having Canadian legend Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, on the panel. Gotta love Mr. Wonderful. But for us Canadians, and seeing the Canadian on, gotta love it. Shout out Kevin O'Leary, shout out Mr. Wonderful. Watch Dragon's Den. Great show.
PM on the East Coast and the Fox Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win Arkansas. The state hasn't voted for a Democratic presidential candidate since Bill Clinton.
And as you look at the
Arkansas just called to Trump, now leading up 111 to 72.
That'll be on your screen all night, and the ticker there on the bottom, and then we'll scroll.
And it's once again another Republican stronghold. The last time they voted for a Democrat, it was Bill, I like it in the Oval Office, Clinton.
Britt, they're still talking about the economy in that other studio. Pretty much.
I kind of wish we missed it. Sorry, we missed it.
Dip in.
Well, they were talking a lot more substance than when we heard on the campaign trail when it came in. They're absolutely right. I mean, we did not have a good debate, for instance, over economic issues, and it clearly is the number one issue on people's minds. Brett?
We didn't really get into policy. I'm keeping an eye here on what are called the non-MAGA Republican voters.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of discussion over the past several years about whether the anti-Trump Republican, the Never Trump movement, would end up mattering. Our voter analysis memos tells us that if she wins, that will be the decisive factor. I'm not quite sure I buy that, But it's interesting that, and I think that what we have here, and the fact that the Trump campaign has made such an effort to turn out these low propensity voters, that is to say, what we might call unlikely voters, that might be how they plan to make up the difference among Republican voters that they might lose.
I think that has been the strategy, right? I mean, Kellyanne?
Sure. Well, we've said all night and all week, well, gee, we don't know anything. Well, here's what we do know, that the two parties had a primary season and only one party participated in it, the Republicans. We had a lot of strong men and I think at least one woman running in the Republican primary. One candidate and a super PAC spent $250 million to get 9 electoral votes. Another woman got 97 electoral votes. They spent over $100 million. I like them all very much. I'm glad they're part of the party. Donald Trump has expanded this party. Good candidates expand their party demographically, geographically. Florida, Iowa, Ohio, these are states President Obama won twice with well over 50% of the vote. We don't even talk about them as swing states anymore. He's going to get 1 million extra votes in Florida potentially tonight. So I have to push back a little bit about, is it this disaffected Republican? Every time there's a Republican of note, of name out there that goes and supports Kamala Harris, Liz Cheney and John Kelly and this, everybody just has to cover, the mainstream media has to cover it. They're missing the big story, which is the millions, maybe tens of millions of would-be, could-be, have-been Democrats voting for Donald Trump, the rank and file people. They don't have big names. They're not going to go on MSNBC and crow about it and go campaign with Kamala Harris. They're showing up today, and they're showing up early. And the fact that he has converted this into the party of the worker, and he has told Americans not everybody has to be stuffed into a 4-year college degree, that the welders, the steel workers in Pennsylvania, the coal miners, they've got a seat at the table. They can work again. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And she's not doing that. She's not winning black men. Folks, Barack Obama did not help her bridge this gap, at least in Georgia so far. We'll see in Michigan,
Jessica, we will see that because that blue wall will really tell us something.
What's up, Frosty? How's it going?
There's a lot of Reagan Democrats in this coalition. One of the things to note right now at this hour, we have not called the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Right.
It is a lot closer than people thought it would be. The Trump campaign did a stop in Virginia. They thought it was closing. We're not calling it yet.
No, not yet. And
all right, I got a couple things we can go over while we are waiting for just about anything to happen here. Give us some new news eventually from either CNN, Fox, or The Sun, The Times and The Sun. Let's go to a little meme here. They actually voted for Trump, LMAO. This is Jill Biden wearing MAGA red, and you are blackpilling. And here is Joe Biden wearing the Trump hat again. Or no, wait, is that the same one? That might have been the same one, but still, that photo is absolutely hilarious. I actually do like to think that there are a good majority of Democrats, along with Joe Biden, who are very pissed about the fact that Kamala got hand over fist just shoved in instead of him. Anyway, we got another one here. Kamala got caught in 4K telling a family in Pennsylvania to go back inside their homes so she could stage a door knock. So fake. Let's take a look at this, and then we're going to give it an update.
In all of those places. So, and she did the same thing.
We're going to hold on. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers. Major poll closings coming up. We'll get our first look at Arizona. Remember Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is
my kingdom. But anyway, you get the point. She's incredibly desperate at this point and is pulling every single stunt she can to try and grab any sort of publicity and make herself look good. You see one of her rallies compared to Trump's. Trump fills up an entire stadium and there are people outside. Kamala can't even fill up a community center, and it's just sad. This is what we are dealing with.
But you could fill up a cemetery.
Ayo, okay. Swinging the microphone around like a madman. Let's get back into it.
And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Fox and Friends tomorrow.
Back, and let's get a look
but actually
at
now
a live look.
it's pretty damn appropriate because we were talking about Georgia.
Right, yeah, we can go. We have actually 4 states that we can kind of show, but if we go to Georgia first.
Okay, let's bring up Georgia. So explain to people what it is. This is exclusive to everyone back there. Louder with Crowder, exclusive to Mug Club. I keep saying that, but Rumble Premium and the work that you guys are doing. Tell people what it is that they're looking at right now.
Yeah, so if you look at the red bar or the red bar on this graph, what that's showing is the amount of the percentage of the votes that have come in the last whatever time period we're refreshing at.
Hold on a second. I'm going to move the mic so that because your good looks don't help you with mic control. There you go. I'm just going to move it so that way when you turn to me. Look at this. Look at this. That's jacked up.
I've never been good at mics, as they say.
Guys got negative body.
Do they say that?
I don't think anyone says that.
They might.
I think right now all the ladies are swooning in chat. Button up your shirt.
I've seen premature babies. I've seen fatter premature babies.
Actually, hold on a second. You can unbutton it. We could adjust our white balance. All right. There we go. So So sorry, you're bringing up the Georgia graph.
Yes. So on that graph, that red bar is showing the percentage of votes that Republicans have got of the last dump, however often we're refreshing. Usually about every hour we'll refresh this.
Mm-hmm.
And so within the last dump, Republicans have gotten, or Trump has gotten 57.2% of those votes that just came in.
So the gray bar is the remaining percentage of the vote that he needs to get, the share of the vote that he needs to get to win.
Right. The gray is of all the votes that are left, he now needs to win 46% of them to win the state.
Right. So that's going down consistently, which is a good trend.
So a good trend, you would see that gray bar continue to go down.
Right.
Now, the reporting's still very early. There's only about 50% in. So if DeKalb comes in and there's a huge dump for Kamala, what you'll see is the red go down and the gray go up.
Right.
So as long as we're seeing red up, gray down, that's a good trend for him.
Great. And then did you guys get those numbers on Florida?
On the counties? Or?
Yeah, on the counties.
Yeah, we did. We sent them in. They should be on air, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I would imagine quite a pretty high Jewish voting population in some of those counties, and Hispanic, of course.
With those, Sam is working right now very hard to get you the specific Jewish votes. We have the broad county range, but he's looking at the stuff right now.
Yeah, he's calling all of them.
Yes.
It's like three delis that haven't reported.
But we actually have the graphic for.
You're damn right, Paul. That's what's up.
Pennsylvania, and again, this is exclusive. This is the kind of data. Okay, so what we are seeing right now is the remaining percentage of the vote that Donald Trump would need to win. That's pretty high right there.
It is, because what you're seeing here is these are all the early votes that are being counted. And we know Kamala, who I don't give a shit. She was coming in with a huge lead, but we know that lead wasn't as big as they wanted it to be. So it looks bad, but the further we get into the counting, you should see the red start coming up. So he's going to get bigger and bigger proportions.
Also, of course, the Amish vote isn't in yet.
Yeah,
that's true.
Don't believe it is.
And that's huge for Trump.
Well, that's because Witness is on reruns on TBS.
That's right. And what the hell?
Do you think that's got to be like their? Oh, you got to take the label off. Oh,
really? Huh?
Oh my gosh. And by the way, while we're talking about Pennsylvania, this is where the firewall, like we said, you're seeing that right there. The early votes was 409,000, but that's 91,000 short of what the Democrats needed.
Correct.
So that was entirely expected, and it's still short of what Democrats need.
So what they were saying earlier, a bunch of the news networks were reporting that to win the state, they would want Kamala to get 700,000 votes from Philadelphia County.
Right.
Which would be about 100,000 more than Joe Biden actually won.
Right.
So things are not, again, I don't want to pop any champagne. You don't do that. But if you were looking for good trends, they're there. So
yeah. Well, you know what else I really like? And this is no small thing. The fact that you said Kamala, I don't give a shit. The fact that you just said that on a stream that is many, many times bigger than CNN or legacy media is great, because there they say that's a racist trope.
Of course.
But the truth is,
I just don't know because I don't care.
I know exactly.
Yeah.
I go back and forth. Kamala, I don't care because she's a bitch.
How about cum stain? How's that sound?
Yeah, come on now.
If she was
the biggest election stream of the century.
If she was full Indian, I might be slightly more interested.
Yes, you might be slightly more interested because of the Asian fetish. Does that extend to Indians for you?
I want to watch.
He likes the Asian ladies.
Yeah, generally.
Which, by the way, is the least creepy preference ever. I don't know if you know this, but a lot of the guys like the Asian ladies. Now, if you're a woman who likes Asian men, that's weird.
I don't. The Asian broads.
Again, I have a lot of Korean friends, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay, you can abstain from. Is there anything else that we need to know?
No, but we'll be watching all the swing states, and we can come back in and give you updates on that whenever you want to.
So before, you are always, and this is also why we love working with Lane the Brain and everyone we have here. We have brilliant researchers here. You have George the Greek. You do have, begrudgingly, Sam from HR does some great work.
The Jewish research.
Yes, the Jewish research. If I ask for a Holocaust stat, he is on it. Anything else, it's like, take it or leave it.
Now, Stephen, you have to remember, these are the same people.
Yes. There's always some kind of factoid about the Holocaust. But, I get it. It was a big deal to them. A bad one.
Lane looks like somebody who was working in the Holocaust.
Oh, yeah.
On the wrong side.
Yes, he absolutely does.
He looks like every fucking army guy.
Yes. He looks like the page
list.
He looks like the page master version of Hitler Youth. Like
Doesn't he?
Walked back in. Or like that Take On Me video. Take on me. It was just Hitler Youth, and it's just Lane.
Lane's just about to do some meth and charge a city.
Yes, exactly. Well, don't forget the morphine. Meth, morphine. What was I saying before that?
You like working
well, you're very cautiously optimistic. We really do try and call balls and strikes. Now, we let people know when it's our opinion. For example, our opinion, the country is going to be in serious decline for a period of time if Kamala Harris wins. We all agree on that. What is not a matter of opinion is what the numbers look like. Before we started tonight, and I've said this since the beginning, 65, 35, I've always thought, Donald Trump, but by no means is it a lock. Today, you felt cautiously optimistic.
Correct.
Do you feel better based on where we are right now than when we started?
I do. I just want to see numbers.
So it's completely dead in terms of what is happening with new states popping up for Trump or Kamala. We are waiting at least for the next set of polls to close, and then we'll wait for the next set to get any sort of update. It is too early to call in places like North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Right now, though, we are looking at a very close race in Virginia. Almost half the votes counted, estimated. 50-50 pretty much down the center. Harris is winning in Connecticut, but only 2% of the votes have been counted. So we'll see what happens. In the next hour or so, a lot of these very important states should get called, and we should have some info coming in. Looks like Harris is possibly going to win Delaware with a 56. 50% of the votes counted. She most likely will. Trump is probably going to win Georgia, so we'll have a Georgia dub for Trump. We will see what happens here coming up in the next hour or so. Very big race. Very close in some states, too. Not all of them, but it looks like in Illinois, 5% has been counted, and Harris is leading by 60%. Harris is leading by 52%. In Kansas, 30% of the vote has been counted. So we will be giving updates here very consistently. Looks like Trump, though, is leading by over 100 on most of the polls right now. About 115 to 101, roughly. Very good stuff going on here.
On to break. We're just going to let you take
It's no saltines.
Well, so is it a saltine appropriate break or not?
Yes.
Okay.
But
There's some eggplant in the trash. Grab that.
And also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going South. That's one of the things that, as somebody from Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California, and Colorado was reliably red. When I was a kid, it is now reliably blue. And so you get South Park making fun of California all the time and being very frustrated that they moved there. That's not happening in the South. So if people are leaving the Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here to watch in the numbers there. The other thing I wanted to say is that one of the things I think we're seeing, especially with some of these lower propensity voters or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters, is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics and into voting because their situation is dire and they want a better life. So they went to the rallies and they went to the podcasts and they had fun and they got involved. What will be interesting to see is Kellyanne might be able to correct me, but as I understand it, if you don't vote often or if you're a first-time voter, whichever party you vote for the first time, you're likely to vote for that party the second time, and then you might have that voter for life. So the political realignment that is happening and the coalitions that Harris and Trump are putting together could have longer legs.
Well, it goes to what Kellyanne was saying earlier about the working element of the Republican Party shifting. And I think that when you look at Ohio, you are seeing a concentration likely coming from the suburbs, which is leaning more to Harris.
There's something else I see very quickly, and I see it in Virginia. Remember, this is the first presidential election since Glenn Youngkin was elected over Terry McAuliffe on the issues of wokeness and education and just really post-COVID policies. These school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights renaissance in this country that continues. And I think two pillars that we don't cover enough in all the issues, the themes here, are wokeness and weakness. In our Fox News voter analysis, Trump is seen as the strong leader by more than 10 points over Kamala Harris, strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over wokeness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women's sports. They don't want to think their kids are stuck in schools based on their zip code. They don't want the pipe fitters and plumbers to pay for student loans of doctors and lawyers. And they don't want 10 million people to come here, including in all these states we're seeing, and get cash and cell phones and clothing. And
Breaking from Donald Trump's Twitter account, Pennsylvania, Cambria County, that's how you say it, Kish, polling hours have been extended to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and in Laughlin Borough, polling hours have been extended to 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Stay in line and vote, from Donald J. Trump.
So it looks like in the more important states, the times... Oh, they had issues, right? That's right. The power went out in Pennsylvania in some of the voting areas, which is it's just very convenient that stuff goes out like that all of a sudden.
Maybe win one. And if he can win Virginia, we thought we were going to have a long night. We might have a longer night as we think about these numbers here over the next few hours.
It might be a shorter night.
Or shorter if these surprises
Virginia.
happen.
So we really have to look at the gender breakdown in these states and where we are at half the vote in some place like Ohio and Texas, where that vote's coming from. We're going to get that. Coming up.
Minutes away, Brett. That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin all about to close, and Sean Hannity will enter our chat as our special coverage continues.
Politically, while recognising that we are lost in eternity. I know from listening to people who provide this kind of analysis very brilliantly, like on your channel and over on Daily Wire, and even in spaces that are of a different political purview, that the significant places appear to be Georgia and Wisconsin. But I'm watching the granular stuff now, Gerald, of people saying like, Hispanics in Philadelphia have rolled up their trouser legs. Oh no, is that good?
I'm sorry, I just came in. I had to eat saltines because I was sick, and I heard Russell Brand talking about Hispanic trouser legs.
That happened.
The Hispanics, they're rolling up their trouser legs. That's a good sign in Philadelphia, Stephen. We can relax.
I don't know if you said I was thinking trouser snake, which, by the way, Russell, I know that I've watched your jiu-jitsu videos. You do quite well for yourself, my friend. So I don't know what those geese.
It's not a result of any serpents in my trousers.
Oh, I'm not saying it's the one who fooled Eve. I'm saying it's a friendly serpent. So what did I miss here? Because, sorry, I don't know if Gerald filled you in. I lost a bunch of weight, stomach flu from hell, which it could be the result of some spiritual attack, we could say, where I had to be hooked up to an IV to make it here tonight.
What you missed is Russell said I was a very nice guy, and you guys shouldn't give me a hard time.
Oh, well, he's full of shit. That's why we left his country. So, what did I miss, John? I'm sorry.
I asked him what he was looking for, and he was the granular data. So yeah, you didn't miss anything.
And you're stateside right now, right, Russell?
Yeah, I'm in Miami right now, and I'm watching Hispanic voters. Hold on, there's two Hispanic voters.
Oh no! Come on, I don't buy it. I see not a weed whacker amongst them.
Catholic voters.
Those are Cubans. They don't weed.
Are they Cuban Americans?
One's a Cuban American.
Thank you. By the way, we've talked about Cubans quite a bit. My agent, Gay William, is Cuban American, gay, and to the right of Attila the Hun. Cuban Americans are a different breed. Let me ask her, your mom or your dad, when you were growing up, if you were sad or depressed about something, did they just tell you to get another job?
Yeah, they'd be like, listen, at least it's not communism.
Come in.
Exactly. They tell you about how they couldn't.
All right, I got a video here I want to look at very briefly. This is California. Take a look. all Trump flags everywhere. It's actually just interesting to see a little parade of Trump flags in California. It's definitely not going to Trump, but it's interesting to see. Rest in peace, Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon. This is Squirrels for Trump. A little video going on here of a squirrel eating some peanuts or food with a Squirrels for Trump sign. We dedicated this stream to Peanut and Fred. R.I.P. Gone but never forgotten. The New York government viciously euthanized these animals for no reason at all. Absolutely unnecessary. Is going to cause an uprising in the United States as we know it. I'm just kidding, it's not. But here we have another video. Yeah, it's totally insane. The only reason to ban ID is to make voting fraud untraceable. Obviously, California is the most corrupt voting system in all the U.S. Take a look at this video.
Yeah, H-E-N.
And the first 3 letters of your first name?
J-O-R. It may be that may be correct.
Oh, and your house number?
It may be Avenues.
Can you confirm your year of birth?
It might be 1985, but it might not.
I'm gonna cancel your vote by mail ballot. Is your birthday 1985?
It might be. I mean, yeah, but it might not be.
Well, what is your birthday?
It's 1985. Okay. I'm just saying it might not be. You can't verify it, but I'm just telling you it is.
Okay, are you? You're gonna sign an oath? You're okay with?
Yeah, I'm gonna sign it off.
That is 1985.
Yeah, it's my birthday.
Great.
I'm just saying it might not be.
I'm gonna cancel your vote by mail ballot.
You can't see my ID, right? You could just verify my ID, right?
I mean, I take your word for it. It's California.
Exactly. So might be, might not be.
But if you're,
yeah, I'll sign my oath.
So I just want to ask a quick question, Susan. She asked him. She's a student, so she's
I get
learning.
it. Yeah, I get it.
She asked him.
Anyways, some major stuff going on here. Do we have some new news? No, nothing in here, but in terms of the polls, crazy stuff going on. Okay, let's return back to the gang, shall we?
That he say, I just hope that Russell realizes, because I think his heart is in the right place, that he thinks the government is going to be altruistic. But once you realize that they're not, and that's what I used to say, there was never any hatred or animosity, because you have to understand, I grew up in a socialist province in Quebec, where I had experienced it. But here's one thing I will say, because I know that you've talked about, not only your faith, and Gerald and I have been watching this in a truer conversion I don't think we've seen in the public eye, even though I know you keep a lot of it private, and we've had private conversations. They will use this.
How's it going, Miss Helleth Razor?
And they'll point to the hypocrisy. And it is true. Everyone is a hypocrite. But let me tell you what I believe is the primary difference. And tell me if you give this some credence. For example, I think pornography is bad. I would be lying if I said I've never seen it.
From the election wizard, tweeted out just now at 8:55 p.m. New York Times forecast. Georgia leans Trump, and he's precedent to flip a major county. I forget the name of it right now, but it's 41% African American. He's poised to flip it. And in the Electoral College vote, the New York Times is now saying Trump will end up with 279 votes, which would give him the presidency. That is from the New York Times at the moment via the election wizard, who I do trust. That is what it stands at 8:55 p.m. Stay tuned for more info. Back to Kish with sports.
All right, we're not talking sports, but we are talking the election. Every single outlet we are looking at right now has Trump leading by over 100 right now. Currently, Kamala is not doing too well.
grabbed by the throat by Jesus Christ is that I no longer feel that I have to myself combine and align contradictory ideas. I'm living my life from a state of surrender, acceptance of my own limitations, and at my best, Stephen, I'm only communicating with an audience.
Yes, they've said it numerous times. This quite possibly is the biggest election period ever of all time, literally.
I'm talking to our Lord. I'm talking to our Lord.
It's not an exaggeration.
When I'm failing as a husband, when I'm failing as a father, when I'm failing as a boss, when I'm failing as a content provider, when I'm not polite enough on the street, when I know that I experience temptation. But I've always been open and authentic, and I've always been guided by these ideas. But in surrendering to Him, everything makes sense now. And now it is my purpose to, as best I can, share my testimony, to live my mission and my ministry, and to celebrate the triune God, being understanding of people that don't see the world that way, because for a long time I didn't see the world that way. Right. And being patient and seeing how it's going to be relevant in these spaces, and seeing how I can still muck about, man, and have fun.
Yeah.
And so that it's changed me pretty radically and pretty quickly, and it's changing me all the time.
Oh man, well that's great to hear, and I'm glad to hear you put it so authentically, because we unfortunately sometimes have people, they convert and then right away it's, well, and by the way, and everything that I did was wrong, and now I'm going to do it this way, and they right away go to telling everyone else everything is wrong. Look, if people want to count up the sins, they can just watch this stream tonight. That's why I always, if it goes to theology, I say, well, bring up Gerald, because he's basically an actual choir boy. Not actual choir, but the point is, like, he's as Boy Scout as you get, whereas, come on, no one's going to take it from me. Let me ask you this, Russell, where's your gut telling you tonight? And we're just doing this, everyone. What's your prediction as far as how this turns out?
Is pretty
well, my prediction is only based on listening to the predictions of people that know more than me. But it seems like a Trump victory followed by a period of tumult. But don't you still, in spite of your position, try and consume media that's, contrary? And are they confident? Are they falling apart? I can't tell.
Yeah, it's a little too early for them to tell, but I will tell you there's not the same confidence. There's less confidence tonight than they certainly even had in 2016, and that was one that was a shock to all of us. So it's a good point. We do have the leftist meltdown alert. We have an entire team back there looking at numbers and also watching their streams. I expect when we get to the swing states, that's when you're going to see things get pretty wild and woolly. And we have some real nerds working back here. And I mean that as a compliment, but real nerds and some granular data. And hey, Russell, I know you got a lot to do tonight. So where's the best place for people to find you and support you?
Find me on Rumble, the same as you. But we're in the same place. We're working on this together. Get Rumble Premium if you don't got it already. And I mean, you don't need me to tell you that the Mug Club is a fantastic place to hang out. I'm on Rumble.
Oh, we just made the announcement tonight. Mug Club is Rumble Premium. Rumble Premium is Mug. So now Mug Club is being absorbed into Rumble Premium. So all those people are premium members. We just made that announcement tonight, where it's we've taken Mug Club as far as we can, and now Rumble Premium is going to be the overall network. Everything on Mug Club is now available to Rumble Premium subscribers. And tonight is the last night people can get the OG mugs, because Rumble Premium, we know, is the future. A one-stop shop where people have tip jar fatigue. It's like they want to support creators, but we always envisioned a portal where they can support a multitude of creators and also get something that's of value, like ad-free. So we'll be under the same umbrella.
Keep me one of them mugs, will you?
Yes. I absolutely will. And I will for your wonderful Cuban-American assistance there, because I'm telling you, Russell,
we got some news coming in right now from the Clinton News Network. It is currently 9 p.m. Eastern Standard. Donald Trump has won Texas with 40 electoral votes. That is a massive number dropping in for Trump. 40 votes. North Dakota, only 3. That was a little bit unexpected, though. I think Kamala was set to win North Dakota originally. Maybe not, but she came off strong in the start there. Wyoming also going to Donald Trump with 3 electorals. We have no projections, but at 9 p.m. the polls will be closing for Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, Wisconsin. A lot of people tell me I am leading by 154 points right now. Kamala's only got 27. 27. If this is true, if CNN is telling accurate information, which that's rare. That is quite rare to see accurate information coming out of CNN. 154 to 27 is quite the lead right now, you could say. I'm not much of a numbers guy, but 154, 27. That is a very big lead.
I'm having a good time, Texas staying red with me tonight. Suck it, Austin. McGavin stood up from his seat. And Dan Crenshaw only has one eye. How do you lose it? I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me.
There's the map.
Right.
There you have it from Steven Crowder himself.
Actually a good company. They don't screw you like a lot of gold companies out there. I've said too much.
I know.
Well, no, you're not saying too much. I had to talk to you about this, and you're like, look, man, I can't sleep at night. And I'm like, no. What if I find the right company? You're like, all right, if you find the right company, I'll be willing to talk about it.
Yes.
And we found the right company with Noble Gold. So
yes.
Go support
We
those
absolutely
guys.
have. And by the way, I'm not joking. I threw that gold coin.
Fox News can project that the former president will win Wyoming, where 3 electoral votes. So there you see the tally on your screen, 178 electoral votes to 113. That map of the U.S. is slowly filling in, and we will continue to bring that to you throughout the night as we make more calls.
So moving to the Senate and back to the Rust Belt as well. The Fox News decision desk say it is too early to call this race, which we've been watching between incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is in a close race now with Republican banker and entrepreneur Eric Hovde.
Michigan Senate race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers competing against current Democratic House Representative Alyssa Slotkin. In Arizona, Democratic House Representative Ruben Gallego has a lead on Republican candidate Kari Lake. Also too early to call out there.
Let's go to Nebraska, and there are 2 Senate races on the ballot today, and the race between incumbent Deb Fischer and independent Dan Osborne is close to call, and too early to call, I should say, according to our decision desk. Fox News can project that Republican Pete Ricketts will continue to serve as a Nebraska senator.
In Texas, 2-term Senator Ted Cruz is locked in a close race against current Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Too early to call that race, according to the decision desk, but they can project that Minnesota's Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar will sail to a 4th term.
Around 5%
New York Democratic Senator Kristen Gillibrand will win another term in the Empire State, and Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeats Republican Nella Domenici.
Daughter of the late Senator Domenici. Yes. North Dakota's GOP Senator Kevin Kramer will easily win a 2nd term. And in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast. And we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel. And we start to get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard. Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters.
No, I know what you're saying.
I'm
just joking. Okay, so a couple things here.
Go blue.
We talk Michigan. We'll be in Ohio in a moment here. Hang on 1 second there, Bob. Okay, just want to show you this. I mean, this is really, it's got to be your target right now. Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there. Okay, it hasn't really moved. So the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%. And Kamala Harris hanging in there with 7. She's going to win the county. Okay. Question is the margin. The question is whether or not Trump is chewing in this African American male vote that we were talking about. Because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county.
Those are also
this is rural,
races are also
and it's also African American. 47% African Americans. It's a small county here. It's called Anson. All right. Trump's winning.
A bunch of the battleground Senate seats.
What's that mean? Okay, this is Biden 4 years ago
being 5
by
away,
4 points. Okay,
definitely in very good
Trump right now flipping
we
that
also have the
county,
West
that,
Coast with, like, Washington
is there a
State
minority
and
vote out there that
where they will
is
make up
helping to buoy his campaign?
But the Senate,
It's something we got to
tracking
consider.
very well where
Another thing
they
I
could
want to
pick up
point
a
out, just
seat
while I
or
got you
two
here, okay,
and flip the
guys?
Senate to
This is the
which
part of
would
the
be
state that
huge
was
no matter
racked by
how
that
many
hurricane,
else
all right? This is Trump territory, all right? 61%. 68%.
I think that's all we really got for right now, so I will turn you guys back over.
81%. But come in here for a little bit. This is Buncombe, all right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now, about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote in. She's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53.
Breaking news per the election.
This is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. You know, 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on the percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison with Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there. Bill, I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned.
At the moment, Fox News has it 178, 113 Trump. I'm assuming that includes Ohio. The Times and the Sun, I can't read the end of it. Bill knows it. Has it 120 to 99 for Trump. And CNN has it 154 to 27 for Trump. But I can confirm the state of Ohio has gone to Donald J. Trump.
Raw votes. Okay, now, if Michigan is that close, it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether or not it helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far. So that's for you, by the way. Let's interact with the panel here.
Yes.
Trey Gowdy's here. You know, what about that point about third party? RFK Jr. tries, first of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. The ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota, but Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election. I was in the green room, Brett, doing what I did in high school, which is finding the two smartest kids in the class and sitting in between them and looking on their papers. That's McCarthy and Rove. There may be a 269 tie. I know nobody wants to hear that.
We have an update. Kamala Harris has won Delaware. CNN's reporting that Trump is up 154 to 30 now. I got a feeling that Kamala is just going to get this massive boost of numbers, and then it'll be dead even, and then Trump is going to pull ahead again.
I think they would.
What are you looking at, Brett?
Well, 8 years ago, you may remember, it was a while before we sensed that the Trump upset
That's my prediction, at least. Probably
one
wrong.
of the earliest indicators we got was from the betting
Just
odds.
throwing something
which
out
I
there.
was at a farther point on the,
You guys
on the
are in the
panel
chat
that
right
night.
now
By
on
the
the
time you
stream.
got to me,
Let me know what you guys are thinking about this whole situation. Vote in the poll if you haven't yet. Vote for whoever in the poll.
stood a 58% chance, according to the betting odds, of winning the election. As I read this off the screen now, 69.2%. So whoever's doing the betting out there and affecting these odds is increasingly of the view that he will win the election.
And how much does it impact it that, here that you're seeing some of these betting markets in the United States? Because there's a lot of people who are playing them probably in a fundamental way.
These odds composed by Maxim Lott and John Stossel are from Betfair, Smarkets, Predicted, Polymarket, Kalshi, and
It's a basket.
It's a basket. It's an average.
Dana, what are you looking at?
I am looking at some of just on X, watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College. And, about a week ago, there was some conventional wisdom that she could actually win the Electoral College, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have been wondering about Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time. Apparently, that's another complaint that they have, for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for 40 days or something with no press conference. And it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure. Again, we're acting like this thing is over.
No, we're not. I was just playing off of Dana's point.
But I do think after the debate, she performed so well against Trump. She asked for another debate. I thought that the interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen with her throughout the last several years. You would have thought, because she did well there, that she would want to go and do more of them. But
more interviews?
More interviews to sit down and talk.
After the one with Brett?
After the one with Brett.
She booted the question about when she first knew that he was not himself.
Well, I have a slightly different opinion on that. I thought she did. She gave in that interview, and I thought if I were her, I'd have gotten out and done more. But she did some, and
she was so cautious.
She gave a pre-debate answer. She said Biden's great. He's fine. I've seen him do all this wonderful stuff.
I would have done it very differently than her. However,
I'm sure you would have.
But the way she did it, she put herself in a position to be 50-50 here this evening.
All right, so I got a way better map updated here. We have a 160-30 lead. I don't mean better in terms of the numbers. Yes, the numbers are better, but this map actually updates, giving you multiple looks, different readings, 52%, 56% nationwide. Popular vote right now, Trump with 52 million, Harris with 22 million, a 3.2 million difference. Like I said, 160-30. Governors tonight, Republicans 3, Dem 2, 6 uncalled for races as we are sitting here. Crazy stuff happening. Senate tonight, 6 Republican, 4 Democratic, 1 Independent, a.k.a. Bernie. And then uncalled... Oh, Bernie's a Democrat? Okay, well, yeah. This map not only updates faster, but it switches through. Look at that. Look at that mode right there. Leading in country, showing you every single county breakdown. 52%. 26 million now. Trump has gone up a significant amount of votes just from the last refresh there. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's see what Fox News has to say. The Senate, though, at this hour, before I go, 44 Republican, 33 Democrat, 23 uncalled for. 36-34, 46-34 for Republican. And that's with the Twitter guy you have. The election person, right? Two different people. Okay.
Over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020. Back to you guys.
So big numbers.
Yeah.
You got a call to make.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio 54.2% to 40.
In the state of Pennsylvania, Trump currently is ahead in the African American vote than he was in 2020 by about 4%, which could be huge in a battleground state. That means a lot. So that is something to keep an eye on, which we will keep an eye on for you tonight. But at the moment, he is ahead.
Just got an update. Went from 160 to 168. He's leading 195
to 113. Like, it's so all over the place. But right now, it's all trending. Like, counties individually, it's all red. Just those big city centers, those big populous centers. But right now, it is trending in the right direction. And even if states don't finalize their votes tonight, it can very well trend towards Trump by the end of tonight. And if they, dig up some dead people by the morning to vote, maybe they can close the gap.
A couple dogs, a couple cats to vote.
Fucking Jose from Guatemala, he might get a vote too.
You're damn right.
But right now, it is. I know a lot of you. We're thinking back to 2016, 8 years ago, and thinking this looks very familiar. And I have a very good feeling by the end of tonight, we're all going to be. No shit, I know him. But by the end of the night, I know we are going to be reliving that amazing night, November 7th, 2016. Yes, I know the date. Where Donald J. Trump shocked the world and became president. And he is going to be president, sworn in on January 20th, 2025. Donald J. Trump, to save America, to save the world, to bring back world peace, which we need. Because he's not a warmonger like that Democratic evil party. This is why Dylan doesn't let me on the mic without fucking pre-scripted shit.
Yeah, because I've written down this elaborate script for you to read off of, and this is definitely not just off the top of the dome or anything like that.
But I'm so unhinged that you don't know what's coming out of my mouth next. But stay tuned, it's still early. We got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours to go. Jokes, I work at 11.
All right, so we're getting back into the election after Shipton just went on a little tyrant there. Look, at the end of the day, everybody has a completely different result, a completely different number across the board right now. And thank you for letting me know. Cheers. Well, let me know. But anyway, as I was saying, a lot of seats are still uncalled for. Currently at this hour, we are waiting for updates across the board. Pennsylvania, the big state, the big swing state, the big battleground, as they call it. Republicans, though, are +1 in the House right now. And we are currently waiting 40 minutes for the next set of polls to close. Places like Pennsylvania got an extra hour due to the power going out, due to the polling stations going down. I believe that time has run out now because 9 p.m. has passed, right? It was from 8 to 9. They gave them an extra hour. So those votes should be coming in very soon. We should have something within the next hour and a half for Pennsylvania. That'll be massive. That'll be very big. Trump got a lot of endorsements from a lot of people in Pennsylvania. A lot of different sports players, a lot of different celebrities in Pennsylvania.
Was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. Some 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expected to get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution, or a very cautious move. Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs Michael Whatley and Laura Trump put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are here to try to get some questions answered. Brett
All
and
right.
Martha.
It's a long night in Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike. So the Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the race to 270 that makes it Trump.
So we confirmed this like over 20 minutes ago that Harris won Delaware. We are 20 minutes ahead. Oh, it's a Senate race. It's not the actual state. Never mind. But still, we're on top of it. We are on top of every single race, every single statistic. We are getting it from the far extremist right, as they call it, aka Fox News. We're getting it from the left, CNN. We're getting it from the middle ground. We're getting it from everywhere. We got Louder with Crowder on the ground, as he said, at every polling station. We're getting updates consistently. This is not going unnoticed. This is the biggest election in history.
Your vote.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is...
Lord, to you we entrust our communities, our leaders, our president, our country. We give it all up to you.
Jesus, we trust in you. Amen.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response. We create HD cameras so you could see what's happening in your home from anywhere, all powered by Fast Protect technology, exclusively from Simply Safe for faster police response. Get Simply Safe today with no contracts or cancellation fees, so you're never locked in. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Pause for the facts. Classic first-timers. They don't know that nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident. But Carfax shows how accidents impact price, so they don't have to overpay. Unpause.
Ooh, almost no accidents.
Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
What is the dumbest thing you've ever wasted money on?
I was paying for 2 Netflix accounts over like 3 years.
How'd you figure that out?
I saw an app that shows you all the monthly subscriptions you have and how much you're paying.
What is the app called?
Rocket Money.
Here's why I'm sitting here giving Fox free advertising time like an idiot. Let's get Louder with Crowder to promote Mug Club instead.
Let's see, that's 45% of the expected votes counted, okay? And then go to Newark. Newark, that's 60% of the votes counted, okay. Then go to, I don't have the name of the county, but that deep red county right there.
Ocean, yeah.
69% of Ocean County. Let's look at those.
Monmouth is right above it.
Yep, right above it.
Yep.
81%. Let's look at those other 2 red counties right up there.
Sussex, yeah.
Yeah, 37, and the one above it, one below it, 51. So we're still looking at, I mean, it's still pretty, that's actually a pretty good idea of what New Jersey is looking like. It probably will look at something like a 10-point spread.
Yeah,
because
probably.
they've counted quite a substantial amount from the red counties and from the blue counties. Wouldn't be surprised to see it oscillate, a few points, but that's interesting. Let's say that Jersey is a 10-point spread or an 8-point spread. I don't know what that puts us as far as historically with Jersey.
Right. Now, how Biden performed in 2020.
Yeah, how Biden performed in 2020. So I do know, look, I'm going to be back probably in a different shirt because it's been 3.5 hours.
No,
here.
you changed shirts already.
I know I changed shirts, but
change again?
Yeah, I'm going to change shirts again.
Okay.
Because I'm sweating.
Let's do it.
And we do have, hold on, so I want to make sure I got this right. Oh, that's right. Truth Social is also a sponsor here tonight where they're getting the word out. Truth Social, we've been using Truth Social for a long time. It's an alternative. So we do have a Truth Social spot and a brief commercial, and then we will all be back here with some updates for you. Don't go anywhere. Let everyone know that we're going to be doing this more than all night.
More than all night, he's going to be doing it for the rest of his life. He's going to be doing it until he dies. That's what he does. Steven Crowder.
The U.S. Senate. Brooke Taylor is at the Cruz campaign headquarters in Houston. Check in with Brooke. Good evening.
Good evening. I could tell you some behind-the-scenes info right now. We have Fox News playing on both screens right now. The crowd right now going wild because we just threw up the race, and we have Cruz again with that strong lead. So everyone here is very excited, but I could tell you from talking to the Cruz campaign that they have been taking this race extremely seriously. When you think of Texas, you think of this deep red state. A Democrat has not won an election here in 30 years, so since 1994. But again, since 2018, Democrats have really seen an opportunity to possibly switch the seat. We saw it with Beto O'Rourke. Cruz won by just 3 points, and Cruz's campaign hoping to have a real win here. They are not going to make that mistake. They are going to take this extremely seriously. But again, the crowd here going wild. They are very excited about this. I will toss it back to you guys.
Okay, Brooke Taylor, thanks so much.
Let's bring in Pete Hegseth, who is at a honky-tonk in Nashville.
Of course he is.
Of course he is. Where else would we find you, Pete?
A second. Hold on. Once I go like this, we got to wrap real quick. They're coming to us.
Breaking news. Ted Cruz has retained his Senate seat in the state of Texas. Ted Cruz has won his Senate seat back in Texas after a stiff competition and a tight battle margin. But Ted Cruz has won re-election again. It's good for the party. I hate him.
All right, there you go. It's good for the party, but Shipton hates him.
Just had Kid Rock himself. So while you're at home watching the returns on Fox, and everybody's watching you guys, and you're doing a phenomenal job, pull up Fox Nation on your second screen and have a party with us. Because I'll tell you, the vibes here on the ground, we're talking to voters today too, this feels a lot like the 2016 vibes as you see the results coming in. You can tell the crowd here, pretty psyched. They love watching you guys and what you're doing. If this sentiment isn't reflective of what's happening in this election.
Massive USA chants going on right now in Nashville. We are live watching another person go live of another person going live in Nashville. Thank you for joining. Hit that like button, hit that sub button if you are watching. If you are new here, hit the notification bell on. Look at the Fox News setup. The Fox News setup is a nice setup. They have a nice panel. Very solid. Much better than the CNN panel that is just a mess. People are standing everywhere. Just a screen in the middle of a room. They don't have a panel of people all giving different opinions. What is going on here? Steven Crowder doing his weird dance and song numbers. Average day here for the election, I guess.
I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020, okay? This is important. It's important for us to understand. It's important for our analysts to know, understand. It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote count that came in here, right, it's heavily blue, well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., you get across the line. And that's where the Republican vote started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden, okay? So with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and digest all this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's two counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting
Got our Fox News analyst giving us the details right now.
To some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that.
This is a very big day. Very big. This week is going to be pure insanity. Kamala has won Colorado according to my analyst. Shout out Shipton.
Now we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state. And they're going to be blue. The question is...
Right now we have 168 Trump to 62 Kamala. Almost 31 million votes.
Just upped his margin here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're going to get a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin.
Quite a bit there.
By 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, but 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right?
We have some news here, some crucial battlegrounds of Arizona, Georgia, I believe Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin are still too early to call. The next set of polls will be closing in roughly 26 minutes. I am very curious to see where places like Arizona and specifically Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania go. Pennsylvania being a massive, important state for either side in this case. But, as we see here on our map, Trump has a very large portion of red built up right in the east center of the states. Look at these counties. Look at the counties of Texas. Every single one of them, almost. If these statistics are accurate, which every single outlet is giving a completely different one, Trump is leading by quite a bit. Trump is going to perhaps win if he keeps this lead up.
For this map, I can find some good news for her by a point here, a point there. I can find a lot of good news for him, a point here and a point there. But it seems where the areas where she is gaining the most is where the votes are. And the areas where he's gaining the most is the area that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that over a place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%. Now, the problem for him is that that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia. And, it's just, it's dominating. 81.
How does it compare to
80.
2020?
I'll show you that next here. Look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now, 2020, in the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. Still 25% of the votes still out, so he's got a chance to do a point or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick call, and we'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the vice president did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire they thought was closing. Actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's the former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation.
All right, we're
so the
going to
Maryland
flip
Senate
over to the Crowder stream because I'm very curious to what they're doing. Looks like they're having a bit of a crazy
Looking
moment.
Governor Larry Hogan, he
Boo.
never really was
Come
able
back in
to
whenever you
obviously.
want. We'll bring in. We have Lane. We have some major updates. Sorry, my fever's creeping back up a little bit.
Is it?
Just a little. Tinnitus is a sound. Is a sign when I get the.
Oh no,
that's gotta be annoying.
What did I miss?
Obviously,
Oh, there we got Josh Firestein.
Josh making an appearance. How are you, sir? Yeah.
No.
What?
Want to make sure that I got.
Stepdad, I hope. Yeah.
All right. What did I miss? Sorry, everybody. I also changed shirts.
We have some.
I was
states,
sweating
believe.
quite a bit.
It's a part of it.
It's one of those days.
Sorry, buddy.
No, I'm glad to be here. It's a great night. I'm not going to let something like a little flesh-eating virus,
like a volcano coming out of your posterior, keep you from the chair. Got it.
He said.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I thought so. Too.
That's what it sounded like.
It was close. He was going the hard P.
Yeah, because he has a mouth on him.
What?
Yeah, Gerald's always going off cursing. He's the reason we have the dump button in the first place.
Right.
Okay, well.
Actually, you know what? That part's not even a joke.
That's part of it.
I know.
Quoted the CDC.
I know.
Yeah, anytime I quote CDC, it's like, boo!
I was going to say, the number of legal hours expended over Gerald's bullshit.
And by the way, for people out there, this is also to put some conspiracy, because people are like, I haven't seen a Half Asian Bill. He must not work there. No, he actually has like a full-time job. He runs a farm. And
allegedly,
though
yes.
I have been seeing some of your stand. Have you been? How many stand-up sets did you want to do this
Okay,
year?
so my goal was to just do stand-up this year, and then in March I started doing it. So I've done now 74 sets, and then started a legal comedy podcast, Hardly Legal. So you can go to hardlylegal.com, submit calls, we answer questions. It's a good time.
Nobody said you could plug your podcast.
No. I'm plugging it because people, half the calls we get are about Gerald. They're sexual harassment calls from about Gerald. Yeah.
And it's all
usually
guys.
me. Yeah.
That's
Lick
the
the
weird
stick.
part.
They do identify as guys. That's true.
Yeah, usually they don't report, but it's so egregious.
I know.
We immediately hang up. We're like, no, Gerald's safe.
Don't you love how we bring in Josh and he doesn't have the look of death on his face like we're starting to get?
No, I like.
He looks fresh-faced.
Well, yeah.
Looks
He's so fresh,
fresh-faced.
cough on him. Cough on him.
I made a couple bets that I ended up selling and making some money on them already.
Why are you doing your De Niro face?
I don't know.
You can't bet on. You can't bet on our stream being removed.
Are you?
Which, by the way, you guys can go check. Let's. Can we check that in with the Polymarket, the betting odds on this show
we
being
definitely need to.
taken down from YouTube? Let's
do a
check in right now. The Polymarket check-in to see. I know Noodles has to bring it up, so I have to kill some time.
We're good.
Let's check in. And the bets are what? Oh, 26% chance that this show gets removed.
Numbers are moving. That's fine. Hey, you know what? While we're here,
That's a better chance than Kamala has of winning right now on the same.
I was gonna say, can we check and see what her odds are right now for the overall? That's not the same.
Wow, golly!
Wow!
Well, so it's almost a dead heat. The chances, the likelihood of this show being banned from YouTube, or Kamala winning the presidency. Those are rookie numbers. We got to pump those up.
You think she's
We need to overlay those graphs. I just want to track them over the night.
Yeah.
You think she's doing a jigsaw puzzle with her niece right now?
If those poly market numbers are accurate, that is pure insanity. She is going to get steamrolled, much like Ronald Reagan steamrolled his opponent. This is going to be a red sweep by the looks of it.
He did have some updates. So Lane and Bren, you guys let us know if Lane was coming in on red chair. You guys were asking for him.
Either way.
All right, so it's time for some state calls. And then I'm going to eat this pre-digested sweet potato meal.
Pre-digested?
Regurgitated, Robin-eaten sweet potatoes?
Yeah, I do have someone out there. Don't you read the New York Post? I have someone
yeah. I've been asked if I prepare your potatoes.
That's right, my sweet potatoes.
And I said I do. I do it willingly.
Yes, you do.
Mama bird you willingly. Yeah.
Yes, he does. He hits the open button on the electric can opener that I have.
And I don't forget the chives.
Nope, no, you do not.
Nothing I thought could be worse than a vision of Kamala's America, but that is.
Yes, it is.
That is worse.
Well, believe me, you just need to spend more time in the office. You will see a lot worse on a daily basis.
I have to interject just real quick. The Poly Market took a moment to refresh. It's much, much worse.
Oh, wow. There's a greater chance of this show being removed from YouTube.
Wow, look at the Poly Market update now. It's 76 to 23. She is going to get steamrolled if the Poly Market is accurate. This continues to go up percentage by percentage every half hour. Every half hour, it's going up.
A long time. You missed it, Nick.
I look like I'm not in shape.
We have a better chance. We have a better chance right now. This show has a higher likelihood of being removed from YouTube than Kamala does on Poly Market of being president. She dropped down to 23%.
Yeah.
23% that she could win the presidency, and we're at 26% that this show gets removed.
My fault.
No, it's not your fault.
Well, maybe a little.
I mean, it's all of our fault. Look, it's everyone's fault. The fight's out there.
Well, some of it's in here.
Some of it's in here, but that's what makes us better. Iron sharpens iron.
Yes.
And
Don't
we
you
have
understand conflict equal entertainment?
We do have some state calls to make. Gerald, which state calls?
You've actually. Do you want to call them?
Let me
where do I have
guess.
right there? Oh, okay. All right. Let me call this one.
They already did that one.
All right. This is the one where you. Oh my gosh, he must be really upset tonight. I know he's really upset about this first one. That's going to Donald Trump with 8 electoral votes. I'm all disappointed in my home state.
All right, let's take a flip back to Fox News, shall we?
In this race, if I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true,
fuck you, Hannity.
That means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the state of play in the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues after this.
All right, well, it looks like Fox News is going directly to advertisements, which is typical of them. Remember Bush versus Gore. Anything can happen. Now we see Bush and Gore were same team. Good old Gore. Good old crazy man bear pig Gore. Hey, Wendy, can you imagine? What's up, Robert? What's up, Yoso Fat? What's up, guys? How's it going? Hey, Wendy, can you imagine Trudeau's guys going? You have just as good a chance of winning as Kamala does. I don't know what you mean by that, but hell yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree with what you're saying. Thank you guys for joining. Out of all the places you could be right now watching, you're here. I appreciate that. There's a lot of people, everybody and their grandma streaming this right now. So, well, maybe not everybody's grandma, but maybe their dogs or cats are also voting. Let's get back into it, shall we?
Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Fox and Friends tomorrow.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Who'd have thunk it? Adam Kinzinger sucks pee. He'll shoot another reporter tonight. He'll probably deserve it. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me. I feel like we should mute us on those, by the way, going forward. I feel like
a little.
I hate to see him go.
Yeah.
That'll be funny 1,000 years from now.
He's gonna go. is going to go. That
That's
man.
time capsule shit.
Do we have the number? And I don't know if we want to bring in Lane the Brain because maybe he had some insight on these. I know you guys were asking for.
He's in the chair out there. I don't know if he's afraid of you or.
We got him.
All right, well, let's go check in with people at work. Lane, and by the way, can someone just like punch him a little, make him look a little bit rougher? Because he makes all of us look bad.
I know. I just buttoned my shirt. Just
Okay, it doesn't
in
apply to you,
preparation.
Nick, with your sun-kissed Sicilian skin, obviously.
Obviously,
but look
man.
at this. I'm looking like a catcher's,
grease don't crack, burn.
I'm looking like a catcher's mitt on Imodium. Let's go, people at work.
You look like him.
This is just Steven Crowder's show. Just complete chaos constantly. They're just rambling about crazy shit.
Guys, when I said we should be allied and no conflict, I didn't mean to be so chummy. Let's go to...
I was doing a flute thing.
Lane the Brain. Yeah, so is Zamfir. You know Zamfir, he does bear sounds with his pan flute.
You know one of my favorite references, Zamfir.
Well, I went to school with his son.
Oh, Lord.
No, you didn't.
I absolutely went to school with his son. Yeah, I did.
My first signature joke. That was
about Zamfir? We'll bring up some Zamfir afterwards during a commercial break. It's unbelievable work with the pan flute. He does like bear sound. He'd be like...
You went to school with his son.
I did. I did go to school with his son. Really sharp kid. The best drummer in all of the Montreal area. All right.
Yeah, we all know how Montreal, they have a lot of rhythm people up there.
Yes, they
Waiting for
do.
North
They
Carolina.
do.
But some of this has laid out in a way that is not unpredictable. But let's look at Pennsylvania for a moment here and see how Pennsylvania is shaping up at this hour. And you see you've got a 47 to 52 percentage, and I'm trying to see the percentage that is in right now in Pennsylvania. 32%, thank you. So we're waiting for a lot more vote to come in Pennsylvania, and what we're hearing is it's not surprising. The order that the vote has been coming in Pennsylvania is not surprising to the red team, at least at this point. There's Wisconsin, 47.9 to 50%, and Wisconsin has 23% of the vote in. Also expected to be a tight race. They have both spent a ton of time there. Here's Michigan, which we haven't really talked too much about yet. We're going to look, we'll get Bill to show us on the board what Michigan looks like. 14%, a lot of votes still to come in Michigan. Obviously, this is too close to call, and that is 45 to 42. Let's go to Grady Trimble, who is just outside Detroit, Michigan, and we'll start to get a feel for what's going on in this part of the Blue Wall. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, so we're expecting an update from Michigan's top elections official very shortly. But what we know from her updates throughout the day so far is that turnout on Election Day has been very strong here in the Wolverine State. And when combined with early voting, it's quite possible that it sets a new record, the previous record set in the last presidential election in 2020. And like most of the battleground states, this is going to be a story of rural turnout versus urban turnout. But there's an interesting storyline playing out in the Detroit suburbs, particularly in the Dearborn area, in the Arab American community. The Trump campaign has really been targeting that community, trying to get them to either vote for former President Trump, but they don't actually need that. In some cases, we've talked to Arab Americans who are casting their ballots for Green Party candidate Jill Stein, somebody you probably haven't heard mentioned much, but who could be a spoiler candidate. We also know that many Arab Americans are going to sit out this election entirely, which could tip the scales in favor of former President Trump. We're also watching the Senate race here. Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, spoke to the crowd. He says it's going to be a nail-biter and probably a very late night. Brett, Martha, back to you.
Okay, great.
Brady, thank you very much.
You know, there's some Democrats saying North Carolina is on the edge. I don't think they're fully agreeing with Sean. And they
North
still...
Carolina.
A lot of states right now are going to be getting final results, hopefully within the next hour. We're going to see some more polls close within the next 12 minutes. Right now, within the next 12, yeah. Anyway, Kamala, 80% in Cumberland County. But Trump right now with a 52% lead in all of North Carolina. We shall see which way North Carolina goes. South Carolina going to Trump. A lot of these areas over in the east side going for Trump right now. Texas being a massive one. Not on the east side, but in the center. Atlanta going full blue for Kamala. That's fucking wild. 154 to 81 right now, according to CNN. And everywhere else has it completely different to that. Actually, I would say the MSNBC poll we're looking at is pretty close to the CNN poll. But the Fox one shows something completely different. 117 to 195. Well, yes, of course. But you would think that CNN would take some bias as well. Quite obvious that they have a bias, much like Fox does, but at the end of the day, I don't care. I just want to see an accurate count. I want to see the statistics. I want to see what's going on. We have all these different organizations telling us different numbers. Let's get back into the Fox feed, shall we?
University of Michigan, you expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now.
Alabama going to
Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000,
Arkansas,
okay? So you have 6
61.
presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan, all right? But that was the difference in 2016 for Trump, 0.2 percentage points, you know? And you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference now.
Agreed, Robert. How can you vote a woman in who had 4 years to achieve what she promised to do this term? Everything she has promised, everything she has claimed, everything she has said could have been done under the current administration. She has said herself in an interview, as one of the interviewers asked her, Bret Baier, there is anything you could change. I think it was Bret Baier. There is anything you could change from Joe Biden's leadership, what would you do? And she said nothing. There was not one single thing she would change, which means you're going to get the exact same 4 years. No ifs, ands, or buts. She's admitted it. She says one thing, I'm not going to ban fracking. There's hundreds of videos of her saying she is going to ban fracking. She says she's not going to buy back guns, even though this government, a couple years back, literally had the biggest gun buyback ever. So this is what we're dealing with. Kamala is not it.
State of Wisconsin. When he ran for Congress, all this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right? So you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because, you know, you start to see a little more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. You got half of the vote in here in Wisconsin. This is where it finished. I find that interesting.
Mm-hmm. What about Kenosha?
Let's find Kenosha down.
So remember, this is the swingiest state. I mean, I spent some time there on 2 recall elections with Governor Scott Walker.
I mean, it's extraordinary. And we don't think about it that way. But it's true. Anyway, this is Kenosha, Brett. You asked for it. You got it. You got about half the vote in. Trump's just shy of 58%. Okay. So he's overperforming.
It's my register.
Really? But what methodology?
I'm not going to give you the methodology. It's a patented register.
Listen to Gerald.
Yeah.
I don't know why she said
Cheryl likes to just throw a blanket over all the shades. All right, enough.
no, that wasn't enough.
Oh,
she resembles like an old Jewish lady equivalent to Will Ferrell's Harry Carey.
Yeah, I love
Hey! Did you know that Kamala Harris is up in Iowa?
hot dogs.
You think
It's
the
a
moon
new
is made of blue cheese?
Hot dogs are a new currency.
Hey, don't talk about my hero, Will Ferrell, the super woke genius.
Yes.
I know. What happened?
Have you
They
seen
had-
his, all of his
Yes, I
gas
have.
commercials?
Yeah.
He's doing Billy on the Street. He's doing White Guys. And he
I
did a
call it West
trans
Coast
doc.
stupid.
Well, you know, he was a great sketch actor, and then he just got to the point where if it doesn't work, just yell.
Is he from the West Coast? He is, isn't he?
I think
I
he's
don't think so.
from the Midwest
not.
and then moved to the West Coast.
I
He
have a
definitely-
segment on my show called West Coast Stupid.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is he on it?
Is
even
a
though
certain-
we don't know where he's from.
Ah, fuck him. Anyways,
All right.
I don't like his new commercials. He's
Actually,
a funny guy, though.
I just realized, because of the Polymarket check-in, I forgot we actually do have while we're talking about
New
bets
neoplasias have been
tonight.
observed.
We do have our in-house betting correspondent who was the best that we could get this evening. So we thank Polymarket, but we also apologize to Polymarket. It's time to check in with Lose the House Larry. All right, what's that?
Not good. Not freaking good, dude. All my bets are falling through.
What do you mean your
How
bets?
was I supposed to know a deaf horse gets distracted during a race?
What are you talking about? What went wrong with your bets? Did you not use Polymarkets?
I got a guy.
Well, what do you mean you got a guy, Larry?
I mean, I got a guy on the inside. Gets me all the inside information, all the biggest short thing bets. So
Okay. Do you mean like when you were the only person who bet a lot on Mike Tyson against
Tyson was a short thing.
Against Buster? Didn't you bet on the Falcons against the Patriots too?
Yeah, come on, dude. That was a fair bet. You know that.
Yeah, but you did it at halftime.
Exactly. They were up 25 points,
And
dude.
just on principle, Larry, how could you bet against the Americans in the Miracle on Ice?
Come on. No one thought they had a shot.
So you bet on the Russians?
No, I didn't bet on the Russians.
I don't understand.
The Swedes. I betted on the Swedes. Steve.
Okay, well, does your guy have anything on the election tonight, Larry?
No, but I got a sure thing for you. Look, my guy said we should put it all on Ellen Page winning an Oscar.
All right, Tim, cut it.
I thought he said Alan Page was a great football player in the 70s.
Well, Ellen Page was a great actress.
Same likelihood.
Alan, not Ellen.
Yeah, well.
We also do have an update right now. Georgia, by the way, 79% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is holding a 4.8% lead.
Good.
So that is pretty
that's
significant.
That's good. And so North Carolina updates 65% of the vote in. Trump's leading by 5.3%. Virginia updates 64% of the vote in, and Trump leading by 1.1 again, depending on where the rest of the votes come from counties.
That's
Wait, he's leading Virginia 1.1?
Wow. That's a bit. Now that's good.
Leading by 1.1.
That one actually made me excited.
I pulled my bet, by the way.
Yeah, Pennsylvania right now, 40% of the vote is in. Trump is closing the gap again, as expected. Kamala Harris's lead is less than 1%.
Yeah. Well,
that's trending in the right direction.
So it looks, and again, we're not going to make calls immediately. They've seems like they've already called Virginia. I believe Decision Desk has called
Decision
Virginia.
Desk may have, yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to be making that call. And I know it's very likely that Kamala wins Virginia. But if it's even remotely close, and then of course you see North Carolina, which they have also called, we're just trying to be prudent here because we don't want you to have false hope, and we also don't want you to have false despair. So that's why we waited on both of those states. They're very, very close. Does seem, if I were to bet right now, that obviously Donald Trump will win North Carolina. That seems much more like a surefire bet than even Virginia. Certainly Virginia being
closing, and under Nevada law, if you are in line by 7 o'clock, you have the right to vote. And we are hearing about some instances where there are some pretty long lines throughout the state. Also keep in mind that they will not release any results anywhere in the state of Nevada until the last person in the state votes. So we could be looking at a very long night ahead of us here in the state of Nevada. Martha?
All right, Jeff Paul, thank you so much.
Jeff.
We're waiting now for these calls at 10 o'clock, and we're looking at basically a scenario where the Democrats are putting all their hope in the blue wall. The question is, what happens when we make a call in North Carolina and Georgia? If you believe Sean Hannity, it's coming soon. We'll see if it does. It is time to see how many more electoral votes will fall as we get ready for our next calls.
Stay tuned.
We are seconds away from 3 states, including Montana, Utah, plus the critical battleground.
Together we will fight to win Nevada. Nevada, we fight for the future.
With 16 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
Going very quickly. It is now 10 p.m. here in New York. 3 more states in the West have just finished voting.
Let's see what we got here.
Fox News
3
Decision
more
Desk,
states.
too early
Nevada.
to call. The state of Nevada, one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters obviously could be key to the victory there. Both of these candidates have spent a lot of time in Nevada.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Utah, adding another 6 votes, electoral votes, to his column. He'll also win Montana's presidential election. We're looking closely at that Senate race out there.
Goes to Trump.
Ad-lib.
Putting them at 205 to 117.
All right, so let's take a look at some of the places that are too early to call, and let's get you an update on the total count. President Trump at 205 right now, 117 for Harris, and waiting on Georgia, waiting on North Carolina, waiting on Pennsylvania, waiting on Michigan. And, just keep in mind that in all these places, there's a lot of city vote, a lot of high population concentrated vote that has not come in yet. The question is whether or not that vote, when it does come in, will be enough to outbalance what we have seen in the early part of this vote here.
Montana, as we mentioned, also home to this pivotal Senate race. Longtime rural Democratic Senator Jon Tester in the political fight of his life this time. He survived it before, but this time Republican former Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy putting up a real fight and may win. The Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call there. Nevada also home, too early to call, to this Senate race between incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen and Republican Army veteran Sam Brown.
But in Utah, Fox News is projecting the Republican Congressman John Curtis will move to the Senate. He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. Let's take a look at the balance of power as we pull up the Senate here and show you where we are at 10:01 in the evening. Republicans now have
48 to 38 for the Republicans and the balance of power in the Senate. The Senate
side as we wait for a number of very consequential Senate races to come in here this evening.
Well, welcome to the panel, Laura Ingraham. Sean Hannity is still here. Jesse Waters. Jesse, what are you thinking?
Oh, we now have a big update from the MSNBC one. 201 to 81, Donald Trump. What is CNN saying? What is the Clinton News Network saying? 172 to 81. And Trump is leading in Pennsylvania and in Iowa right now.
Obviously, it's too close to call, but right now she's playing defense. The Trump team is very confident that Georgia and
Pennsylvania is a big one.
Harris is going to have to play defense in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You're hearing Trump doubling his black support in Wisconsin, ahead with young voters in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania winning independents. And they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So who knows what's going to happen? Still too early to call, but you definitely think the Trump team has momentum here.
Laura, Virginia, you were talking about earlier. We'll put up the big board about Virginia and show that race. There you see the 50% to 48.3. 61% in. Too soon to call for us.
Well, this is wild. Remember, Trump didn't come anywhere near these numbers in 2016 or 2020.
The Poly Market stats are showing a landslide, 78, 79%.
8 points in Loudoun.
Fox just said Trump has not seen these numbers. Did not see them in 2016, and he did not see them in 2020.
He said, buckle up. Virginia is going to be very tight. Then go down to Miami-Dade, where we haven't seen a Republican take that county in Florida since 1988. Donald Trump is doing something tonight. The New York Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes projected. Obviously, anything can happen, with a 72% chance of winning. Watch out for slowing vote reporting down in the blue wall states. It happened last time in 2020. And if by midnight it looks like Trump has a good chance to win and things start slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question, actually, for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted.
on Loudoun
Yes,
County.
always, yes.
And Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues?
yeah.
We've been having a little debate.
I think that the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County. And if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this, a couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country want to be able to start small businesses and make a decent living.
And
I think both issues are really hitting hard tonight.
And Loudoun County is the kind of place where you'd think it might be fertile ground for Democrats almost in perpetuity because of where it is. It's in the exurbs of Washington, but it is very close to that huge number of people who work in the Dulles Technology Corridor. And that looks like the kind of place, young, tech-savvy people who would be prone generally to vote Democrat. And the fact that seems to be going the way it is tonight is I think,
a lot of
quite
credit
telling.
to Glenn Youngkin and obviously Donald Trump for the way that state was handled. They were smart to go there late in the game.
It's interesting to look at Virginia, and sometimes these things sort of take hold over a period of time, right? So Glenn Youngkin won his very close race, all about education, really, against Terry McAuliffe and parents' rights. But then in the midterms, Virginia did not get the seats that they wanted.
All right, just a repeat of some somewhat breaking news. Some crucial battlegrounds of Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Still too early to call. 53 minutes until the next polls close. Pennsylvania should be coming in soon. Pennsylvania should be coming in soon. Virginia, 65% completed, should be coming in soon as well. Along with Wisconsin, 36% completed. Harris leading by a percentage in Wisconsin. Arizona, dead tie. A dead tie, 49.6 for both. 35% counted in the estimate here. CNN giving the statistics that Colorado, Harris is winning by 55, 56%, half the votes counted there. We are going to be getting statistics in from CNN, Fox, The Sun, or what was it, The Time and The Sun, MSNBC, Louder with Crowder. We're getting info from every outlet you can imagine. Thank you for joining if you're here right now. Georgia, looks like it's going to Trump. 81% of the votes counted. 51% for Trump in Iowa and Georgia. Trump looks like he might take both of those states. This looks like it's going to be a red sweep. Kansas, also 52% going to Trump with 60% of the vote almost counted. This next hour and a half, next 2 hours, is going to be very, very interesting. We are going to get all of these major states counted. A lot of these races were very close to begin with at one point in time. Trump has pulled ahead in a majority of them. Kamala still has a couple here like Michigan. 51% for Kamala, 17% of the vote counted in Michigan. Minnesota, only 2% of the vote counted, but is strong. 58% for Trump. Like I said, these next 2 hours hitting midnight are going to be massive. Mississippi, 60% going to Trump. Guys, these are going to be some very big numbers. I am reading this off of the CNN News Network, not the Fox on screen right now. Let's get back to it, though.
From the Northeast moving down into Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66%, upwards of the vote down there.
The New York Times have gone up to 293 for Trump after they had 273. What was it? 37? How many? 279. 270. 293 for Trump.
Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us what's going on there.
You're exactly right about that. Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted.
Thank you, Yosofat. Thank you for watching.
A moment ago, they count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic. As we saw in 2020, we're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. Raw votes just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin, shall we? Philadelphia, let's start there. It is number one. Come on, let's go here. All right, here we go. This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes, right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? You know, we're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here, this is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about Pittsburgh?
Back on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. Both you guys watched it, right? I mean, how many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania? This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together. This is Butler County. All right, where were you on July 13th? Here we go. You got 94% coming in, just shy of 66%. So how did Trump do in a rural county like Butler 4 years ago, before the assassination attempt, right, this past year? It was almost around the same number, okay, up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago. Right now, he's up 34,000 in Butler, PA.
Let me bring our prime folks in. Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might maybe outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding, but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those 3 states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. They just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great
crazy.
question. I mean, most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've gone from 96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way, all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think
Absolutely.
Nobody missed that.
So how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous early vote of 83 million.
It's so interesting you asked that question, because everything's kind of flipped. Republicans went in today with a lead that had never happened before. And it put the Democrats in a position mathematically where they had to accomplish something they'd never accomplished before, and that is to get same-day voters at numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is where we now find it. If I am correct in my belief, and my sources are right, and North Carolina, I'm almost 100% certain will be Donald Trump's. And Georgia, I believe, Harold and I have been going back and forth on this, will go to Donald Trump. Now, Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating, to Laura's point.
To that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take days.
Pages of referendums.
Okay. There were 2 pages in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So
It's
was it even an hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm just saying what they said.
So, all right, if we want to play out a few scenarios, if that turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear Sean Hannity's wrong T-shirt, if I'm right and North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the information, Dave McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Against Bob Casey, the
Against
incumbent.
Bob Casey, the incumbent, who's been running ads tying himself to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which I think is very telling. He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight. And what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million, we went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Geno's. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So they came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before. They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county substantive lead.
Let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016. And there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to
That's where
win.
the evening began.
And then it started going down. And we started doing the what if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost.
Right.
And the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
is her path narrowing as we get more into the night?
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path. And the betting odds, by the way, are now up to 83% for Trump. And started at 58%, and it's climbed all through the evening to 69.
I think you should have a green eyeshade.
Anyway, and there are other models are now predicting him well in excess
Stock
of
market
70%.
futures are also trading higher as well.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break, I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight.
Right.
Because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the Election Observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess, some of them weren't tallying and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final counting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Votecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Nationwide. I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Where's that from?
AP Votecast.
And that has to be
consistent
a
with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers.
This is huge. Donald J. Trump has won the state of Iowa. Donald J. Trump has won the state of Iowa. But no, it's confirmed right now. Donald Trump has won the state of Iowa, which is a huge pickup and victory for Donald Trump.
I sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's happening in Wisconsin, okay? So go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna County. You got it. Let me come back to current day, right? It's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I do believe, okay? So I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton, okay? So she's got an edge. Go ahead. She's got an edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers, all right? Versus 2020, here is Biden's number. So she's about
2 points.
You do the math. 2.5 points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting, in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time of the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie, all right? He's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the.
Per Ryan James Gerdusky, huge swings in New York City's outer boroughs in Trump's favor. The Bronx currently is up 21 points for Trump. Queens is up 20 points for Trump, and Brooklyn is up 11 points for Trump. Not saying he's going to win the state, but the fact he is outperforming how he's done before and closing margins and picking up those numbers in New York, state of New York, around New York City, the Bronx, Queens, Brooklyn, that is huge. That is huge for Donald Trump. We will keep you posted on this update. All right, there you go. We got some massive news coming in there. We got to take a look at some of these roadmaps and essentially what's going on right now. The state of Iowa did just go to Donald Trump, correct? Right, so CNN is behind on it. Well, we just got an announcement right now. Kamala Harris has won. I'm just kidding. I am just kidding. But we have what? I'm not paying attention. I was trying to read what the main vote was. Per the election wizard, New York Times forecast now shows an 80% chance Trump wins the election with 296 electoral votes. It was up, it went down by 9, and now it keeps climbing. So it's right now, per the New York Times, an 80% chance he wins the election with 296 electoral votes. And we are still waiting, of course, when the West Coast comes in. She's going to pick up those big 3 states on the West Coast. But this is the New York Times saying it's an 80% chance and 296 votes. This is huge. Is that Michigan or Minnesota, am I? Okay, so I was right by saying it's Michigan. They're still too early to call Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona. Got you. North Carolina, what is that? Georgia and Nevada, all still too early to call. These states, these ones right here, that are the too early to call states, we'll say, are some of the big ones. Pennsylvania, Nevada, I would even argue Georgia, are very, very big ones that need to pretty much go in Trump's favor to get that more or less confidence boost for him to win. But at this current point in time, still too early to call. Still way too early to call. Look at the leading in county. Look at the counties. Wild. I know, but it's just crazy to see each individual county actually go. 43 million to 38 million popular vote. The Senate at this hour. It's now in the Senate 47-35 Republicans, and they have picked up one seat, which was kind of the ground frame they needed. And in the House, it's 141 to 92. It's
still with 202 seats, uncalled for, but Republicans have a net gain of 2. So they've picked up 2 in the House, 1 in the Senate, and right now are, based on all the voting we've seen right now, are projected it's going to be a Republican sweep of the House, the Senate, and the presidency. But yes, counties, because you can have a county, say, with 30,000 people, but then you have a county with 300,000, which is like a major city center. But Republicans always carry the counties. It's just these major city centers. Then for us, we're Canadian, like Toronto, all the little, we don't call them counties. It's more of, honestly, I don't even know what we call them. But it's always like Toronto that screws us and goes liberal. But we've seen in recent elections, or not elections, but where we had to fill a seat, there was a geographical area comparable to a county that was in Toronto that has been liberal for 30 plus years, and us conservatives won it, flipped it in the heart of Toronto for the first time in 30 years. And we keep seeing that trend happen in this country. I can only assume it's happening in America, and it's a positive influence to those who are against this new wave liberal agenda and ideology. Oh, the Senate is now 48-35 Republican with 17 uncalled. So of those 17 uncalled, the Republicans need 3 seats, and they control the Senate. And it's 142-93 in the House with 200 uncalled, and you need 218 to win. So the Republicans need 76 more seats, which is all looking very favorable in the favor of the Republicans. So they keep saying the election might not be called tonight, but it might be so influential and one way that we won't get all the votes tonight, but we will know Donald J. Trump will be the 45th and 47th President of the United States.
And there you have it. And it's this new wave of liberal, you could even call it. Even a classical liberal looks at it and questions its entire existence. They've questioned how far it's gone. They've noticed that it has gone too far themselves. And that's why you have, I guess you could say, a spectrum of liberal. And most of them do not typically agree with how things have gone, how far the left has gone. Most people back 20, 30 years ago were middle left, but the left has increased their goalpost. They have moved so incredibly extreme that when they look back to the center, they call it the far right extremist. They call everybody extremists that doesn't agree with them. We are sitting here right now dealing with a bunch of weirdos, more or less, on the left. A bunch of weirdo activists that want to ruin things like freedom of speech, want to destroy the very foundation of not just America, but Canada as well. And here we are. Here we are. Let's get into Steven Crowder, because it looks like he is going off on a rampage.
So as far as raising income, as far as record low black poverty, as far as record low black unemployment, record numbers of success and money that we saw given to HBCUs, but also we saw the market do better. We saw people, and when I say the market, I don't mean the NASDAQ. What I mean is the job market where you could actually find a better wage than you could 3 years prior, and your money went further. But that can't be put on a bumper sticker. So we say, what have they done for you? It's a losing strategy. It's a losing strategy. May work for one election cycle, but boy, that doesn't last very long. And then you wonder why swing states are no longer swing states and they switch back and forth. All right. Is Bongino still on the line?
Yes, he is. Bongino still on the line, buddy. He went to bed. He had enough of this. He had enough of the mug club promotion.
Yeah, it looks like he's
oh my God, it's
to take the House. So
as a boy band guy.
If you're able to do that and have an effective
Yeah, they're still having a
government that works for
conversation.
the people.
Oh, it's the
I mean,
Tulsi
Donald Trump
Gabbard
right now,
TikTok
he
lookalike.
has created
We have some pretty big news right now, if confirmed. Here we go. What is it? What is it? Tell us.
Per the election wizard, Donald J. Trump has won and reclaimed the state of Georgia. Georgia is red. Trump's won Georgia. Bring on President Donald J. Trump. He has won the swing state of Georgia and flipped it back to red.
Georgia has just been won by Trump. We need to see Pennsylvania also flip as well. I believe it will. But last time we saw, the percentages were very close. Michigan just looked like it was very close there. I don't know if that was the county. Georgia won by Donald Trump. 16 votes, electoral votes.
That's because Gerald felt like mentioning it.
Because Gerald felt like saying, like I'm on Zoloft.
Well, he seems a little angry.
Good Lord, and then you're gonna act like everyone else is starting fights but you. He's like Mr. Magoo, this guy. He's just going around starting shit and why is everyone so mad?
We have a personal message here.
Joe So Fat, I love your comments in the chat, and you are absolutely right. And it's a beautiful thing to see. And this is how influential this election was, and it's showing that even to that degree, and this movement is making a difference. But it is absolutely beautiful to see this happening once again. And I appreciate your support here tonight and your comments. Thank you very much.
I mean, realistically, Trump is the only president that I know of in my lifetime and possibly the past 50 years that has A, never been involved in any wars, B, convicted as a felon, criminally charged, tried to be demonized and a weaponized government and court system, and C, his life tested multiple times. Not just one attempt. There were numerous. All unsuccessful. The only president that I know from the United States that has had these three things happen to him, especially the no wars thing. That is a major thing. The funneling of billions and billions of dollars to endless wars that are not going anywhere is just so unnecessary when there are so many issues happening in the States and here in Canada, and they simply cannot fund these wars while trying to sustain an entire country. It is just not feasible. It is just not something they can do. But here we are, Canada, for instance, another $5 billion, upwards of $20 billion for Ukraine in an endless war, which multiple officials from all sides, whether it's government, military, have all admitted and said it's not going to end anytime soon. This war is not going anywhere. But here we are. Let's get back to it.
Nick DiPaolo.
Oh, he's got a bit of a dirty mouth, but his chest look clean.
Oh, boy.
Go on. He got an Ozempic face, but legs like tree trunks.
God bless.
And he's only laughing because he knows that's an accurate description.
Oh my!
He got them Sicilian legs. He got legs so fine, I tell you, if I was looking for the Mediterranean slave trade, I would pick him off the coast.
Girl, you heard his name. It's Nick DiPaolo.
That's right. 500,000 to 1 million white slaves, but most of them were Sicilian, so I ain't feel that bad.
What the fuck?
Why do you
All right,
complain?
let's go back to Fox News because Steven Crowder is just Chucklehead Central right now, so.
Shoulder. I want to show you how these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. Last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here, like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break and...
Correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike.
Weird stuff coming out in the election there. Something with red tape and security boxes not being locked. Out of all things going on, you think they would have taken the necessary steps to not repeat anything from before? Not saying anything possibly or allegedly happened before due to YouTube, but you never know.
What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug-of-war election. And all we're seeing right now is the Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. This suburban wave for Harris did not materialize, and Trump is doing very well in the rural areas. So there's just infinitesimal change. Whoever wins, we're going to have a very divided country. The polls were right. We will be divided between the elites and the working class and what they think the direction of America is. But right now in that tug of war, Trump's forces seem to be pulling a little stronger.
And the elites appear to be on, at least the way it's shaping up tonight, on the blue side, and the working class is on the red side. This is not, this is a development that has happened in the Trump years.
I asked you 3 nights in a row, who do you want to be? Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be?
Well, right now, I want to be Donald Trump, because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%, the same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming in. There's no question that I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning 1 or more of those states. We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction the more these votes are being counted.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then we'll get to more, I'm sure. You early on questioned the strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not he should be the candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened sooner. What do you think tonight about those issues?
Look, how many people are packing their bags right now just in case? There was a lot of talk during question period over the past few days about Trump deporting literally millions of illegal migrants back to where they came from, and the possibility of some of them rushing into Canada. Apparently, I don't know if it's true, allegedly, the Canadian military is on standby, but I doubt it. I know, I doubt it. But if there were to be some sort of mass flow into Canada, I'm sure it would be documented to some degree. I would hope so, at least. I doubt it, though. And if Trump is going to do this mass deportation, like he said, he's going to deport them back to the countries they came from, not into Canada. If Trump just starts deporting 5+ million people into Canada, that's a completely different story. But he's not going to do that. He knows most of them, if not almost 90 to 100% of them, are coming from the South. They're coming from the open border in the South. So it simply comes down to that.
The reason is she has an excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things well. In fact, she called the Trump lead in 2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6 or something like that.
Well, she also had him winning the caucus, and Ted Cruz beat him.
So she has a good reputation, but this one appears to be a blip on her screen because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column tonight.
Harold, thoughts about what's developing?
So you think about what everyone is saying. This blue wall, there are 44.
And Bolsonaro was in Mar-a-Lago, and it didn't work at all. Yours is clear as a bell.
I have better Wi-Fi, man. I used to chair the Intelligence Committee.
That's right. That's the best answer ever. Dumb question. Devin, let me ask you this. What's the vibe there? What are you feeling, straight shot for people out there and you guys in the know? Because we know that you have access to internal polls that a lot of people don't. What's the feeling?
Yeah, look, I think it's a kind of chicken shit that they haven't called Georgia. Georgia's been done for 2 hours. North Carolina looks like it's in good shape. And, you just have to look across the board. I mean, Trump's well positioned to win this thing. Yeah. Yet you have all the fake news channels that just aren't calling it. And look, we've still got to get all the votes in, but it seems really weird that they're not calling North Carolina or Georgia at this point.
Well, some places did call North Carolina. We were holding on North Carolina because we're still holding on Virginia because
This is insider info from Mar-a-Lago itself.
They call Louisiana, if you can believe it. We are getting close. Yeah, we are getting close here to looking at Georgia too. Actually, as soon as we're done with this call, I'm going to go take a break and speak with our decision desk, the better decision desk.
Yeah, right.
So it seems like Georgia is pretty much, like you said, you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch. But do you guys have some other data on Georgia where, compared to recent elections, it's one that should be called?
Yeah, look, and even people from the outside that I used to know, even Democrats that I know, have said that Georgia's done. It's cooked. So, I think the fake news is trying to push this out. Now, look, it doesn't mean he's still got to break through the blue wall, and we still have Arizona to come in. But I like where President Trump is at right now. Biggest political comeback in modern history, if not the history of the country.
I can say unequivocally that Donald Trump winning tonight would be the biggest political comeback in the history of the country. I think that's pretty safe to say, honestly.
It's Return of the Jedi.
All the other guys, they only got shot. He got shots, and he did a whole lot more. So you could definitely put him in that conversation. What are you most excited about, Devin? As far as another 4 years, and I know Section 230 has been really close, near and dear to you. But what gets you out of bed in the morning?
The main thing that has to be done, and look, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, right? Arizona's still to come in.
Sure.
But I think the Department of Justice, and you guys have done a good job covering this on your show when you guys aren't kind of screwing around and joking. But when you actually are talking about substance on your show,
never. Come on.
The Department of Justice, they got to bring a whole team in there and fix that stuff. Because I think if you fix that, it makes it a hell of a lot easier to fix the rest of the government.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Is there anyone who we could expect you think would be fired day one in Department of Justice?
Well, they all need to go. Obviously, right. I just think Trump would need to bring in, it takes, you can't just put one guy in there and leave him to the wolves. I think that was one of the problems last time. You got to bring in a whole team.
Right.
I think that's the key.
Yeah. Well,
when I say a team, you got to bring in 25 people and clean the place out.
Right. Is that something where you would hope to maybe be playing a role yourself there, Devin?
Well, thank God I'm not a lawyer, so I will not have to do that.
Okay.
You have to actually have a law degree. I play a lawyer and, have dealt with lawyers my whole life, but not something that I would do, but I just think it's the most important issue.
Well, I'm going to go back to and speak with our data analyst here because I don't know if you know this. This is the #1 stream in the world right now online. We've been making some calls that other people are afraid to make. And we've been holding back on some calls, too, because we have a little bit of granularity there. We're going, we might want to wait for some context.
Yeah.
And I would watch, Carrie Lake is a friend of the show, of your show, Steve.
She's going to be on later tonight.
And I think she has a good shot to win. I really do. I'm feeling like she could upset, and nobody has given her a shot to win in the kind of the elite class, and that would be a hell of a victory if she can pull it off.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's closer than a lot of people are giving it credit for. It's not one that I would make a call on right now, of course, because Arizona takes, I think, 4 months to give the final results. But I do believe she's going to be.
The only thing that you'll have to wait for longer, it's just it doesn't really matter, will be California.
Yes.
We'll know California results by about Thanksgiving. Everybody will be like getting ready to cook their turkeys and having a cocktail. And, they'll call California.
No doubt.
Although this year I'm smoking.
They're all baked in California.
A turkey. I'm pretty excited about it, but I know you can't do it from frozen or you'll explode your smoker. You have a question there, Joe?
I was going to say, Devin, hey, just feel free if anything's going on down there that you want us to get out, just text us. And also, thanks for the wine. He sent me some wine.
Really?
That's fantastic. Thank you.
What was it, cold duck?
No, it's good wine. Not this box wine crap I hear I have to taste later.
Yeah, you do. That's all we have.
Yes, don't forget about that, please, Stephen.
No, please
it's very
forget
important
about
to me
that. Devin,
that
come
he
on,
does
help me
the
out
box
here.
wine taste.
All right, nobody cares about your freaking box wine.
You want people watching to take away?
Look, I just think this is another just big miss by the fake news, the fake polling. They ran that whole scheme over the weekend with Iowa, that Iowa was, Harris was up by 3 points in Iowa. And I just said sometimes this stuff just takes common sense, right? If Kamala Harris was within 3 or 4 points, if she was behind by 3 or 4 points in a poll, they would have sent in every single surrogate. They would have sent in, the damn Governor Walz from the state right above Iowa. I mean, why wouldn't he have gone to Iowa? So, they just they run these disinformation campaigns. And I think the big losers are these pollsters that went along with it.
Yep.
And look, I think overall, if you take a look at it, a lot of the polls got it right. These are going to be close races, but most of them had Trump slightly ahead. And it looks like right now that's what's Trump's going to win these tight races by anywhere from 2 to 5 points.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be.
And I think you're right about Virginia. They called Virginia just way too early. I don't know that we get there in Virginia, but it's definitely close.
Well, if it's close, like we said, if it's anywhere 5 points or under, then that is a very significant indicator as to where the momentum is going for the rest of the country. You don't have to win them. Just look at those numbers and those margins that a lot of people aren't paying attention to. And that, by the way, that you just mentioned Iowa and you just mentioned some of these states. We actually have to go make some more state calls. So, Devin Nunes, we appreciate it, brother. Please check back in later.
All right. Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Devin Nunes, everybody.
All right. Thanks.
All right, that was insider info from Devin Nunes at, I believe, Mar-a-Lago. Good stuff.
We do have some state calls to make right now.
Oh, jeez.
Right, officially, Gerald, we have 17 electoral votes. This is not a surprise, but it is being called officially right now here. Ohio for Donald Trump.
That's a good one.
Hey, there we go. All right.
And then another one because
we called that a long time ago. Yeah.
Right now, it looks like Kamala might win.
They're messing around, just goofing off.
Electoral college votes for Donald Trump.
All right, I can talk about that this week.
Turns out Miss Register was full of crap.
Oh, but she's got the most accurate poll.
Kelly, if things hold right now, where we are, does she only have to win the blue wall just for the sake of the audience to win this? So if everything happens, she wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he wins Georgia, North Carolina. If she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the blue wall remains what we have.
She
what
has
we're
one
focused on.
big path. Yeah, he's
That's
got
the
two paths, but you got to get one of
Is
those.
that true, Bill?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it gets her to 270 with the 3.
Yeah, with the 3 plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start it just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer or whatever you say when you get.
But just show how it happens. Just show the 3.
Yeah, for her it would be Nebraska 2. No. Well, we got to go a long way. So just It's going to take me a while to get there. Okay. So she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom.
That's good.
Oh my gosh, what am I missing? Holy cow. Okay, Maine,
Nebraska, too.
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's why I didn't want to do it just yet, because we got to go a ways. But maybe like another half hour, an hour or so, we'll fill in a few more. If you got time, I'll take you to Arizona, unless you got something else to do.
Love to go there.
Let me go ahead and reset this because there's some movement here. There's some movement here in the American Southwest. This is Arizona. First time we're looking at it on the night. And Trump has just taken a 1/10 of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa. This is Phoenix. This is where you get 60% of the vote statewide is in Maricopa County, all right? She has an edge at 2 percentage points. Raw vote 563,000. I'm going to bring out the slide again, okay, and go back to 2020. And this is Joe Biden in Arizona. So she's up about half a point, not quite, all right? But Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out and too soon to call there in Arizona. Let me come back to modern day, 2024, and see if this has changed. It has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just wanted to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts. 14.5 points.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not even.
Somebody's not having a good night.
Guys, there's a ton of votes still out there, too. This thing could go higher. Anyway, back to you guys.
It's a little outside the margin of error. Okay.
All right, let's go over to Sandra and get a look, because we've been talking about young voters, and you have some new stuff from our Fox News voter analysis,
sure.
Sandra.
I'll build off of what Kellyanne just said about the Hispanic voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for you, Martha. And it is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there. But just note, Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. Want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote and what we are seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night. Kamala Harris getting.
All right, we got some news here, some interesting news roughly 4 hours ago. Where is it? Where did it go here? Milwaukee having some issues. Milwaukee election officials announced that they are recounting 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering that the scanning machine door wasn't properly closed. This is what Fox was just briefly talking about. It says Milwaukee.
Steady stream of people coming through here, and they're expecting this to be potentially.
Okay, so the audio is incredibly quiet, and there's no way to get it louder. But basically, it's a whole lot of not good going on. A whole lot of not good.
For a long time, it has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters, Britt. It's a very seismic change.
Which means that if it comes down, as we now I think have agreed at this desk that it does to those 3 blue wall states being her chance of victory, on a very narrow path, that if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are, her chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. I mean, amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that I don't even know if in 2028 we'll still be talking about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American. And you care about all the issues that everyone else in America cares about, and it's not so segmented. So I see a lot of those barriers breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team has no one to blame but themselves.
We have a new update. Was that from the New York Post? The New York Times. 87% chance now for Trump to win the election. Their estimate is 298 to 240.
Where to win. I know we got the blue wall to see, but the betting markets, everything is.
They keep talking about this blue wall. Is the blue wall Arizona, I'm assuming? No? Depends. Oh, okay. So we're the same states we've been talking about consistently for the past hour or so. Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Too early to call the big blue wall.
To what Kamala Harris is talking about and focusing on.
Gender and race, we talked about the outset, would emerge as big themes because Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up tonight.
They should.
As of a minute ago, from Brendan Leslie on Twitter, sourcing the New York Times estimates Trump wins of over 2 points in every battleground state. At the moment, it's a screenshot of, I'm pretty sure that's 57% reporting is 67% in favor of Trump, plus 2.1. Pennsylvania, 64% Trump, with 65% in, Trump plus 2.2. Michigan, 27% in, very early, very minimal. 66% Trump, Trump up 2.5. Nevada, still all early voting, less than 1%, 63% Trump, Trump up 2.5. Georgia, we've already called. You guys know that. North Carolina, 86% in. I don't understand how they. I wish I could see the columns, but Trump's up 3.3%. And in Arizona, 53% in. Trump up 4.3%. And right now, in the Senate, Republicans still have a net gain of 1. It's 48 to 37 with 15 seats uncalled. So even if they tie and we win the White House, they'll decide. In the House, Republicans have a net gain of 3. It's 154 to 101. You need 218 votes, but they have flipped 3 House seats so far. So it's as we see, everything is trending positively. And the New York Times, who, if memory serves me right, they did not endorse a candidate this election, and they have projected an 87% chance Donald Trump is the president once again. But those are the updates and numbers from the battleground states right now, and he is outperforming what he's done before in all of those swing states. And we are 3 minutes away from the 11 o'clock hour, and we have polls closing. And with from Election Wizard, just got the tweet notification from the state of Arizona, Trump is at 49.7% and Harris is at 49.5% with an estimated 50%. So that is a very close state, one that is, this election cycle, everything I've seen is leaning Republican. But we also have that early vote count, the mail-in votes that do trend Democratic. But it is a 0.2% lead for Trump at the moment with about half the vote in. We will keep you posted on that. Most people don't think there's going to be a decision tonight. But if the trends that we are seeing continue, they won't have to count all the votes for it to be confirmed that Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. We will be right back with you, people. Stay tuned.
Our God calls us!
The Fox News decision desk can project that in Maine, Vice President Harris will win the statewide vote. Trump will win an electoral vote in the rural 2nd District in the state of Maine.
Fox News can also project that Maine Senator Angus King will win.
Quick little update. Kamala Harris has won the state of Maine, gaining 2 electoral votes. But in the 2nd District of Maine, Donald Trump has picked up 1 electoral vote where they separate them. So Harris has picked up 2, winning the state of Maine. But in the 2nd Congressional District, Donald Trump has picked up the 1 electoral vote that he was projected to win. That state went as most people expected.
Days, and that has completely flipped, and people are expecting there to be an answer tonight and it to be favorable for the former president. I just talked to a campaign official who tells me that over in Mar-a-Lago, we're
Per Election Wizard just sent to me, with 58% of the vote reporting in Wisconsin, Trump is up 2%. He is at 50.3%, with Harris at 48.3%. So he has a 2% lead with 58% of the vote reporting, which I believe Wisconsin is 15 electoral votes. I may be wrong, probably am, but that seems what I think it is from random memory. But he has a 2% lead with 58% of the vote counted and recorded right now.
On right now, we don't have a call for any new states at this point. We're waiting for Montana, waiting to get a look at the Sheehy race in Montana as well. And we have some new guests who have joined us on the panel that we want to get to. So let's welcome them in.
And as we get ready for the top of the hour, we'll make some new calls at 11
first, and then we'll
o'clock.
get right to you guys. Wow, time is going so fast. There we go.
It is now 11 p.m. in New York and 4
What's up, Adam? How's it going?
Voting. The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win California, the Golden State, 54 electoral votes, biggest prize, more than any other state in the country.
And Fox News can also project
There you go.
that Harris
Kamala
will win
winning
Oregon.
California, not a shocker.
Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic northwestern state.
But the former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193. Race is changing quickly. I am getting some word from the Democrats who have now put out kind of a sense of the race, saying that in Pennsylvania, they say they're overperforming turnout expectations in Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state of where they feel like they are going to see.
Fox has it 216 to 193. 68%. Ooh, Pennsylvania 2.5. That's pretty decent. He might get Pennsylvania just barely. MSNBC has it at what was it? 2 something to 1 something. Yeah, 214, 145 for Trump, MSNBC. Fox, 216, 193. Waiting for North Carolina here. 85% of the vote almost done. And he's got it by 3, yeah. Looks like Kamala's going to probably win Michigan, but it's only 30% of the vote right now. This is the one time I'm thinking like CNN's actually providing half decent information. At least it's so 70%, so it's close, but she'll probably take Virginia.
This particular moment, it is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about message to and
we all knew California is such a Trump-heavy place.
Typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map.
Oh,
but
Kamala's going to build the blue wall.
Focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus.
We have a report from CNN based on the Harris campaign. Abby Phillips, Abby Phillips has reported that the Harris campaign is dead silent, not a peep. Literal crickets are heard. It is all hope, apparently, has fallen. I guess we will see what happens here.
Electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. And, you know, regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning, in terms of the
Sherrod Brown, who is a Democrat. I cannot, he didn't give me a state, but Republicans have flipped another Senate seat to Moreno from Sherrod Brown. So it's a pickup in the Senate for the Republicans.
And it would appear that... Oh, we got some more? Okay, we got some more.
Also from the Election Wizard, with 70% reporting in Pennsylvania, Trump is at 51.1%, Harris is at 47.9%. He's at a 3.2% lead.
Adam Phillips.
Shouldn't you be at work?
Oh, get a load of this guy. Okay.
The democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process, and they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying, they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies come...
All right, I'm going to switch it over to Crowder briefly. Okay, never mind.
Capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile.
A very interesting report that I got from Election Wizard. I will always cite my sources and let you know where I get my information from. Per the Election Wizard, 1 minute ago, the Harris campaign is no longer giving comments. Per Fox News, per the Election Wizard. And right now we're looking at the popular vote where Donald Trump has a 5.933 million vote lead over Kamala Harris. But they're, according to Fox News and the Election Wizard, the Harris campaign is no longer giving comments tonight. And per Kelshi, who, I'll be honest, I've not been too informed with, but they, as of 19 minutes ago, are reporting that Donald Trump has a 90% chance of winning this election. Okay, so Moreno defeating Brown was in the state of Ohio, and it was a huge flip. Westlake, Ohio. Moreno has flipped the Senate seat in Ohio from Democrat to Republican. And yes, I had to take over because Dylan wants the snack. And currently, in the state of Minnesota, in the Senate race, Royce Brown holds an 8.3% lead. I'm not sure on the percentage reporting, but at this current time, he has an 8.3% lead, a 25,200 vote lead over incumbent Amy Klobuchar, who has been pretty vocal in the Democratic campaign and the Democratic Party since Trump took over. But this guy has an 8.3% lead currently over the incumbent Democrat Amy Klobuchar. So I follow him on Twitter. That's how I know him. But this could be huge and flip a seat in the Democratic vice president nominee's home state. Right now, and we are looking very good for a second Donald Trump presidency. And I've also heard in the Democratic Party bullpen, they have gotten up and started warming up Hillary Clinton. But we know she won't give a speech tonight, just like 8 years ago. I'm going to switch this back over to Moreno's victory speech when he flipped an important Senate seat.
Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January.
Bernie Moreno, the winner in the U.S. Senate seat in Ohio. This is a major pickoff for an incumbent senator in Sherrod Brown that ran ads that said he was, at least working with former President Trump. He ran heavily on the issue of abortion and thought that they were going to make headway there. There were all kinds of polls, including the one we talked about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown won in 2006, 2012, and 2018. He was pro-labor. They thought he was safe at the beginning. This race was well run by Bernie Moreno, and this puts them closer to a Senate majority. He said it is a Senate majority. There's still the possibility that John Tester holds on in Montana, although he was behind going in. Deb Fischer.
All right, Brett, got to turn you off, buddy. Can't have you speaking all night. I wonder how long Brett's going to go for before they swap him out. All night, Brett Bear, looking like a Brett, looking like a bear.
9,000 Jews. We have a 13-point swing. Palm Beach, 134,000 Jewish Americans, a 12-point swing. Let's look at Brooklyn, 542,000 Jews. We have an 11.6-point swing. Manhattan, 356,000 Jewish citizens, a 10.7-point swing, 10.7% swing. Queens, 150,000, a 21-point swing to Donald Trump. Not saying he's winning it. I'm talking about that swing. Are you guys seeing a trend? It's one that we're going to watch. It's one that people talked about, but you don't want to You don't hear CNN, and you don't hear mainstream outlets because, hey, let me tell you the truth about this. It would either be an ethnic reason, right? Because Jews can be an ethnicity, they can be ethnic Jews, or they can be religious Jews. It would either be an ethnic reason, right, as a demographic.
All right, looks like Crowder's talking about whatever Crowder's talking about. I guess we'll go back to Bret Baier, but before we do that, some crucial battlegrounds, the same battlegrounds from before, still too early to call. Georgia has been called. That is correct. But we are still waiting for more polls to close. 46 minutes. Is what, midnight or 2 a.m. the last few polls? 1 a.m.? Okay.
Per Election Wizard, out of the state of Michigan, rural counties with near full reporting. All these numbers are a shift towards Trump since his 2020 numbers. Alcona County plus 3.3%. Keweenaw County plus 0.7. Mackinac plus 1.1. Ionia plus 1.6. St. Joseph's plus 2.3. Eaton plus 4.2. All in the state of Michigan, all up from Trump's 2020 numbers. Per Election Wizard.
Georgia voting Trump is on my mind. Chuck and Stacy, even Ray Charles can see. CNN can go straight themselves, but they like it. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me.
There you have it. There you have it. Georgia has been called. Georgia was called probably 30 minutes ago, realistically. We're sitting here waiting, though, for the next state to be called.
As per Matt Couch and Jack Posobiec, probably butchered his name, breaking. The U.S. Secret Service is requesting more security at Mar-a-Lago immediately. So it could mean two things. Either more protection for Trump and his aides, or that even the Secret Service and White House are expecting that Donald Trump will be president once again and will need the full detail of the Secret Service. But per this moment, per Fox News, per some Twitter personalities, that the Secret Service will be sending more agents to Mar-a-Lago to be with Trump.
There you have it. Seems to be falling more and more into place that Trump is going to be the 47th. How long until Camel concedes? I don't know if Camel will concede. Crowder Yapper. Yes, Jermichael. Crowder is Big Yap Man. Big Yap Man from Big Yap Stan.
There's some numbers there that we're going to be bringing to you that are interesting, to say the least. Right now, let's actually look at what they're covering on CNN. And I believe we have Alex Jones on to cross the streams in just a little bit. Let's see what this guy, who I imagine speaks like this. No, don't ask me.
On Friday to start our return board. That is our recount.
He does.
He does.
That was accurate.
You got how many we have and start counting those. And again, like I said, the overseas and military ballots, this will count.
Barney Frank's younger brother.
I just came in and they put this lanyard on me. I guess it makes me official.
4,000 total.
Truman Capote.
Great uptime. All right, guys, back
Truman
to you.
Capote.
Allegheny County.
Right now they're saying Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, too early to call.
Back to Jake Tapper and his lopsided head.
Georgia's not too early to call, and it seems like some people
In the state of Michigan, Trump currently, as counted, has 60% of the Latino vote. He is up 36 points in the Latino vote category in the state of Michigan. That is huge. A plus 36. He's more than doubled 2022.
A filthy state.
We may have Mr. Jones. Do we have? I'm going to ask the question. Do we have Mr.
It looks like
Jones?
he is in the chair, and I think we can.
He is confirmed. Yes.
All right, let's go with the OG, the man who many of you have been waiting to see on this stream, and a good friend of the show, Mr. Alex Jones.
Oh, Alex Jones, here we go. Big moment, highlight moment.
Gonna clench it? Good Lord, Alex, we had a whole stinger for you, and we were giving you the introduction, and then you were already talking. So I'm sorry, but Alex Jones, of course, people can go and support Alex and watch the stream. What was it you were asking? We were a little showmanship.
I didn't know about the showmanship. I've been sitting here waiting to get on. Hey, start it over. I want to see the stinger. I want a stinger.
You
start
can't
over.
see the stinger.
Boom,
It's
Steven
been done.
Crowder,
Once a stinger, always a stinger. But you do look fantastic.
Did you lose weight?
How many more pounds did you lose since I last saw you? It was like 48 minutes ago.
It's Alex Jones Rogan.
Days I've lost 34 pounds.
Holy shit.
Good for you. I lost 8 pounds in 12 hours, but that's because I apparently ingested a portion of Satan. I ingested the 6th ring of hell. So we're just trying to keep the engine from overheating tonight. Just trying to keep my fever under 100, 101. Otherwise, I'll be going to the hospital. I don't know if you just saw, we just called Georgia. This is the first, we're the first place to call it, the state. Georgia, pretty damn confident in that. What is it that you're seeing, and what is it you're feeling tonight, Alex? Or if there's any insight you can give us.
I mean, it's been very close a few hours ago. Talk about a nail biter, and I think Pennsylvania is, obviously very close to going for Trump, despite all the fraud and stuff we've seen. If Trump wins, which I think it's looking more and more like he will, if you look at the electoral map. We are going to see a meltdown like we've never seen. The top Democrat strategists have been talking about civil war conditions, not certifying the vote. Carball's been talking about armed uprisings because Trump's Hitler is going to come kill black men with no evidence. Whoopi Goldberg says he's going to ban interracial marriage. There are a lot of crazy people that believe the BS they've been fed. They also believe the Democrats when they say 2 men can have a baby. So World War III is on the table here. This is a referendum on that. Trump's got a lot better team around him right now to try to drain the swamp. They've promised to hold this up for weeks, but if it's a decisive victory tonight, I don't know. From the numbers we're seeing, like you just said with Georgia and other things that are happening in Pennsylvania, goes for Trump, then I think you look at the electoral map, that Trump could be declaring victory tonight.
Yeah.
I think there's a strong chance that it could be declaring victory tonight. We just went through some of these numbers here. I don't know if you were able to hear it, but I had a sneaking suspicion because we're looking at potentially a win. Can they confirm if it likely will be somewhere around 1 million votes in Florida? They're saying that it could be that much, but a huge... And Alex, a lot of people, are newer to this, right? We have a lot of Gen Z viewers. They don't remember when Florida was a nail biter, right? We'd stay up all night just to hear on Ohio and Florida. That's kind of taken for granted. And we looked at the numbers where we saw a huge swing. So, for example, Miami-Dade, an 18-point swing toward Donald Trump. Broward, a 13-point swing. Palm Beach, 12 points. I looked at it and cross-referenced it with New York. Miami-Dade has 123,000 Jewish Americans. Broward, 149,000. 134,000 in Palm Beach. Then we looked in a state where Donald Trump lost. But we looked, for example, Brooklyn. We saw an 11.6% swing toward Donald Trump, 542,000 Jewish Americans. Manhattan, 10.7-point swing, 356,000 Jewish Americans. Queens, a 21-point swing, 150,000 Queens. I bet you also be pretty interested. A lot of Middle Eastern, a lot of Arab American who, by the way, are swinging toward Donald.
All right, we have some news here coming from the state of Pennsylvania, or CBS. Says we probably won't know the results of PA tonight. And delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. Third world countries get their results on election night, but PA can't figure it out. And we're supposed to believe everything is fine.
We're looking at the numbers. Even Roger Stone, who's a big pessimist, said.
In Pennsylvania, what are we learning about what may be happening in the Keystone State?
Yeah, we're just back from a reporting trip there. Look, this is the Holy Grail. Margaret said it at the top of the show with its 19 electoral college votes. And I think, Nora, to understand the significance of Pennsylvania, all you got to do is look back to the final day of campaigning. Both candidates there, Donald Trump telling everybody, if we win Pennsylvania, we'll win this whole ball of wax. Kamala Harris ending her final rally on the steps of the famous Rocky Steps there. But look, Al Schmidt, the Secretary of State, told me we are probably not going to know the results from Pennsylvania tonight. Delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. Pack your patience, you said at the top.
Want to turn now.
It's weird that they have to mention that nothing nefarious is happening. Like, if you could have just said, oh, there's going to be a delay, don't worry. But no, they have to mention specifically nothing is going to happen. Yeah, a bunch of weirdos.
Trump could win tonight, and he said that on my.
But we're looking at different counties that may have played a significant role, for example, in these huge swings, these districts where there are a lot of American Jews.
Yeah, I don't think that's speculation. We've already seen that swing in the polls. And so I think that's a game changer as well. But what I think you're seeing is just a political realignment with all these famous Democrats and liberals that have souls joining Trump. And I just think that the people get it. They can smell that, that there's no future with Harris, and that Trump's not out to get him, and Trump doesn't want World War III. So absolutely, I mean, I think that's a big part of it. And like you said, he's got all these Muslims endorsing him in Michigan, and I mean, people just are sick of the current power structure, but then they're going to try to block this. They're going to try to impeach him again. They've reportedly already drawn up articles of impeachment if he is, getting back into office. It looks like their Republicans are taking the Senate, expanding in the House. That's just as important. So if Trump does get in and has the trifecta, he better drain that swamp and he better deliver. And he's being handed, as you know, an economy that's got fire coming out of the engine and smoke shooting out its ass. So this is a crazy ass situation.
Is that good?
Yeah, can I before I want to see if I can, hey, Toolman, if we show this clip out of Georgia, will Alex be able to hear it?
I can do that, yeah.
Okay, so Alex, we have something breaking right now. You wouldn't be able to see it, but would you like to be here to hear? Let me set this up for you. Right now, this is some exclusive testimony video that we have that has gone through our team right now to vet it. So this is from someone named Devin. He went to go early vote in Georgia on the 21st of October, okay? They told him, oh, sorry, you were deceased in July of 2023. So he was allowed to take this photo of the screen, which you can see in the video, and he was given a provisional ballot, told that his vote may not go through, but you'll be registered for next time. And we actually have a clip right now that we can play. You won't be able to see it, but hear it.
Oh, I'll show it to
Okay, you'll be able to see it.
He will see it too.
Let's show it to Alex.
Hey, my name is Devin Hare, and I'm dead. I went to go early vote 21st of October and found out that I was deceased, and that was why it wouldn't work. I was listening to the podcast. Y'all were talking about, hey, we need to double check that we're registered to vote because there's strange things happening. I said, okay, I'll just go check it out on the website. I should be A-okay. My name does not come up. Show up the 21st, say, hey, here's my driver's license. They say, we can't find you in the system. Let's get you over to this other lady. She's got a computer. She's got all the back-end information. She can tell you what's going on. And she goes, hey, yeah, no, sorry about this, but you're dead. You are not alive anymore. And you have been since July of 2023. I would hope I'm still alive. And she said, yeah, it's just that system is not working. You're still alive everywhere else, but the voter registration side, you're not here. My official status for voter registration is canceled, and the reason is that I'm deceased. She said your vote might not go through this year. As of today, my name is still not on the registration list, and it's not on the I voted list anywhere. So bravo, Harris County.
So there we go. And again, we can't, like we said, just like I couldn't.
Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem. And I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros.
Let me add to that, because, it's confirmed reports in all the battleground states, and it's almost only happening to Republicans, just like MTG on my show 2 weeks ago said she's getting constituents saying the machines are flipping from straight Republican to straight Democrat. And then later it happened all over the country. They said, oh, it's just a glitch. It is happening. So that's confirmed. So they tried to deny all this 4 years ago. Now it's all out in the open. And then all over the country, it's being reported that Republicans that have been registered already voting are told there's a problem, or they're not on it, or sorry, you're not in the database. Here's a provisional. And so you kind of go to timeout. So there's all sorts of ways that they're doing this. But as you said, the shenanigans are out in the open. They had all these federal judges rule illegals can vote, stay on the rolls. The Texas Secretary of State said 5 weeks ago, you can vote with a non-citizen ID. Then the Supreme Court comes in and says about last Monday, to Virginia, okay, the illegals do have to come off the rolls. So people have been denying that, even though, James O'Keefe gets the footage of it happening. No, this is really going on. So regardless of what happens with this election, I believe Trump's about to win. That's what it looks like right now. It's been just the mask is off here. And so much the fraud did get caught. And a lot of states took off, just in the aggregate, millions and millions of dead people and illegals and crazy stuff. And as you know, you're Michigan, 500,000 people that weren't on the voter rolls and weren't voters and registered in the database, but they're just there and they get to still vote. Right. So this is wild. This is crazy.
Yeah. And even if, as we've called Georgia for Donald Trump, like you said, Michigan is one of those. We already know, look, like you just said, there were voter rolls that had some, I don't remember exactly if it was redundant votes or they had non-citizens or voter rolls that should have been purged that they didn't purge. Yeah. But we do know that at least one Chinese national voted, even though they weren't a citizen, got caught, but that vote still counts. to me, that's enough. In other words, if there are any names on those voter rolls that should not be allowed to vote, as far as I'm concerned, every single one of them counts as an illegal vote because we'd have no way to confirm. We only confirmed the one who was dumb enough to ask for his ballot back, and that vote will still count. I'm sure you covered that there in Michigan. Combine the two, I'm pissed.
But the good news is, I mean, remember, they just stonewalled 4 years ago, and the judges said, well, we can't look at it. You don't have standing. And the media went, oh, the judges found no fraud. No, no judge would look at it.
Right.
But the Republicans under Trump's leadership went from no coverage and looking at fraud to doing a great job with Laura Trump and people, and so now there's some real spotlights on this, and they've mitigated a lot of it, and so it's spectacular how people are being educated.
Yeah.
And Trump's up there saying, if I do get in, we're getting rid of these machines. How does France have 36 million people vote in one day on paper ballots, but we can't do it here? And remember, we almost always have the election the night or the day after. Right. Now we're told the new was weeks and weeks and weeks. So we're going to see some shenanigans. The deep state's not going to go away quietly.
That's
and
right.
This is certainly not a boring time to be alive. Or if Trump does get in the 76 days when he's president-elect, the leftists said they're going to just go crazy and cause all sorts of uprisings. And that if Trump tries to defend against it, well, he's Hitler. So this is definitely a very exciting and dangerous time.
Wait, do you mean to tell me that when you had a Romney who was heading up the Republican Party, that it was feckless and useless, and now that Donald Trump has been, we're actually seeing some headway being made as it relates to election fraud? That's not what you're telling me, is it, Alex?
It's what's happening, brother. And so this is the Great Awakening. I mean, the only way we would lose is not engaging them, because even if they steal it, now they're even double caught. Right. I mean, at a sick level, I hope this doesn't happen, but from a Machiavellian position, if they steal this now, I mean, the Democratic Party in a couple of years will be outlawed in this country.
No,
I mean, they're like the Nazi party already at this point.
It should be.
Yeah, I think you're right. And hey, I do have a couple more questions for you, Alex. First, is that shirt velvet? Is that velvet?
No.
Or is it suede?
It looks nice either way.
It looks comfortable, yeah.
Is it velvet?
It's a velour.
No, it's not velvet. I don't own any velvet clothing.
Well, you should, because I always tell people, Alex Jones is far more cuddly than you would know. He's a sweetheart in real life, and if you drape that in some velour, I won't be able to keep my hands off you.
Whoa!
And
no, I get it. I love it, hey, Stephen. You got like a brawny. You can be on a brawny.
All right, enough of whatever Alex Jones is wearing and weird stuff like that. I don't fucking know. He's showing his chest hair off. Oh, he's taking his shirt off. What the actual hell is going on?
His chest hair literally grows like an arrow.
But Joe Biden, okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason you can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see.
This man is built like a can of Spam. Please put your shirt back on.
34,000. So 2.7. That has been consistent, guys, for a while now. On a percentage basis, it has not much moved.
What is going
Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there. Come up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there. And Democrats scored their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb County. So too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Biden, the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now, essentially are saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll see you in the morning.
That reminds me of?
It's 4 years ago,
Hillary Clinton in 2016,
exactly
because
right.
she said, John Podesta came out and said, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out. And everyone else was saying, we're calling these states. So
we may stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight ahead, whether they're up tonight or not.
What if, instead of giving a holiday makeover to some stranger's house, you revisit?
All right, so we found a new feed, a very interesting feed, one of the greatest. This is the Associated Press. Sometimes they're fake news, but sometimes they're not.
Yes! In the nick of time.
Machine with a head on it.
Yes, he does. He does.
Like those like 1920s bodybuilders that are just
Yes, the 1920s bodybuilders,
Yes.
before they were juiced out of their mind, they're
Right,
just like,
right.
look, I built my physique by breaking the chains in my prison walls. And you're like, wow, thanks, Alexander
You know what
Zass.
I'm doing?
Alex Jones is still shirtless. What's up, Go Do Stuff?
I mean, mainly what I do is like just hundreds and hundreds of sit-ups, hundreds of burpees and all this other stuff, and just pushing a sled and carrying 50-pound kettlebells in each hand,
So
around
Rocky IV.
warehouses.
Stuff lesbians do.
Yeah, it's all good stuff, but I'm still in terrible shape.
No, you're not in terrible shape.
Badass shape.
You're not in
This is
terrible
less than
shape.
70 days.
Alex, take the win. Everyone here. We have
doing
some
good.
ladies in the
You
live
look
audience. They're fanning themselves right now.
You look like Michelle Obama.
Listen, I did it all from the AlexJonesStore.com with Ultimate Sea Moss, the ultimate seafood. That's why, right here.
wow.
Ultimate
This
sea moss.
is the Ozempic of vitamins.
The
superfood.
Ozempic of the sea, as it's known.
The Ozempic of the sea.
Hey, you know what? Actually, Alex, if you want, and this is completely impromptu, but we just got a sponsorship from Jack Fitness where they do home gyms, and it's one of the very rare sponsors where they reached out and I said, I know exactly who those people are. Lifetime warranty, and we might be able to get you one because I know you probably have a gym at your studio, but if you want one for the house, I bet you we could hook that up for you. It's really good stuff.
You still got a house, right?
It sounds good. Sounds good.
If I were him, I would never be in my house. I would be out.
Just to give you guys an update, this is the Kamala rally right here. This is the Trump rally, obviously, because of the hats, but the Kamala rally is dead. They're just hanging out. What's up?
Loves Alex Jones more than the rest of you. What I'm saying is, God did say that David is a man after his own heart. And people go, how could that be David? I mean, David basically killed the guy, David. But it was a man who had a repentant heart. It was a man who always came back to God. And I would tell you, Alex Jones, every time he's been going through some stuff, and I talk with Alex, he goes, you know what, I'm doing this, but I really need to spend more time in prayer with God, and I really want to get in. I know that health was a big thing where you said, you would say, you know what, I got to get back in shape. It's just been so stressful. And you know what, man? He had the biggest lawsuit in modern American history as far.
Well, if you have any Bitcoin, it's up 10% right now, so you might have made some serious bank if you have any.
And I'm not just saying that. You really are. You're looking good. You're doing well.
It's a great way to handle the stress, too. I mean, this is keeping them alive, bro.
Eat sea moss.
Yeah.
I mean, I think so. I don't know.
I'm telling you, sea moss is amazing.
Where do you get that? The bottom of a boat? What?
Yeah, exactly. That's what happened.
Scrape it off.
It's Irish sea moss. Listen, I just go with whatever it's got the best iodine and all these weird minerals and vitamins that are only in the sea moss. And I am doing a plug here because we could be shut down next to. InfoWars is up for sale next Tuesday, forced by the court, but we'll continue on in the air one way or another, working with great folks. So yeah, it's just emblematic of the tyranny we're under. Just like Elon Musk said on Rogan, he said if Kamala gets in, he's going to be shut down. This isn't a game. They tried to shut you down. So we joke around and stuff, and I torture people looking at my because you made jokes about the shirts. I thought I'd go really crazy on air, but I mean, this is a war. This is a real deal. So I hope Trump wins today.
Yeah.
What are you predicting, Crowder?
I think he is going to win. I think it's going to be very close. We called Georgia. I think we'll be making the call of North Carolina quite soon. I think that, I'm getting word now that we are going to be calling North Carolina in just a minute. Actually, you know what? Hey, before we continue, do you want to be here for us to call North Carolina with you right now with us?
I do. I should probably put my shirt
No.
Yes, please put your shirt back on.
Hey, trust me, this gets old. Alex, you haven't seen the entirety of the show. It gets weirder. So, what you're going to be able to, he can see program? Hold on, 2 minutes.
Yes, I'll give him program for this one.
So we're going to give you program because am I right? We're going to call. So right now it's time for another state call, and then Brought to you by Noble Gold, and as we've been doing all night, of course, we have Donald Trump, the next president, who is here to call the state of North Carolina. I'm having a good time, having a good time. North Carolina, you came through tonight. Suck it, FEMA. You really screwed up with Helene. The state where you invented human flight. Call me Sully. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. And the best part is we were really excited about it, and Alex Jones is gone.
He fled.
What was that? The call for North Carolina?
Maybe that's the point where, maybe it's like, hey, maybe we.
I hope it was. I hope we did that to be
So
funny.
listen, we feel pretty confident in this according to our projections.
I can't be associated with this. These people are crazy.
I just saw an intern walk by.
Yeah.
Like, no, Alex.
Thank
He's probably out doing
for
push-ups.
joining
He is.
on this crazy night. We're waiting for more polls to close in roughly 20 minutes.
Felt a little gay.
According to our projections, he's going to win North Carolina by around 2.8%.
By around 2.8%.
That's not enough for me.
Which honestly is
a big deal.
Pretty in line. Can someone bring up the RCP average? I think it was somewhere around 1.8?
I don't remember the exact
So they
number.
were
We can
pretty
bring
close.
that up, but I wanted to give you a couple other
What
pieces
happened
of
to the
information
South?
as we've been talking.
Hold
to
on one
Alex.
second. Did you see North Carolina called,
come back?
Alex? Did you get to... No, he's...
Yes, I saw it.
All right. Son of a bitch.
I didn't know where you went. I was like, oh man, we lost Alex.
Now he's got his shirt on.
Well, I've got a chamber pot over there. I just went and took a dump. That's what the Democrats are doing right now.
Yes, I do believe
Well, they're
they
doing
are.
it in their pants.
Yeah,
Steven's got a crock pot next to him.
Yes, I do. It's actually it's an Instapot because I like putting it under pressure.
Listen, I never say this about Steve, but it's really cool because when I've co-hosted and guest hosted for him, I have the same thing here. He has a toilet in his chair. And it's very relaxing.
We have an update for Pennsylvania. This could be some good news or some bad news.
With 80% of the vote reporting, Trump is at 51.3% and Harris is at 47.8%. So he has a 3.5% lead with 80% in, but Pennsylvania has announced do not expect the full results tonight. So that can raise questions, but right now he has a 3.5% lead with 80% in, but I don't trust them. I don't trust Governor Shapiro. And this could be interesting, but right now the numbers are trending in a positive direction. But it's something to really keep an eye on, not just for margins, but for what comes in before they say what they can't count tonight. Also, let's dig up some voters, Shapiro?
We can have Ginger Snap come in and give us some.
Okay.
Kamala Harris is way underperforming in some very important places.
Okay.
In
Well, tell her to get on her
Pennsylvania.
knees.
And then I just wanted to give you this update too on Florida. So in 2020, Trump won Florida by 372,000. Right now, it's projected at over 1.5 million.
1.5 million.
He's going to win it by this time around.
Stop it, Nick.
What do you mean,
Nick?
Stop it, Nick.
expects
Guys,
better.
you and your trend horse shit. I'm sorry.
Right,
It's not,
yeah, it's just okay.
It's not.
All right, Nick needs a Snickers. No, there's been no good news tonight that Nick hasn't said. Like, he's not gonna. He's gonna
By the
lose
way,
Florida.
real quick,
He's gonna lose
real
Florida. Gerald,
Real
you can't
quick, Crowder.
quit. Gerald, you cannot quit.
Hey, no making out with
it's
Nick.
good. It's good.
Stop it.
news.
Stop it.
Don't hurt me.
He's too big.
I'm an old man.
Something big here.
Yes.
Don't make me take my shirt off.
You mean aside from an Aryan beating up a Sicilian, which the optics are not great? Yes. What is it, Alex?
Sicilian.
Listen, you guys are doing great on the numbers as well. I know you love Owen Schroyer, former political prisoner.
Yes.
He's in our big map room looking at some of the numbers. I want to get his, just for a minute or so, his take and analysis. I know you got a bunch of experts there. Let's put our brains together right now. But let's just go to Owen for a second.
How
A
about our
simulcast.
chest?
I want him to give us a quick report. He says big.
From the state of Texas, which we already know Trump won, but this is very, very interesting, very huge. Trump won Starr County, Texas. It is the most Hispanic county in America at 97% Hispanic. He won that county by 16 points. The last time Starr County, Texas voted Republican was in 1892. After 132 years, he flipped a county that's almost 100% Hispanic, won it by 16 points. He flipped it from Democrat to Republican, and nobody was alive in 1892, the last time this county went Republican. This is just unbelievable. It's huge. something that I don't think a lot of people expected, and he won it by 16 points. But for the first time in 132 years, Starr County, Texas is Republican and not Democrat. Here we go, boys.
Some crazy stuff right there. Some historic news. Just have the confirmation here with Fox that North Carolina has been called for Trump. We already knew this, though, but that is just the Fox confirmation. And Alex Jones just got pieced out. He was there and his feed cut to black. Oh, no, he's still talking. Anyway.
Owen Schroyer real quick. And the Alex Jones.
I'm curious to see what the Fox anchors have to say. Let's get to that. Alex Jones is peacing out, so that'll be the end of him. Alrighty, here we go.
A tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we have been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states and something over the...
We got a key race alert here. Trump is ahead in Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Kamala is ahead in, yes, the states that most likely she would be. The big ones are Arizona and Pennsylvania and Georgia. Georgia has already been called, but we're still sitting here 14 minutes until the next set of polls close, and then we are on the final hour for voting, unless any issues happen where they have to extend it back another hour. We're looking at a 82% count in Pennsylvania. We're looking at an 85% count in Virginia. Virginia going to Harris. Georgia going to Trump. Washington going to Harris. Only 63% of the vote, but most likely going to Harris. There you go. Harris wins Virginia. The confirmation from Fox.
Expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states. That all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it.
Right now in Wisconsin, with 71% of the vote in, Trump has a 3% lead, a 68,425 vote lead, 71% in. He's up 3% for Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes. CNN says Trump has a 2.5% lead in Georgia with 128.5 vote lead, but we've called over an hour and a half ago that Trump has won Georgia. Trump's going to win Georgia. There's 92% in on that. There's no way. Arizona with 52% reporting. Trump is at 49.8% and Harris is at 49.3%. So he has a 0.5% lead, 52% of the vote in, a 7,588 vote lead. And Nevada, we get our first results from Nevada, 2% in, early voting, Trump is at 73%. Kamala is at 26.2%. But it's 17,124 to 6,100. It's a very minimal margin, but that is a key battleground state, and even those 6 electoral votes could become huge. We reported this to you about half an hour ago now. Bernie Moreno out of Ohio has picked up and flipped the Senate seat. CNN is now just finally confirming it, but you guys already know Moreno has flipped the Senate seat in the state of Ohio, J.D. Vance's home state, which is huge for the Senate. But right now in all the battleground states, it is looking favorable for Donald Trump. It's closest in Arizona and Nevada, but Nevada has minimal numbers. Arizona, we don't know what's early voting, what's mail-in. We don't know the exact numbers, which counties, where the numbers are coming from. But he has a lead. Yeah. And CNN's going over Senate races I knew an hour plus 2 hours ago, like finally announcing Tim Kaine. But right now it is looking very, very favorable in the result of Donald Trump. Here, I'll unmute Fox so you can hear the panel discussion while I gather a few more interesting little tidbits for you guys.
For every American.
Don't you think he's done that? Don't you think he's done that? I mean, look at the coalition he has built. I think there's been an underestimation of what the definition of protecting democracy is.
So, okay,
you have RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, who was in charge of the DNC at a certain point, saying there's all this lawfare. You're suing to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. Nicole Shanahan, one of his vice presidential candidate at the time, feels the same way. And people look at that and say, he's building a coalition that actually works.
The only thing I'm saying is Brett Baer wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com called about.
A little interesting note, with 87% of the vote in, Harris is only up 4 points in New Jersey, which is very huge. It's usually a Democratic stronghold. Only being up 4 points with a good majority of it in, he's performing well there, which can make impact in Senate. Oh, we got a Fox News.
Fox News projects that the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a very, very tight race. The incumbent Republican pulling this out. And that means, because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia, that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority. But we don't know the final number yet.
Right. We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate majority leader. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be the next conversation to have for the leadership in the Senate. But right now, a 51-seat majority for the Senate, 42 seats for Democrats. And this is a big deal for if President Trump wins again, he needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah, and we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California. But this is a big deal, Brit Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority, and now Chuck Schumer will no longer be the majority leader. This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we still don't know how good it's going to be tonight.
Yeah, and it raises the possibility that if Trump wins, he has the Senate, and the question becomes then, can the Republicans maintain control of the House? There's been a lot of confidence in the betting markets that they would throughout this evening, but just to keep you up to date, the margin on the betting odds has shrunk a little bit for their holding on there.
Holding on to all three.
If I could just add, like for Mitch McConnell, this is what a way to leave, right? With another win again, and if President Trump wins the presidency, another way to say he recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation. The Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did, but she made it.
Let's and this happens amid harsh criticism of McConnell
Sure.
from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states, Kayleigh, that definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehy.
This lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation, especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and, hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are.
Is that Vanilla Ice and Crowder? I don't know exactly what Crowder's doing. Their thing is switching like every 5 seconds. Holy Polly Market with the 96%. It is official. Polly Market has pretty much just 100%ed. 96%, 96.6. Like, that's it, man.
Seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have trends, and the trends do not look good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2
because they might have people from Nebraska. Hey, look, we got to be careful with this. Remember, they are protesting not against the Electoral College. They are protesting not against some kind of swing state. They are protesting against you, the American people. That's what they're protesting. When they riot this time, they're rioting against everyone else in this country.
Yeah.
And don't forget it. Even if you didn't vote for Donald Trump, when
That's
people
a good
say,
point.
hey, I want to stand up for what's right. Okay, you talked about the integrity of democracy. Watch. If this happens tonight, Donald Trump very, very likely, almost certainly wins the Electoral College, very, very likely wins the popular vote. If you see a single Walgreens, CVS, you see a single department store looted, you see a single person, my God, shot in the street for being a Trump voter like we saw in Washington State, or was it Oregon? Remember, that bullet is for you. That Walgreens, that shop is you. There's no more bullshit where people argue, even though it should never be the case, about the Electoral College or about Donald Trump and billionaire donors, because we saw that they bragged about with Kamala Harris. The mandate of the masses and a significant winning margin. That riot is for you. Remember, let this reverberate through you. Don't forget it. And you should be pissed when that happens. And that, if that ever does happen, that's exactly why you heard me on my spiel earlier. Well, I'll never say political violence is never the answer. Hey, if people are actually rioting and burning down your houses, burning down your neighborhoods, if we see another summer of love, guess what?
All right, look, Crowder's going off right now, so I'm gonna just move away from that briefly.
Christian leaders destroying churches.
Of course, they're going to advertisements here on Fox. Well, it looks like we'll take a look at the key race alert. Pennsylvania, Trump is leading by 206,000 votes. 83% of the vote is counted. Michigan, he's leading by 111,000 votes. 51%, with 44% of the vote counted or estimated to be counted. Wisconsin, 74% of the vote estimated. And it would look like Trump is going to be taking Wisconsin. Looks like Trump is going to be taking quite a few of what would have been close race areas.
Per the election wizard, in the state of Pennsylvania, Trump is very likely to flip Northampton County and still currently leads in Bucks and Center counties. But he has flipped a Democratic county in Pennsylvania and leads in two very important counties in the state of Pennsylvania. But that is in the last 2 minutes from Election Wizard.
All right, there you have it. Election Wizard, unsure of who said individual is, but is giving some pretty interesting and very accurate information. It's actually scarily accurate because this person posts it and then the news networks say the exact same thing. Takes them about 10 minutes or so, but they get there. They are not on top of it. Not like the election wizard. I guess that's why they call him that. We take a look here. Election night in America, CNN. The midnight polls are closing within a minute. Arizona is in a deadlock tie right now. We have some new stuff coming in here. What do you got?
But just an interesting note to caveat on, with the Republicans expected to take control of the Senate, it is worth noting that Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said he will step down. So at this time, yes, but there is no clear, we don't know who will be Speaker for the Senate. So that will also be another vote within the party and the Senate of who is the leader. But it will not be Mitch McConnell. So another little interesting thing to point out.
States.
Wisconsin as well. Pennsylvania, a lot of raw vote total coming in. As you take a look at this board, you can also look at
all good, all good.
percent in.
All good when it comes to the polls for Trump at the moment here. Actually, we're taking a look. Every final count here has it very close. 232 for Trump, 212 for Harris, 230 for Trump, 205 for Harris. And CNN will have their projection very quickly up. This is the end of the midnight polls. We have reached midnight. We have officially been live for 5 hours and 12 minutes. Hawaii goes to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris wins Hawaii. There you go, Hawaii.
Omaha, not a big surprise there either.
Not, but as you see the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono will win a third term. And the balance of power, as we just said...
CNN still has it as 230 to 169. I'm surprised CNN is not just like full Harris, full just...
Okay, so rudely interrupted Bill Hemmer by midnight, ticking down. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, that's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. It's still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough.
Never mind.
I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan, okay? If it stays that way, it's his. And he's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin.
Oh, Georgia is very close. Have they called? That's right. They have called Georgia. Well, then why are they still doing this?
That's where we are, and we can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia has not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now, okay? So it popped up 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again, all right? It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is. 0.4 percentage points, a Trump lead.
Kamala takes Virginia. That's what I thought, but they're showing it again. So now it's 230, 182 Kamala. I think CNN's trying to stretch out what is happening here in order to maintain a viewership quota.
It's historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all three of those states.
So Trump has pulled ahead by over 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. He's ahead by 107,000 in Michigan. Half the votes have been counted in Michigan, though.
1980.
Nearly half.
I mean, it would be, you would be in landslide territory.
No, it would be.
He ends up taking all
And of course, that's how the Electoral College
battleground
is designed, to take small margins and turn them into Electoral College landslides to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if.
Well, of
the
course
blue
it is.
wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting mood here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is in Shreveport, Louisiana, at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. So all around, all the signs are indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. That is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called. And that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say. I hear they say that.
They do say that.
They do.
The kids say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is
Let's get lit, guys. All right. We got 37% of the vote counted in Connecticut, with Harris leading right now. 93% in Georgia. Trump still leading. Pennsylvania, 85%. Trump leading. 50%, almost 51% in Pennsylvania for Trump. A lot of these are very close right now. A lot of these are indeed close. Maybe closer than some people thought, but I don't know. When it comes to the battleground states, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, very big. Very, very big.
And they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we were speaking to. The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing that that is likely or possible. One of those sources put it the most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. Right now, the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any updates officially on who to expect here, when to expect them here. There hasn't been any messaging to the people waiting out here about who might be greeting them later or even when. So we will update you when we find out more about that. But someone close to the vice president said that it looks like she's probably going to come down here about an hour or so from now. But she'll need to have a message when she does. is. And so they're probably formulating whatever that's going to be. There's been a lot of messaging from the campaign about how long it'll take some of these outstanding ballots to be counted and maybe give them, everyone waiting, sort of something to hang on to. And they've also, been talking over the last few days about, of course, their process of making sure that the vote is accurate and that any challenges go through the regular, orderly, lawful process. But we will update you if we get anything official from them. Right now, the official line from the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside, guys.
And people aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the big camera.
Said some of the people had trickled out. Did you say that, Jackie?
Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us.
She's like, some of the people have trickled out there, Jackie, and she's like, yeah. Some people have started leaving. Yep.
There are a couple different stages here, and we were actually told earlier in the night that the reason that there were two stages is because there was a remote location with a studio where Harris could potentially go and potentially pipe video in if the race was still outstanding, if enough of these states were remaining uncalled.
We're actually getting, if you look in the top left corner, we're getting a live look at the poll counting in Milwaukee. This has been swapping back and forth through different poll stations. Shout out the Associated Press, AP, for having direct footage into the polling booth here. I don't know exactly what's going on. I don't know if this is the... Where was the machine that was messed up? Was that in Pennsylvania? So, anyway, look, there was a machine that was messed up, wasn't counting properly. They had to do 30,000 recounts due to the issue. That one, I think, was Pennsylvania, correct? Yes. But I don't know. I think it's very interesting that the Associated Press is able to do this. So shout out to them. Shout out to Crowder. Shout out to Fox, CNN, even though Fox, CNN, but thank you for the feed. We get news from all of them, and we relay that information back to you. We also have an update here. 230 for Trump, 182 for Kamala, according to CNN. Associated Press has it for 230 Trump, 210 Kamala, 232 and 216 on Fox. Very close. Very close. Or at least they're trying to make it seem like it's close. The next few... None of them have called Georgia, not yet. No, they have not. But the next few hours will be very interesting. And I know I said that a few hours ago, but it just seems to get more and more interesting as the time goes on. We're getting down, yeah, exactly. We're getting down to the wire. These last few states they're starting to count. Nevada has 2% of the vote counted. They are starting. We also have Alaska at the end of the hour. That'll be the final hour, correct? Of voting, unless anything gets, like right now is the final hour, unless anything gets pushed back. Any more issues, it goes to 2 a.m. at the very latest, but we don't think that's going to happen. New Mexico going for Harris, 86% of the vote. Yeah, not good, I guess, if she's underperforming there. Pennsylvania, Trump is losing percentage in Pennsylvania, but not much. Wisconsin, still holding strong in Wisconsin, 78% of the vote. What is going on? What is the news? What do we have? In Michigan, with 51% reporting. Trump is up by over 70,000 votes. That is some news for you guys right there. Connecticut, 40% of the vote is counted with Harris up right now. A lot of these states are going to be close, or they are going to be slippery slope landslides, more or less. Right now, though, a lot of these big battle states are underway. Still haven't counted Georgia yet. Maybe Georgia hasn't been counted properly. Who knows? I don't know. But they have called it. Places have called Georgia, saying Trump has taken it. We're still waiting for, I guess, the official
go, the official heads up.
Environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National Republican Congressional Committee this.
We have now returned back to Denver, Colorado. We are getting a live look in the Denver, Colorado at the top left there. The poll booth, the voting area in Denver, Colorado. That's a pretty nice place they got there. I wonder if that is like their town hall or something. Well set up, looks well organized. Hopefully everything is functioning smoothly in Denver, Colorado.
They've just had enough. And this is the time where they're breaking ranks. I think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is a decisive victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's been more insulted, investigated, impeached, indicted, convicted, take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. Oh, and the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this. Is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, the ones that cited him in commercials may all go down tonight.
Some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95, 96% of the time. He can't just bear hug Donald Trump when it's politically expedient. One thing I want to point out in the data, the Fox News voter analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration.
The other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed, Maryland passed, Florida did not pass. But what we're seeing is that people seem to be separating it from the rest of the picture and voting their will.
Yeah, and I wonder, Kellyanne might want to jump onto this as well, but when the voters are telling you...
All right, we got some new news right now, courteous of the analyst Shipton. Thank you. Antifa is already preparing to possibly take some action into their own hands here in Seattle. I believe this is the police on the bikes, correct? And they are following down a group of people with umbrellas that are dressed in all black with the face mask, the typical fun stuff that you see. I find it funny, the police are just like slowly cruising behind them on bikes, just like keeping an eye on them. The Young Turks are starting to melt down. Oh, actually the police are going after them in that video. So I can't show that, but at least I don't think I could show that, but that is happening. Oh, the police are not playing around in Seattle. They are not trying to have a 2.0.
A comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way,
right,
and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that.
Well,
and I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
And we can go back a number of years into all the false alarms and all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president and date the beginning.
Yeah, those officers were just slowly trailing behind them, waiting to go after him. That was funny as hell, man. The police in Denver are not, or where was that? Was it Denver? The police, wherever that was, were not playing around with Antifa.
saddled with the person I think was the weakest presidential candidate I've ever seen. She was absolutely the weakest, and one of the reasons why they didn't do some of the things related to issues that you mentioned, Dana, I think, is that they had a candidate who really couldn't pull it off.
Right.
She didn't have anything to say. Brett, I mean, you had an interview with her, and he came up with one fairly evident.
All right, James Woods is on Crowder, so let's listen to James Woods over Fox.
Kamala Harris, however the fuck you pronounce her name, Kamala Harris. If you looked at what that future would be like, it would be some n-dimensional space that you could never have imagined in your worst nightmares.
Yes.
I mean, just every single thing that she believes in or doesn't believe in, because she doesn't know herself.
Yeah.
Michigan, she believes one thing, and Virginia, she believes another.
Yeah.
It would have been a catastrophe. And let me tell you, no matter how big this victory may be tonight, God willing, and the last time I went to bed, Trump was winning. I woke up and they found 300,000 votes in a crocodile's ass somewhere, and whatever.
I like drunk James Woods, by the way. This is my favorite James
well,
Woods.
they find him somewhere. They didn't even have a crease in him. I don't take anything for granted, but how is it possible that it was this close? I mean, honestly, this would be like Billy Barty, in a boxing match.
You know what? I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Evander Holyfield.
Right, Seattle, not Denver. My mind is racing right now with all the different cities and everything going on. Arizona, Trump is it's pretty much tied, but he's just barely ahead.
Abortion policy is now it's sacrifice at the altar of self. There's something really appealing to, but if I vote this way, I'll get this. I think that a huge portion of people who voted for Kamala Harris did so in spite of the fact that they probably understood, because they've lived it, that it was not what was good for the country, but out of their own selfish interests. That's why you see a lot of super wealthy billionaires, and you see a lot of people who, aren't necessarily involved in the economy with a voluntary trade of goods and services. So that's why I said this earlier today. You'll never hear me say, hey, what have they done for you? That's not the way you should vote, because that's a really easy sell next election cycle, right? But I think people lived this, and I think some people thought, you know what? It'll be better for me. I don't think anyone actually thought that Kamala Harris was good for the country. I don't believe that anyone actually believed that.
Well, a lot of people, I think, that would support somebody like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Gavin Newsom or any of these people, they don't look at the community as a byword. It's just it's a mantra. There's no community among these people. It is utter narcissism. They're basically TikTok performers, all of them. Their lives live as far as their
James
number.
Woods speaking the truth.
Today I just happened to be on Twitter. I went, I got another 100,000 followers. And I don't like to call them followers. I like to call them friends. That sounds a little pompous. But I don't like to think of people following me. I'm following them. One of the things I'm most proud of, when I'm on Twitter, people say, you interact with all your fans.
Yes, continue.
Well, I interact with all the followers I have on Twitter. People will ask me a question, I'll talk about it. Sometimes people will say rude things, I'll fire right back, I'll give a mom joke, I'll insta-block them, I do all that stuff. But I'm interacting with them because I do believe that there is a community. Mm-hmm. I think that what Donald Trump did was, and will do again, God willing, if they don't cheat and snatch defeat from the jaws of victory somehow with their lawfare and all the other insane stuff they do. Even, God forbid, I hate to say the word assassination, but God knows they're trying.
Of course.
If they don't do that, and we actually we're blessed enough to get another 4 years with this man, we'll sew up the border. We'll start to have American production at home. Look, our community, our American community, we want to create our own goods. We want to give people jobs. We want to give them proper education. And even the people who come here, I mean, they come across the border, it's too hard to do it legally, so they escape the hellhole that they're living in and try to get here because this dream is such a great dream at its best.
Right.
And what the narcissists want to do is just make it work for themselves. Give you a perfect example, a little math trick here.
Uh-oh.
When Donald Trump was president of the United States, the first thing he said is, we've got to put a wall on our southern border.
Right.
It's going to cost $5 billion. We give, on the average, Ukraine $232 million a day.
Yes.
Every 5 days, it's $1 billion. In less than a month, the money that we give to Ukraine, which comes back in paper bags to the Biden family and all the rest of these leaders and so on, could have been used to build that wall.
Yep. And
Okay?
let me give you another
And that
number.
wall
You know what
would have
else? Do you know what else? I know this because when we did the Change My Mind, Build the Wall, Change My Mind in front of the White House, back then it was $116 billion. Now the Congressional Budget Office, I believe, is where we get the numbers. Illegal immigrants cost the American taxpayer a minimum of $150 billion a year. You couldn't get that kind of ROI anywhere else in government.
That's right. But here's the thing. A lot of those people who come across, I just renovated a home for my wife and myself. It's a beautiful little home. And people are going to say, oh, you're talking about the people who work for you are from Mexico and Guatemala. Okay. Our landscape designer, wonderful woman, did the best job I've ever had. This is the 18th house I've done because I used to flip houses and so on. She's a master at what she did. We had so many people. All of the woodworking in the house is the finest finished carpentry I've ever seen in my life. Done by a fellow who's Mexican American.
Oh, I thought he was Finnish. I thought you said
Salvadoran.
Finnish carpentry.
No, finished. Finished carpet. Really top carpet. These people had so much to contribute at the highest level.
Right.
Okay. And I had a fellow who was literally the manager of a house I was doing. He was in charge of the whole thing. And he told me that he shared with me, wonderful man. Hey, my daughter just graduated from medical school. I'm so proud of her and so on. I said, great, Sergio, where are you from? So I'm from Mexico. And I said, when did you come? He said, I'm here illegally. I said, you've been here for years. He said, I've been here for 32 years. I said, so why can't you get somebody to sponsor you? I'll sponsor you. He said, I said, well, how do you handle things? He said, I paid my taxes every single year. While all these rich Democrats, all these billionaire Democrats are finding every tax dodge they possibly can, this guy's here paying his taxes even though he's not a citizen.
Right.
He wants to be, but it was too impossible to do.
Right.
So one of the things that we've got to do, now that all these coalitions are shifting, we have to find a way to have the Republicans. I hope Donald Trump does this. And if I get a chance to...
All right, shout out James Woods. We have an update here. New Jersey, 87% of the vote going for Harris. This is going to be most likely a Harris one state, along with New Mexico, although New Mexico is pretty close here. It's already Harris. It's very close, though. Pennsylvania, also very close. And we got some more updates.
So as we talked about with Florida when it was called hours ago now, Arizona approves constitutional right to abortion, overturning the state's 15-week ban. So the voters have spoken and said that it should be a right in the state of Arizona, which Trump is currently leading by 0.5%, with little over 50% of the vote being counted. But it's interesting to keep note if that's how they voted and how close the state is. So we'll keep you posted on that.
All right, there you go.
Then I think we can look at that. But the problem is we know that once we get there.
Pennsylvania, 86% in. Michigan's a little early in 52%, and then 80% in Wisconsin, 93% in Georgia. We're going to dig into Georgia in a little bit.
Yeah.
And in fact, let's throw it down to Madison Allworth in Atlanta. Madison, why haven't you made a call?
Brett, you know what? I've been getting that question from a lot of folks on the ground here because obviously obviously Fox has not called Georgia as a state, but this crowd, they celebrated at 10:30. That is when GOP chairman of Georgia, McCoon, got on the stage. He called it for Trump here in Georgia. Again, obviously Fox News has not called, but at this party, they very much has. So the party happened at 10:30. They've been cheering on as the other states have been called, but they've been waiting to hear why the Fox News decision desk has not made that decision yet. A lot of things that they're looking at that make them excited. There's certain counties like Baldwin, which is an area that has usually votes pretty Democratic. That's
that's an area that actually is now favoring Trump. It's also predominantly black, and it has 2 universities there. So the fact that that area is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind, and they heard us on because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision because, like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Brett, Martha?
Yeah, Madison, that area is really come around in recent years because the Harris campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet, and there's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America.
Donald Trump has just surpassed the amount of votes he got in 2016. Trump wins North Carolina, battleground Arizona, Georgia, Minnesota, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin are still too early to call, even though from what we've heard, Georgia has been called, but I guess not yet. I guess not officially. I don't know. 93% of the vote has been counted, and about 30 minutes left until I guess the final poll closes in Alaska, or it should, depending on if everything goes to plan, if everything goes accordingly. We're still getting an inside look at the Denver, Colorado vote count. We're getting an inside look at the Harris campaign rally and the Trump campaign rally. If I had to assume, Donald Trump is going to be showing up to his campaign rally, and Harris was supposed to, but apparently the crowd is thinning out. More and more people, actually, if you look in the background, it's a little hard to see there. It does look like people are leaving. It does look like people are starting to funnel out there. So if that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what does. Harris is going to show up to campaign, and not a single soul is going to be there. And that's it for you.
The New York Times is now reporting that Donald Trump has a 93% chance to win the presidency. From the New York Times, 93% President Donald Trump.
Wild stuff, wild stuff. I think we're getting a video here from Crowder showing the Philadelphia City Commissioner's Office and Election Warehouse. Take a look. Hopefully he's still talking or playing it.
311 Roosevelt Boulevard, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Ballots, trucks of ballots coming in, where, from what we are hearing, allegedly poll watchers leaving. So I don't know if this is between shifts.
Well, that's the poll workers are coming in the trucks.
Yeah, I was going to say. The poll workers.
What are they, illegal poll watchers?
This wasn't saying, are they using, what are they using, stone tablet ballots?
Yeah, I don't know.
What are the mathematical odds they can slide in there right at the shift change?
I know.
Wow.
I know.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So this is going on right now, and I believe
wow, there's a lot.
There's a lot. Oh my word.
That's a shitload of ballots right there, boys.
That's like a Russian nesting doll of votes.
Is that a police escort? Or the police escort?
Yeah.
Wow.
Welcome to the facility.
And this is why we've been very hesitant to call Pennsylvania. We called Georgia early on. We've called North Carolina. It does seem that there mathematically would be insurmountable for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania. But as we all know, we saw in the last election, mathematical impossibilities are not insurmountable in the wee hours of the morning. But I still
for Democrats in Philadelphia.
Yes.
Just make sure you get the
or in Michigan, in Detroit, places like that.
Yeah. Any blue wall state.
Yeah, exactly.
Notorious Philly.
So we're going to need to wait and see what happens there. But barring anything there being illegitimate, it very much does seem like Pennsylvania is out of reach for Harris. But these are the kinds of tricks that you see taking place. And you know what? Here's the thing. Maybe Donald Trump still wins Pennsylvania, right? But I was asked this on a show where they said, if Donald Trump wins, will you question the election? I said, yes, absolutely. I said, the answer doesn't change. This desk is what? It's wood. If someone doesn't believe that it's wood, it's still wood. Someone can win in spite. I've talked about this, Phelps, the greatest swimmer of all time. He was eating McDonald's every day, right? You had people who would go out. I remember we would have it in jiu-jitsu practice. They'd go, well, Phelps eats McDonald's. I'm like, well, he has the wingspan of an albatross, and he has the gift of gut, but he's winning in spite of eating crap.
Going
and he
for
got better
Harris
when
over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level. You are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we
Same
began.
one.
It all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if it goes for Trump, will settle the contest. It will be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
As it unfolded, a little bit changed. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all four of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition.
Guys, I'm starting to see large gaps within the Kamala rally. Gaps big enough that, look at all the people that are starting to leave. Look, it's actually happening right in front of our eyes. You are going to see more and more space appear in between. It's happening right now, guys. The fall of the Harris-Walz campaign. It's unfolding right now. She said she was supposed to show up. People waited. She still hasn't shown up, yes. And people are fed up. People see the results. People see how it's heading. Nothing is set in stone yet. But if you look at the crowd difference, to be fair, I haven't seen too much of the Trump crowd. But look, even more people leaving. Just in the time I have spoken, more people have started to leave. More space has begun to open up. We are seeing it, like I said, unfold right in front of our eyes here. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next few hours as more votes get counted. The important swing states, the battleground states like Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, even though it's been called, we're still waiting, I guess, for it to be officially called. Nevada is going to be an interesting one. All of these places, very, very important. Still too early to call, apparently. But we will be giving the updates as they come out. 24 minutes remain in the polls. I think that is the final 24 minutes. And then, just for Alaska. Okay. Then we will see what happens next.
College-educated women, and even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think about the fact that there were some people, I didn't think we were going to win Iowa, but that we had seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of swing around. Does that not make sense to you?
Okay, so they've finally CNN has officially called Georgia. It only took, an hour and a half longer? Almost 2 hours longer than the information we received. Like I said, we're on top of it. We're receiving news and info. I had a Trudeau moment there. We are, water drink boxes. We are receiving info from all around. CNN, Fox, Crowder, the AP, CT, ESPN, wherever the info is coming from, we are giving it to you guys. We have been live for almost 6 hours on the dot. Here we go.
She represents the party in power. To me, it's it's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given
the party, the administration.
Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight, again, Britt made the point earlier. The Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania. 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better? Like Biden?
I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons, and I think Britt and Carl have made the point. I think 3 things. I listened to Sandra's data. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that might be. And interestingly, Carl,
I am looking at very empty bleachers in the Kamala Harris rally campaign there. It is not looking good, guys. Look at those empty bleachers in the back. Like the first few rows, maybe those are people standing, maybe those are people sitting. But up there, not looking too good. Not looking good at all. They actually switched camera angles because it's become so embarrassing.
I don't think they ever we've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So it'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining whom we are as a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate Democrats who really were aggressive and a media that echoed.
So from Breaking 911 on Twitter, Trump will speak tonight at his campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach. So Donald Trump is preparing to speak tonight. I would say probably by around 2:30 in the morning, he will be speaking tonight. Whether what these results say, but if everything continues to trend in the directions and what it's looking like, that he will be the next president, and he will be speaking tonight at his campaign headquarters.
And we're going to go to Bill Hemmer because you're looking at Pennsylvania, Bill. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, they were talking to me. Go ahead. What's
How
that?
come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Well, because there's a lot to be said over here.
All
in
right.
this
So
figure. Go
Pennsylvania,
ahead.
we're still looking at, but
Yeah.
we're also looking at the national popular vote.
Yeah.
Which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5. Okay. Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia. That's where it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay. So where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay. So hold on that moment here. Okay. There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. We talked about this Democratic march over here. And really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin Wyden out there, Mitt. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Centre County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Centre County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right? That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, it's really interesting. We've got some.
All right, we got a little video here of trucks full of ballots pulling up at 12 a.m. in Philly. Nothing to see here, folks. There you go, just a couple trucks pulling up. And I guess the voting station in Philly at its finest.
We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her.
So we have a confirmation that the Harris rally campaign was playing Diddy. And on top of that, look at all the people leaving. Look at all the people leaving. Or wait, are they leaving or are they walking up to the stage? I think look at this. No, the stands are empty. The bleachers are completely empty now.
Hillary Clinton's campaign chair came out around the same time of night and said, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight. You'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. GoHU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania.
So that is it. The people of the Harris campaign got left out to dry, literally left out there. Kamala Harris said, I'm not addressing you tonight, tomorrow. And look at that. Cleared out instantly. The campaign area that was set up is gone.
Now, the margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So
Trump is up by over 100,000 votes in Wisconsin right now.
Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot. It's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable.
People at the Trump rally are doing the YMCA dance, while people at the Kamala rally are leaving because they were left out there in the cold.
Like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida, you don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily. But this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled.
The Denver, Colorado poll workers look like a bunch of elves in Santa's workshop.
It was this morning, wasn't it? Right.
They're all wearing green vests. They're all working hard at their little desks.
It appears that it will stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And
What a waste of time for all those people at the Kamala campaign. I bet you they feel so stupid voting for her. I bet you they feel so dumb right now that they stood out there thinking she was going to come and speak to them. And then she left them out there in the cold to dry. She left them out there hanging. And they went there and voted for her. They voted for somebody who didn't even have the guts to come out and address them. They voted for somebody who was afraid or was too lazy or is probably drinking or something. Who knows what she's doing?
967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job.
They got thrown away like a used condom. Yes, they did.
And for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia loses it last time to President Biden by a lot.
Finally get the Georgia announcement from Fox. These guys are so behind. Like now 4 hours, not 4 hours, like 2, 3 at least, 2.5.
Georgia could
hours
stay
behind.
in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a.
Even CNN called it before them. Crowder called it hours before them. Yeah, literally we did.
They tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia a month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, you know, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at Electoral College vote at 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We were going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think 2 things. This is an election that is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data we've seen.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red wall.
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talked about Michigan in particular as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill's shown the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
All these toss-up states had been within a point or 2. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win?
Arizona right now is very close, 49 and 49%. The 0.9% to Trump and a 0.2% to Harris. It looks like Connecticut is going to go full Harris, but keeps up that way. Maine is looking like Harris, but it's only 30% of the vote. Wouldn't shock me if it did go
Michigan looking strong in Trump right now. Looking like it could go his way. Minnesota going for Harris. Over half the vote counted with 64% estimated.
Basically nothing from Nevada so far.
Wow, I
but
looked down at Crowder's stream and it is a acid trip of the left. Let's take a look at that, shall we?
He's over there in the green room
Wisconsin.
waiting. Gabe William.
Still out there?
Yeah, there's a lot of people still out there. All right. So if is laying the brain in the chair there?
He just got up and left.
He just got up and left.
Yes.
Oh
he
my
was there
word.
and now he's not.
We're
so.
getting some updates
Wait,
here. Yeah,
wait.
you know what to do
He's
there.
sitting down
CEO.
now. He's sitting down.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what to do, CEO. There. We appreciate. By the way, I very much appreciate that they're trying to be as conservative as humanly possible. We have a fleet of lawyers tonight here. So when we make a call and we're stepping out on a limb, just know we're not doing it imprudently to just get clicks. We're doing it because we believe it, just like we did with Georgia, just like we did with North Carolina. And we were, by the way, Virginia has been called, but I do want to also get some numbers on Virginia so we can look at that because I'd like to dive into that a little bit.
Wait, Virginia was called?
Virginia
for Harris.
That's right. Virginia was called for Harris. So, oh, yeah. Well,
Oh.
Wait a minute.
right? For Harris. What? It was. Oh, I missed it.
Having a good time, having a good time. Virginia f***ed up really big tonight. She'll regret it. From Williamsburg to Chesapeake. Sorry, Charlottesville, good people on both sides, except for the Nazis. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me.
What? That one seems like he was covering his ass.
A little bit. Yeah,
Just a little bit.
that doesn't seem.
It's almost like he expected that one. Yeah.
So it's looking like Virginia was Harris by 4.8, which again is within that margin. Like we said, if it was
it's
under
closer
5,
to 5 than I wanted it to be, though.
it's
To be
closer to
honest.
5 doesn't matter. We said if it's under 5, that's
I
a really,
know.
really bad sign for Harris.
They have to change them.
In other words, this is the problem with the lie, guys. I've told you about this before. And
Donald Trump is on his way to the victory party in a motorcade, which he will most definitely speak at. So he is on his way to the victory party to eventually make a speech tonight. Here we go, boys. Buckle up.
if it's within this margin, that is effectively, it acts as a bellwether for the likelihood of the rest of the country. But that's not as sexy as every state's a swing state. Donald Trump will win Virginia. Donald Trump will win New York. No. Hey, the truth is, if it's under 5, that's a huge win. And that's what we're seeing. The truth sometimes is not sexier than the lie. And we will shoot you straight, give you our opinion. We're not going to lie to you. And I'm telling you right now, like we said earlier, just like you said, you'd like it to be further away from 5 than it is.
Yeah.
The fact that it's under 5 at all.
No, you're right. You're right.
Huge.
I think there's two parts to my thought there. One is that I want it to be further apart because of the candidates that we're choosing between, right? And two, I want it to be further apart because I want to feel more comfortable about what I think is coming in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. Like, remember when we said that? It's possible he wins all 3. Most likely is Pennsylvania, then Wisconsin, then Michigan.
Yeah.
As far as in order, if you're going to rank which ones he's going to win first and the likelihood. There's a lot still to happen, but
yes, there is.
He's winning by a minimum of 3.3 points right now.
Pause
That's in
1 second.
Pennsylvania.
Hey, guys, I do need a refill. Actually, on both of these, I've been drinking my fluids. I've had only water and
Good
tea
job.
tonight. These are both empty, but you know what? Give me a water if you can. And I think it's at that. And give me the.
All right, nobody cares about the water situation with Crowder, but you know what I do care about? The too early to call states that are currently up right now. We are waiting, and it would appear Trump HQ looking very dark right now as the stage is lit up, awaiting Donald Trump. Pennsylvania actually went up in percentage for Trump. Or did it go down? It went up, I think. Went up in Wisconsin as well. Right now, it looks like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are going to Trump. And Arizona still neck and neck. Half the vote counted. 49 and 49. 0.9 for Trump. 0.2 for Harris.
Could Trump win Arizona just with that point? However much alone? Possibly. Very well could. Is very close. Arizona right now is actually the closest battleground, excuse me, my voice is going, out of every single state here as we are watching. Michigan right now going to Trump, 52.1%, 62 of the estimated vote. Minnesota going all the way for Harris. All the way. These last few states are going to decide quite a bit. Nevada going for Trump. 50% for Trump. New Hampshire for Harris. 52%. 66% of the vote estimated to be counted. A lot of electoral votes left on the map. If Harris wins New Jersey, which she will, that's 14 votes. That'll boost up her number quite a bit, but it won't be enough to pass. And by that point in time, Trump would have probably already won a couple states in that time period. We are looking at a quite close race if Harris did win New Jersey earlier, or if those votes came in earlier, but not right now. Not right now. Okay, let's go back to the Fox News anchors because we have a live report from the Trump area campaign.
I just read all of them.
I love you.
It was a short while ago, somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter, so perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade...
So we have an update. Kamala won New Mexico. New Mexico goes to Kamala. That was actually a closer race than expected. She lost 5.6 compared to Biden in New Mexico. We're gonna have New Mexico build the newest and most Mexicoist wall.
Anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Well, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Cough drop.
We'll head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there, so we're going to keep a close eye.
How's it going, Sold As Is? Thank you for joining on this late night stream, depending on where you are from.
The Fox News Decision Desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a
Alaska,
lead in our Fox News voter
I
analysis,
say
so we will
Alaska is
get you back
already
to
good
Alaska
go.
when we have
That
a little
would have been
more
very
data
quick.
to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate. Based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Yeah.
To report there. And then you see the 248.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight. Pennsylvania's results and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they are saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into
So if we draw our attention to this right here, breaking, Seattle police have responded to a group of Antifa rioters in Black Bloc. The militiants gathered in response to a call for an election night terror act in the former Chaz area. Interesting. The Chaz, if you remember that redonkulous place, to say the very least. Let's take a little look. I can't play this video, but the police show up on bikes. This is the funniest thing. They're just like slowly cruising on bikes, and they're just waiting for the perfect moment to get these umbrella Antifa wielders. And the guys on the bikes, the police just, they fucking get them. They get them. It's pretty funny.
Time for Hillary Clinton.
Very funny.
And then against Joe Biden, it was...
To be honest, it is actually quite hilarious. I just have no energy to laugh. I already watched that clip. I already laughed. It is quite funny, though.
Decent performance, and we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, in 40%. This is the number, right? The path to 270. I guess in theory, right now, if you were to close out, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there, and now reporting here. In Michigan, the blue wall, 6.3, so that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhat, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there.
Oh, Poly Market with the 98% now, guys. It's over. It's over. The Harris campaign abandoned her own people, left them out in the cold, left them out. That's it, man. When your own leader won't show up to say, hey guys, thank you for voting for me. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here. That speaks volumes. No confidence in herself. No confidence in the people that voted for her. And I bet you those people that are standing there feel really dumb right now. Feel really, really dumb right now because their leader didn't give a shit about them and never did. She didn't have the guts to show up to her own campaign rally where thousands of her own people were standing there waiting. She left them out to dry. That is a failure of a leader. That is not somebody you want running the country. That's embarrassing. That is pathetic.
Harrison's sake, 8 years ago, why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay.
It very well might be victory royale, Adam. It very well might be.
It appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51%. In Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Karl? Right now, a point. It's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close. But Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it.
So we just got a little news announcement here. Apparently, the count for the votes in Arizona is going to take till Thursday, and Pennsylvania is going to take till Thursday. The two most important states right now are going to take till Thursday to count. That means we're not going to obviously get... It's quite obvious we're not going to get a result tonight. But the results are quite obvious into where it is going. Regardless, I think, of those two.
Watch Party. He is, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours, but Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour, and if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes, so still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown Watch Party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us, and we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House. But
Ronald Reagan 2.0 is on his way. He is coming to give a speech to the people, unlike Kamala. Kamala would have been a terrible leader. She's a very bad liar.
we're probably going to lose that by 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine, we're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta.
All right, let's get away from Mr. Mackey here on Fox News. He's starting to bore the absolute fudge out of me. Let's get back into Crowder. Let's liven this up a little
Not
bit.
negativity. I'm with you guys.
No, I think you both have valid points.
No, but here's my, I didn't clarify myself all night, really. It's not about the truck full of ballots and all that crap. It's what I've been reading in the last few months about even if he wins fair and square, it's about the 1,000 lawyers they have with a plan to fuck up the electorate. All this stuff, that's the stuff that... But what?
There's a but.
Okay.
If he wins the popular vote and the Electoral College, it all but ensures that those things would have to be widespread, massive cheating, that they have Donald Trump on tape, like throwing ballots into a ballot box or something like that. They're not going to have it.
Well, I think you two are arguing two different points. By the way, let's go to Chet. I think you are arguing what is possible as far as the optics and what they're willing to do. I think that Nick is arguing, and he's right, what they logistically and technically could do, which we have seen is never beneath the Democrats.
I agree.
So I think Nick is right, but I think you're right. I think for a different reason you're right. The optics would be so bad because, and by the way, huge portion of that is you right now. Is the biggest stream on earth tonight? Eyes are on it. This is not when they want to do it. If it was 50,000 here, 20,000 there, maybe 10,000 in Arizona, they don't want to do it because too many of you are watching. Technically, logistically, could they do it? Of course. But you are a huge reason why they would be reticent.
You know what else was bad optics? Trying to kill him a couple times. Yeah. And that didn't slow him down.
No,
that's
right.
That's
well, the point. Yeah, but that couldn't be if that couldn't be traced. And this would be directly traced to them if they saw these giant vote swaps, right? Because they weren't accused.
All right. Wow, that was pretty good. I'm sorry, Nick.
Yeah, you sure showed him with rolled up paper.
What did I walk into here tonight?
That was pretty good.
Well, what, did you hit me with something?
I think this is the greatest mix that's ever taken place in the history of election coverage. This is the biggest stream that's taken place. More people have tuned in here than any of these legacy media outlets.
Absolutely.
We've had
You guys should be applauded.
You've got
for
a
that.
curmudgeon like Nick, who, by the way, is the voice of reason, of skepticism. You've got the ever so optimistic Gerald Morgan. Then you have a lawyer. You have Josh here. We haven't even brought in Pops Crowder. You've got the guy who's in a fever dream, like that Bram Stoker, that movie with Keanu Reeves, the shitty vampire one. Every time I watch it, I feel like I have a fever.
True.
But you know, he's like, "You're that? No way." But every time I watch it, I feel sick.
I'd say you're more of in a fever pitch dream, you know?
Yes, exactly.
Like I want to fall in love with you at a Red Sox game.
That's true. Yeah, like the Freddie Prinze. Was that Freddie Prinze Jr.?
No, that was Jimmy Fallon, the worst late night show
that's
of all
right.
time.
You saying that? You know, Josh. But
Nevada is passing a referendum that voter ID is required, and it is passing with flying colors, as I'm being told. AKA, big old EA is going through.
I've met them all.
That's true.
I've met them all. I've done their
That's
shows.
true.
Trust me.
No,
He's
you're
the
right.
fucking most normal one.
He definitely is the most normal
Oh, you
one
mean
of those.
Colbert, late night news?
Couple of tweets that we have out there right now that we had issued a little bit earlier that I want to go back to. So
Yes.
Angry Staffer. So Angry Staffer, looks like I overestimated the American people. This election isn't over, but this should have been the biggest electoral landslide in history. It's like
That's
people
true.
are actively voting for America to fail. Cope harder.
No, hold on a
What's
second.
that
Actually
person's
voting
name?
for America to fail. Hold on a second.
That's a meltdown.
Do you mean the America where for the first time we became a net energy exporter in our lifetime? Do you mean voting for America to fail where the average American household got a $4,400 salary increase in under 4 years? Do you mean the America to fail that, by the way, had the lowest black unemployment ever? Or do you mean the America to fail where we actually saw American manufacturing moving back? And by the way, the same predictions that you saw from all of these economists before with tariffs that, oh my God, our economy would crumble and tariffs would raise the prices on goods and services for everyday Americans, even though gas was lower and your dollar actually went further. You know it and I know it because you had a Thanksgiving feast for the first time in your adult life with an overabundance like we all experienced. Look, we all lived it. This is what's not working from the left. Yep, can they technically steal shit? Absolutely. What's not working now is the rhetoric. Here's why. And I talked about this on Piers Morgan before that Tim Miller Bulwark guy literally edited out. Did you see that? He edited out all of my answers and on his own channel. He was like, I absolutely smashed Steven Crowder. By the way, I've never done it. I've never uploaded something where I've edited out somebody's answers to try and make myself look better. These same people, it's not working because we've lived it. They said Donald Trump was Hitler. Hey, America, give yourselves a round of applause. You're the toughest people who've ever lived because you lived through 4 years of Hitler and not a single one of you was executed.
Right.
Wow.
You lived through 4 years of Stalin and not one of you died in the fields. You lived through 4 years of Mussolini, and I guess he was less consequential because he wasn't really that effective in his fascism. But you understand the point remains. You lived through 4 years of it, and what happened? Your wallet got fatter and the country became more secure. People don't believe the rhetoric of the left anymore because we've lived it. Even people who hate Donald Trump are going, all right, I don't like him, but you know what? I don't think he's going to gas any of us. You know what? Not only is he not going to gas us, I don't think he's going to try and remove Joe.
Alrighty, there you have it with Steven Crowder going off again. But yes, even the classic liberal, the liberal from 20, 30 years ago looks at what is happening now and goes, yeah, the activist, deranged, microwave-brained liberal today is not the same and has ruined the reputation of what used to be a somewhat decent thinking individual. But now here we are. Any sort of conversation annihilated. The New York Times forecasts Trump as very likely to win Pennsylvania now. I believe this is information that we kind of already knew. It was leaning that way, but it's getting more and more confirmed. Yeah, Polymarket has Polymarket pretty much has confirmed Trump is going to win. But Polymarket is also what, just a betting site? Yeah, so we'll see. It's very accurate information. Obviously, any statistic is a statistic we can go off of. And the fact that betting sites can have that possible accurate information is quite interesting.
Constantly, many Americans failed their fellow Americans.
I can't hear it anymore.
tonight.
I'm not taking this peer pressure shit from elitist pigs.
I know.
No.
Who is that
Fuck
guy?
you, Harry
Who is
Sisson.
he?
Hold on. This leads me to my final point on this.
They're getting riled
Might as well
up.
do it now.
Weird
So,
right now.
CrowderShop.com, promo
fire
code
is there.
CryLibs.
These goddamn elitist
Entire
commies.
Trump collection number 6. Sorry, we skipped over number 5 here. Number 6. Entire Trump collection 45% off for 1 hour or until the next major swing state, Pennsylvania. It's called for Donald Trump.
And by the way,
CrowderShop.com, CryLibs is your promo code.
Just a quick election update while we're talking about that. So our team right now, our model shows that. So right now, Donald Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania with 3.3%, 93% of the vote in. Our modeling that we're looking at shows that lead, don't panic, will likely narrow to around 2%, but he should win it. We're not making a call. We're just saying that the most likely outcome. So you've seen us make calls and then other networks make calls. You're going to see that 3.3 lead narrow to somewhere around 2%. So as we see that start to unfold, we'll let you know how comfortable we are making a call. But watch for that. Hold us to it.
Yeah.
I don't trust me. Trust the geniuses back there. They've been wrong about nothing all night thus far.
They've been pretty good. I mean, better than CNN by about an hour and 15 minutes. Great job, guys. By the way, there's a link in our description.
Alrighty. Enough of the weird noises. Let's get into, let's see here. What do we got going on here? Michigan, Trump is ahead right now. Looking pretty solid in Wisconsin for Trump as well. Still waiting on 10% of the vote in Wisconsin to be counted. The big ones, though, Arizona and Pennsylvania, we probably won't get a final vote count until Thursday, as they are claiming. So I find that a little interesting. We won't have a same-day result, but obviously, at the same time, what do you expect? Nothing is perfect. And there's probably going to be some interesting things, to say the least, to happen in the next few days. And the upcoming few weeks are going to be quite intense, if I had to guess.
I'm down.
Here's the good thing about the left. They won't, after they lose, they won't even look at why. They won't even analyze what can we do better and shit. They don't even do that.
Yeah.
They just think we're all fucking nuts.
Yeah.
And we'll lie harder next time. We'll cheat harder.
Yeah. I mean, I think, look.
She went to bed going, you guys figure it out. They told her to go to bed. We'll figure it out for you.
Yeah. You know what I think it is, though, too? This is also really important, guys, is it's no small thing when we say that, Donald Trump does better with, and the left, of course, disparages them and say Donald Trump does better with blue-collar workers. And by the way, I don't just buy this whole working class hero thing. I think that small business owners, I think that plumbers, by the way, who have other people in their plumbing company, if they're in charge of contractors, these people all count as the backbone of Americans. I think people who make $1 million, $2 million a year, who employ 50 people at a local restaurant franchise are still the backbone of America. So I don't want to play into the identity politics, but it's no small thing when the left says, and we know that uneducated voters, what they mean is people who don't have college degrees, that Donald Trump wins. And hold on a second. You guys said that Mitt Romney was a party of the elite when he bitched about the fact that 47% of Americans don't pay federal income taxes. Now, there are many things I don't like about Mitt Romney, almost all of it, but that is not amongst them. That means that there are enough Americans out there, if you look at the numbers, there are enough Americans who don't stand to gain. In other words, Kamala Harris went and tried to buy their vote and say, and I'm gonna give you tax breaks, everyone under 400,000, but everyone over 400,000 will be taxed more, and I'm going to tax companies more. For an electorate, this is where there is still, win, lose, or draw, there still is the spirit of America alive, because if you look at the numbers, there are far more people making less than $400,000 a year whose vote was not purchased by the Democrat Party. That means that there are far more people who voted for Donald Trump who are voting based on what they believe is right for America and what this country is.
Hell yeah, what they believe is right, and that's what their right is, their right to vote. Their right to vote, indeed. Let's see what Fox has to say about the right to vote, aka the election that is going on right now. I think, in terms of all the polls right now, everything is closed. Nothing else is going on. Everything is just being counted. No more live casting. What about mail-in ballots? Are they doing the mail-in ballots? We have any issues? Is there going to be some ridiculous stuff going on? I don't know. I guess we'll see. We do have some county updates, though, here. Trump winning some counties. Things seem to be trending in the red direction here. Let's see what Fox News has to say.
There is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president and his tenacity in wanting to go back and...
Okay, so we have some early news from Election Wizard that Trump has won Pennsylvania. We are now just going to be waiting for it to be confirmed on CNN or Fox.
As per Election Wizard on Twitter, Donald J. Trump is the 47th President of the United States of America. Donald Trump has won the election and will be the 47th President of the United States. Donald Trump is the next president.
There you go. There you go. Trump is expected to speak very soon, and Pennsylvania was just called in favor for Trump. And yeah, there you have it, man. The 47th projected winner of the election, 2024. Which state is this right here? There you go. That's Michigan. Michigan looks like it's going directly towards Trump as well. So it's just a matter of extra seats at this point. How many extra seats are the Trump and Republicans going to get at this point?
Hated though he was by the Democrats, this surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dana.
He campaigned so energetically.
This is truly Return of the Jedi. You had Empire Strikes Back with Sleepy Ice Cream Joe. You had A New Hope in 2016. And now here we are at Return of the Jedi. What a journey. What an absolute journey. It has been a crazy year leading up to this point. God, I watched so many Trump rallies. I heard that man say the exact same 10 words over and over again from state to state. Oh, we have an update from Crowder.
They came through. The other thing that's on my mind is,
Pennsylvania's
last
come back
night.
to the guy who's for Israel. Now all you Jews can clearly see. I extend my thanks to all of the Jews and even some black guys. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me.
Before we continue,
There you have it. There you go. What an insane turn of events.
happens without you, it is going to be the competitor to the YouTube of the world. They already have the biggest market share, and now you get it ad-free, all of Mug Club, and so much more to come. Get it on the ground floor. None of this happens tonight without you laying the
There
brand.
you go, Steven. Get your plug in because we're hijacking your stream. There you go.
Polls just now closing in Alaska, and us, if we can make that call, that'll give 2 more to Trump, and that would mean the Maine 2nd district is all that would be needed for him to.
So Arizona, Nevada,
Arizona,
that point,
Nevada would
Michigan,
not
Wisconsin
matter.
don't matter.
It would not matter.
I would
with
love
Alaska
that. I would
and
love
Maine
for
2nd.
Maricopa County to just be sucking it.
Well, you know what? I'm feeling risky tonight. Let's take some risks. It's a good time to go out and make some mistakes. Let's call. Just have your eagle ready. I am going to call.
No. If polls haven't closed, we can't
Alaska's
call something.
fine.
Oh, is it okay?
Wait.
Let me
Lane, can I really feel it. Can I make the call?
1 a.m. Eastern.
Can I make the call?
Lane, you can call.
Lay the break. Can I call Alaska? I'm calling.
Alaska is 3.
3. Sorry.
Okay.
So
does
I
that
can't.
You can.
Yeah.
3 electoral
3
votes.
electoral votes.
3 electoral votes. Alaska. We're going to put that on the map for Donald Trump.
It's like you smushed.
We don't know about
the
Maine
word,
2nd
yeah.
district yet, but we're pretty damn close.
Sorry, 2 senators and the 1 rep that they have. 3. Sorry,
Yes.
I forgot about the 1 district that they have.
Well, we're still going to have as this rolls in, the updates on the House and on the Senate, but all of that is looking pretty damn
Which we
good.
have the Senate.
We have
that
the
is
Senate. That's official.
That's official?
Yeah,
What's our
officially
final
won the
count here
Senate.
in the Senate?
We won the Senate?
We at
We
least
flipped
have-
it. We have at least had 51.
Yeah, we at least have 51. I don't know if there's more on the table, but Ted Cruz, by the way, also beat the crap out of Colin Allred. And
I
they poured,
said that.
No,
That
but
was
they
one.
poured millions of dollars into that campaign. They were absolutely trying to flip.
A lot of very cringy football ads.
By how many, what was the percentage that he beat?
I don't remember what the final was on that, but they
You can see it
send that
right
in
there
to
on
me.
this map.
Well, I hope Colin made a
that's
nice
right, yeah.
profit.
Ted
off
Cruz.
it.
Oh, he won
there
it by
is.
almost 10 points.
Yeah.
Remember, Bill, this one's really close, guys. Ted Cruz is going to lose. I was like, are you out of your
Now
mind?
listen, Ted. Do what you said you're going to do.
Yes.
Section 230. We love you. Get it done. You guys are probably going to have all 3. Go for it.
Yes. What were we about to say there, Nick?
I read a list of the states that take the longest to calculate.
Yeah.
And Alaska was the first one they listed.
As far as the
even though
longest?
there's 11 people in the fucking state.
Well,
they're all
because
very far apart.
They're all high.
They're all
But that was one of the states they said that takes long. I
Have you
don't
any
know.
idea the trick that they have to evade polar bears and shit?
Well, that's true.
It's they actually get
Yeah, they
hunted in
gotta-
Alaska by
No,
polar
your
bears.
skidoo breaks down on the way to the fucking.
It's the only state where you can go vote with a club.
Yes, that's absolutely right. That's actually the lever on the voting machine.
Can't have your phone out though. No phone.
No, you cannot have.
But
your
there's
phone.
also that one city that's just one hotel that everybody lives in the same hotel. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
So I assume they should count the votes there.
That's where Nanook's been hiding out.
They count a lot of things at that hotel.
And by the way, we are going to have. You know what? Hey, I think we could probably. I don't know if we. I think at this point, because the drinking game, I forgot the drinking game rules. Everyone there, by the way,
Drink.
you can finish your drink right now because James Woods did it for the rest of us. Where anytime a state is called for Trump, you drink, but then we said finish a drink anytime a pundit cries on air. We did have that with the leftist meltdown. So, you guys can start enjoying a little bit. We're not counting on
Can I have a drink now?
Yes,
or?
you can.
Okay,
You absolutely
perfect.
can have a drink. But
Go
we
pour a
still-
gin tonic when I'm out
Hey,
there.
Lane, can we get a total right now for Trump with our calls? Like where he is? Is he 269?
He would be 269 with our
Okay,
calls.
269 with our calls.
So we'll watch that main second, and we can.
Strength, the vision.
at that point, I realized-
the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting
Charlie,
and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when his term.
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022. Which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to have come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say,
Thought to
January
be, yeah,
6th.
yeah.
And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran. We have hostages in Gaza right now. Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken and he is going to be the 47th president.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a
I was
Ukraine
there last
deal
week.
that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do in the
You're
wake
gonna
of
love
this?
this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight, too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years and, in a way, reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500 because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. it fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana.
Who I'm pretty sure,
Trump
I'm pretty sure had an active plot to shoot John Elway. That's how much.
John Elway?
Yes.
98 Super
I don't
Bowl.
know.
I get it.
Elway was the Broncos, right?
Yeah.
And didn't they
Southern
take it from the
Super Bowl.
Packers?
Yeah, they beat the Packers.
I'm pretty sure, and I'm not just
John.
joking. I'm pretty sure he was like, I swear to God, I'm gonna shoot John Elway. I'm like, he's like, no.
Aim
Look me
for
in
his
the eyes.
teeth.
I fucking mean it.
Oh, okay.
Trump is ahead right now in Nevada. We are currently waiting. 71%.
That's right. And you know what? Frontier has connections going back and forth all the time.
All the time,
They're
back
not
and
going to
forth.
be able to look at those metrics. Hey, you know, Brett Favre's doing commercials for Wrangler. So,
Watch out, Walmart.
but I was look, Michigan. I don't know. Again, Michigan, because that is one where I would 100% side with Nick. Anything can happen in Wayne County.
He's right there.
Because here's what's also interesting: being from Michigan, and we poured through the voter rolls last time after the election. You guys can go through it. Remember that I was up all night, and I was like, guys, I'm looking at some things in Kent County that don't make sense. And then I started doubting myself, kind of like yesterday, but it turns out I had the anti-nausea drug Zofran, and it blocked all my serotonin, so I was actually a prick.
Hyper-specific explanation.
Yes. But I remember we went through all the voter rolls, like, this does not make sense. It does not add up, especially when you take into account that Wayne County, everyone thinks Wayne County is just Detroit. Now, here's the crazy thing about Detroit. First off, they inflate their numbers of citizens, right, in Wayne County. It's largely the people who live in the surrounding areas. So and if you look at the people in the surrounding areas of Wayne County, I'm not saying that it's Trump country, but I'm saying you would get significantly more voters for Trump when you're talking about those old school Democrats in Wayne County than you would get in, for example, Los Angeles or Philadelphia. So those numbers that we saw in 2020 were a statistical, I can't say impossibility, but I would have been willing to bet my life impossibility.
What's up, everyone? Thank you for joining this very late stream, extended for a massive night, a massive victory for Donald Trump here unfolding before us. We pretty much just got told that Alaska has been won by Trump, and we're just waiting. We're just waiting. 3 votes, electoral votes. And he hits the 270, and then at that point, it's just extra. Everything extra is just there to help further. We're looking at some crazy stuff, hopefully, in the next few weeks here. We will see what happens. Hopefully nothing too bad. Hopefully nothing awful. You know, but I can only imagine some crazy things are going to unfold.
Those big city votes.
Yeah, right.
The Bangor vote.
Yeah.
Bangor. Exactly.
That's where I went to school.
I don't think that Bangor is second district. I think that second district of Maine, if I'm not mistaken, is almost entirely rural, which is why
Bangor's it's the only town.
It's the only town. Yeah.
Right next to the school, Orono. And Orono is the. Bangor wouldn't exist without Orono.
There was a guy from Maine, I won't say who, but people will know, when I was at Pat Militich's gym in Iowa, where you're going. The last time I was in Bettendorf. And I was in there taping a video. We were trying to get MMA legalized in New York. And I go in, and with the camera, he goes, "Hey, were you from a barn?" I said, "What?" Just like that. Because he didn't have the rest of the Maine accent. I said, "Are you from a barn?" I go, "What?" He goes, "Close the door. It's not a barn." I was like, "Oh, barn."
That's no English.
And then he kicked my ass. But he was the
How you
UFC
doing?
heavyweight champion of the world, so that's to be expected. I've
Good
revealed
to
too much.
see you.
Yeah.
How you doing? Pretty good. How you doing? Good.
What do you?
That's how they talk. It's
I thought I was a pedophile.
No. Pedophile from Bangor.
Yeah, that makes
Let me
sense.
see your
Well,
pee-pee.
Stephen King stories are all set in Maine, and there's a lot of pedophilic activity in those.
I can imagine. It's very dark and boring.
They fuck a lot of deer up there.
Yes, they do. I have no doubt about
It's
that.
Colin Quince. It's the only state where the sheep have a fucking rape hotline.
Yes.
Where the men are men and
Joke's
the
on
sheep
Joe
are sheep.
Rogan,
Just
because
that
that's on
white
his
tail.
elk meat plate. All right.
Wow, they're getting wild over on Steven Crowder, that's for sure. Talking about Doing it with animals. Okay. Fucking Christ. Let's head back over to the Fox stream.
We had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he'd worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those 2 Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate. At which point, old Biden started getting, these hysterical sugar plums dancing in his head, and went out for a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR. How he was going to be the next FDR.
The next FDR. He was going to out-Obama. Remember that?
Yep.
Well, and that, in my view, that was he would have been if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate. First thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation, or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading your mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember, he said he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will, fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about the unity that people.
I can't wait. I cannot wait to see the mainstream media try to twist this into some sort of. I don't know. I'm not gonna try making some shit up here, but I can only imagine the mainstream media is gonna mainstream media. They're gonna do some redonkulous things in the next few days here, guaranteed. They gotta stir up some sort of controversy because, would you look at that? Minnesota just got called for Kamala. A little too late, Kamala. A little too late. Just like you were a little too late for your supporters at your campaign. You left them out there. The videos of your supporters running away because you fucking suck. You suck, Kamala. It's just the truth.
Not tomorrow, which is today. Did you break your toe?
Yeah,
son of a bitch.
Picture what life could look like. I hope it shatters.
Guys, look. This is, and here's the thing. By the way, we're gonna have to bring in, whether it's Nick or whether it's Josh, we're gonna have to bring in Pops Crowder because I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna be super pissed because Pops Crowder said like 6 months ago, it's gonna be a landslide. I have no doubt about it. No one else is saying it, but I'm saying it. Just because Donald Trump won didn't mean that Pops Crowder was right then with no data. So he's gonna parrot that every chance he gets.
Rub your face in it.
Yeah, so we'll bring him in. But I always said 60-40, 65-35. And I said today, I think Donald Trump's going to win. But he was like, oh, yeah, he's going to win everything. I think my dad actually thought, he's like, Jersey's in play.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
He did say that to me,
all right.
though.
Thank you, Josh.
You're right. About a month ago, he said to me, I think he's going to win.
You know what? And let me let people know, while we're talking about Iowa, I'm trying to find, you're going to be in Ottumwa count. But I don't have your plug.
I got it.
This Saturday night.
This Saturday night.
Ottumwa, Iowa, Bridgeview Center Theater. Come on out, folks.
Funniest man alive. Go see him live. And you know what? It's going to be a really, really fun night after this election.
That's right.
And he's accepted the victory results, which I think you're getting closer.
I hope you don't mind. I'll be doing Nixon jokes.
Yes. Hey, opening for him would be Rich Little.
Let me just say this, Ottumwa.
You do a great Nixon.
A phenomenal Nixon.
He probably was in Ottumwa at some point.
He probably was. Let me tell you, I love to fuck Indians.
Whoa.
Oh, he's still on ABC. I'm sorry.
No. Whoa was shock. I didn't know that.
No. He did like to do that.
I didn't realize. Can we officially call that? Is that allowed?
Can't confirm.
I like the Blackfoot squaw.
Think about this, though. We could end up tonight. Again, Michigan, I hope. We're not going to get the results from Michigan, I don't think, for a long while tonight. But Donald Trump the map could look Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada.
Yeah.
It could look at all of those. And then Michigan is the only, which would that put him over 300 at that point with North Carolina and Georgia? Can we bring up the 270 to win, guys? Just to put a final count on it. Let's leave Michigan blank.
Well, because you got 11 in Arizona, 6 in Nevada.
Right.
That's 17. So, yeah.
So North Carolina and Georgia, right? That's already filled in. North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. Okay, so that would put him at 287. Okay, and then let's put in Wisconsin. So that would put him at 297. Okay.
Well then, yeah. Well, yeah.
So then, if
very
it's
close.
Michigan, I mean, but
well, then
it's still-
Maine, you got to put that. So
we do have Maine second district there.
Okay, all right.
We already have Maine second district there.
Cool. Yeah.
So that's a very distinct
Very
possibility.
close.
And you know what? If you put in Michigan, pop in Michigan, which is a distinct possibility.
Boom.
And by the way, the reason I think it's a possibility is, like I said, at a certain point, this is not the one. This is not the one kid. It's like Apollo's trainer. He's all wrong for us. I don't want you messing with southpaws. They're going, Kamala's all wrong for us. We don't need to back the hoe.
She thinks it's a goddamn fight.
Yes.
Now let's do this bum and go home.
I watched you hit that man.
Okay. I think Trump should be showing up soon, hopefully. This is taking some time. As per usual. I mean, he's a busy man. He's the president again.
Stay, ladies and gentlemen.
So you may not think that this would have been a big one on the outset. Maine second district, we're comfortable calling that for Donald Trump. Now,
Maine second district.
That's only one.
Uh-oh. I don't
Donald
like the
Trump
look on his face.
But
oh wait, we didn't call Pennsylvania, right?
If we're right,
Yeah, we did.
We
We
did.
did.
So we have called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. We have called Alaska. We have called Maine second district.
Mm-hmm.
If we're right, Donald Trump is the president-elect.
Yes, Donald Trump. Yes,
as of right now.
Absolutely. There you go, guys. I don't know. Do we have something on the soundboard for that?
Yeah.
I thought we had something a little bit more than that.
All right, there you go. Before the copyright starts, I don't want to get hit with that because, yeah, I just don't want to get hit with that. But yes, according to that information, which is information we already gave, information we already knew, Trump is the 47th president of the United States. There you go. All of this has led up to this very moment. My God, what is he going to do? What is the first thing he's going to do? It's going to be insane. It's going to be crazy.
This fight, the way that the Biden-Harris administration had put the United States government at the front of the climate fight. So you got people all around the world whose fates are now in the hands of someone who can either be aggrieved or it can be big. He's usually not big. And so I think this is a shock. It's a political realignment for sure.
By the way, you see Jersey tightening up there?
He's a little more
now,
realistic.
You see that right now? Jersey is only 5 points right there.
Get out.
Yeah.
Implications for planet Earth are yet to be known.
Wait till he hears that we called Pennsylvania and we've been right above CNN on every single call. Can
Yes.
someone call Van Jones? Can we call Van Jones? Is that a possibility? Can we call? Does anyone have Van Jones' number? I'd like to call Van Jones. Can we call Van Jones? I'd like to call Van Jones. Can someone please help me call Van Jones? Do we have his number? Let's call Van Jones. Let's call Van Jones and let him know that we called Pennsylvania.
Alrighty, enough of the calling of said individual.
Left is going to try and
How
paint this.
long they're going to drag this out?
How long they want to drag this out. Absolutely. How long they want to drag this out. He wins Maine District 2. That means that he wins with Pennsylvania and Maine 2nd District. And hey, it looks good for Wisconsin. You know what? Let's stick with you until at least Wisconsin, right? We should be able to call that tonight. Michigan, I don't know. Maybe they'll give us. Hey, you know what? Maybe we'll even be here for Michigan. At this point, it's just a victory party. That's where we are. And I know that we have. I don't know if we're going to still have Vivek on.
No, we're not having Vivek.
No, we're not having Vivek
tonight. No.
Or I don't know. So you let me know if we have any of our remaining guests. But you know what? This is as good of a time as any for our 7+1 reload because now that we know he's going to be president, we gave you the 7+1 things that Donald Trump would do his first day in office. Then we gave you the 7+1 things that Kamala Harris will do when she loses. Turns out it was just one. She just didn't come out to speak. And we actually have the 7+1 reload things that Donald Trump does his first day in office.
You forgot the one in the chamber.
All right, this is the 7+1 reload. So this is, I guess, number, at this point, What do we number? We're going into descending order.
We're doing 7, starting from 7
Okay,
again.
so it's just another 7 plus 1.
Confusing that.
Number 7, which is really actually 14. But Gerald.
Have Elon Musk build Space Force One.
Oh, hey, that's going to be fun.
I like that.
That's going to be fun. Number 6, officially appoint Kamala as fellatio czar. Everyone has a skill. I bring out the best. She brings out a kisser. Let's go with this one. Number 5. By that, the previous one, I mean tasking her with investigating the root cause of fellatio in the Southern Triangle. Her Southern Triangle.
Oh, you can't do both.
Yes. 7 plus 1. First things Donald Trump will do on day 1. Number 4, Nick DiPaolo.
Executive order. Every first Tuesday of the month is Topless Tuesday.
It's a good Tuesday. Bet you didn't see that one coming. You were expecting a chick.
I saw it coming. McDonald's. It happens.
Number 3, Gerald Morgan.
Pardon Hunter Biden and appoint him head of the DEA.
Oh, well, that one actually, you know what? It takes one to know one.
It does. He's kind of like
It takes one to know one. I am rubber, you are glue. He smokes crack.
Frank Abagnale.
Number 2, this one is actually just for you, Nick DiPaolo.
Executive order banning Uber drivers from talking to passengers.
I clicked no conversation. And the number 1 thing that Donald Trump will do, and my voice is dead, so I'm doing my best. Number 1, federally indict Jake Tapper for being a giant pussy. And the plus 1, Nick DiPaolo.
Appoint Whoopi Goldberg, Secretary of Twats.
Hey, that's been this week's Reload 7 plus 1.
Fuck you, Whoopi Goldberg.
You forgot Stefan in the chamber.
All right.
I'm actually texting back and forth with Chris Pavlovsky, the CEO of Rumble. He's at Mar-a-Lago, I think, for
Oh my God!
celebrations.
Look at you guys.
This is
just like celebrating. And
this is a huge.
Like, look, we called it it's not a quick call. This is based only on the data that's available.
Trump has won Wisconsin. It has just been called by Fox.
Is abundantly clear. At what point do we call it? And 30 minutes later, we call it, and then an hour later, CNN calls it.
Yep. Can I ask you, like, how do you guys get the data before?
Oh, it costs us millions of dollars.
No, but it's the same.
It's the same data. Well, it costs.
No, but you get it before.
Hold on a second. No, it costs. No. It costs many hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then we also added to it third-party analysts and experts, that whole extra suite that you have there, to analyze the same data that they have access to and to do it better. So they all get it from. If you guys, we can probably send.
Get it from what? The AP.
Yeah. So you know what? That's actually a good.
Oh, really?
That's actually a good question. Let's take a brief break, and we're going to decide exactly how we handle it. Let's take a brief break, and we'll come back with someone from data, from Mission Control, to tell you exactly how we came to these numbers, what the methodology was, and again, let you behind the curtain. And we're going to stick with you, I think, at least until Wisconsin is called. So a brief break, please. Hey, none of this tonight would have happened without you. Mug Club, and Mug Club now is Rumble Premium. Tonight is the last night to get the OG mug. Click that button right there, join Rumble Premium. Going forward, right, it's a weekday show, 10 a.m. Eastern on weekdays. You can tune in. You can continue watching on Rumble Premium. You don't have to click anywhere else. You have an account. You watch Rumble Premium. You get it ad-free. You keep watching.
Of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time. And that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey
about to
Gowdy said
find
something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope you're right.
I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah. Hopefully he takes the stage soon. My goodness.
Potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice.
We're getting an inside look at the Milwaukee voting center as they clean it up, as Trump is elected the 47th president. I'm actually surprised we are not dragging this out till Thursday. I'm surprised they instantly counted everything, had everything ready to go. Everything is said and done. Too big to rig. Too big to rig are the words that will be chanted.
There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And but I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Well, I guess we'll see in the next coming, literally in the next few hours. I'm Googling right now to see anything.
And I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne? We'll get to the never Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars.
What a crazy election. What a crazy time to be living in right now. The biggest election in the history of elections. This has been quite the race. A lot has happened. Trump has been demonized. He has been indicted. He has been put through the legal system and convicted. So many crazy things have led to this moment. And now we wait, as I lose my voice, for Donald Trump to appear and give the final, well, not final speech, but final campaign speech at the very least. His final campaign speech. As he becomes the 47th, he is the 47th. It has happened. Everybody knows it. It is out there in the world. Crowder is doing some stuff and things.
Be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he will. I don't know him as well as you, but I hope the people around him can be gracious as well.
That's a different question. We can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion with a bill.
Wow.
B, if you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you say?
About $50. It's about 40.
I want my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You go back to television, cable. Yeah. This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts.
There's a microphone right next to you. Come on.
You can find it on YouTube and Spotify and iTunes. It's basically anonymous legal call-ins with comedians who are lawyers. So we help real people who have real legal issues. Look, I'll tell you, one of the calls we had was a nurse in New York, in Long Island specifically, who did 4,000 fake vaccine cards for first responders. So she got the jab, but she was just totally against the mandates and ended up getting convicted and losing her license over.
I've been seeing it on your reels on Instagram.
Yeah,
They're
it's
funny.
a fun thing. So Hardly Legal, come check us out, leave a comment, like it. Thank you, Gerald.
Absolutely.
That's a good nurse right there.
I also still didn't say you could do a plug, but whatever. I think you guys should go watch it.
Yeah.
No, I really want you to go watch it. Bill's been doing a great job for us on the back end. A lot of the time, Bill keeps us out of trouble. Or minimizes the trouble that we have absolutely stepped all the way into so that we can still bring you this show. So that's fantastic. But I don't know, Stephen, we've got some meltdowns that we can kind of go to as well, or do we want to just kind of go into our thing and go back to the...
Let's go into some meltdowns first, and then
Okay.
we'll go into...
So this is
go into
one...
our multiple celebrations and toasts tonight.
Yeah,
to
we will absolutely.
Toast to Mug Club,
You know what?
to Rumble Premium.
Yes, to
toast
Rumble
to everything
Premium.
that we've done tonight.
A new era. We have basically done, like, I've told the crew this leading up to this moment. We're going to do something that nobody else has ever done, right? We called it early, considering everybody else has not called this race yet, or very few people that I think, but we have called states based on data. We have called states based on the trends that we've seen. We're not calling it early to try to call a race. We're saying, like, there's no path forward in this district in Maine. There's no path forward in, obviously, Alaska. There's no path forward in Pennsylvania. None of this stuff is us just kind of making a random call. This is us looking at the data. We'll bring some of those guys in to talk about the methodology, but this is what you did, Mug Club, by subscribing all of those times that we asked you to join forces with us leading up to this back in June, July, August, September, October. You guys made this happen. This will be one of the last times, I think, for a presidential election maybe, that you're going to see people depending on them because they won't even call stuff.
Well,
they know.
Well, then let's make our first toast.
Yes.
Okay, so the first toast
I need
is
champagne.
to...
Bring it in here.
Oh, no, you got a red Solo cup. It's not, we didn't put it in your mug, but, you know, it's symbolic. It's
all right.
Can you pour it? You can pour it in my puke bucket.
That's his MAGA cup.
I didn't get a
Hey,
shit.
also, Kylie, if we could bring in a thermometer because maybe my fever's still here. We'll see. I bet you it could be an election miracle.
Bring in the
We're
anal
back
one.
down.
Donald Trump wins and you magically...
My fever is down.
Kylie,
But the-
I need champagne, please.
Okay, well then I'll wait for the toast.
got
So
some
before we
water,
do the
I mean.
toast,
Bring in
before
them
we do the
Manischewitz.
toast, we're gonna have them bring in the drinks. We're gonna bring in Pop Scratter. We're gonna bring in Josh
Just
with
the
a few
bottle.
toasts to make. But we have a leftist meltdown
Yeah,
first.
so Harry Sisson basically tweeted this out again, the flag without the L. America failed women tonight. I'm so sorry. Some of my initial thoughts.
Oh,
Let's
he's
hear
just
it, Harry.
trying to get laid.
Let's hear it, Harry.
He is a woman.
Did we want Stinger?
Not CNN.
Is it just a tweet or is it a clip?
Sisson.
Is it a tweet or a clip?
Nope,
It's
we
a
got
tweet
a clip.
with
Here we
it's a
go.
clip.
Okay, all right. Time for one of our leftist meltdowns.
Hold on. There it is.
All right.
You are voting for the devil.
The election between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris has not been called yet. We do
Take
not
the
know
CNN
who the
audio
winner
down,
is,
please.
But it is pointing in one direction.
Oh.
And
That's him.
Probably his
Is that his background?
His
Yeah.
background.
final, but I just wanted to say that America failed women tonight.
Who would know better than you, bitch?
Trump has insulted women, berated
Why does
them,
he have rouge
been
on?
found liable.
They still won't bang you, dude.
You would know a woman if it bit your clit.
Woman. And he took women's reproductive rights away. And instead of standing up to that, people voted for it.
No, people are still allowed to reproduce.
We failed our daughters, our mothers, our sisters.
Your boy bands.
wives. Tonight, America failed them.
No, he wouldn't make the
You don't have a daughter.
Guys on the rag.
It is unfortunately the reality of the situation.
Yes, we know we won, but we have to wait
So I'm
until
sorry
John Kerry concedes, and then
to
we
everybody
all
out there who will be
traipse back
impacted
in
by
the next
what
morning
may
and
come.
wait.
What a good economy, you dick.
Well, you gotta sing us out.
You are voting for the devil.
You are voting for the devil. Wow. Where the hell is Trump? I am starting to pass out.
You still have a fever?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, jeez. No,
Oh,
like-
that's so that it's just so it's savory. I can really taste the failure to women. Oh wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh no, wait. I think I'm getting a hint of
Monica Lewinsky.
Oh no, that has a little bit of an essence of heartbeat. Bill, hold on.
How is that?
Oh wait a second.
How many weeks is that?
Third trimester in Texas. No, it's still not happening. Wait, let me make sure.
Jesus Christ. It's like a Duralog.
I have those, by the way. I moved into a house with old wood.
I used to smoke those. Gets you real high.
Duralog? Duraflames?
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. It's all
Hold on,
full
one last
chemicals.
one. The failure to women. I'm letting Gerald pour his champagne.
I'm ready.
You're huffing Duralogs.
I don't think anyone's huffing Duralogs.
No, just kidding.
And hold on a
Kamala
second,
used
let's
to.
see what let's see if it's the election miracle. What do I have? I tend to run cold, like about 97.5.
Me too.
Yeah, me too. I'm always like 97.4. All right, 99.3. So it's a very, very, for me, a very, very low grade
Yeah,
fever.
yeah, that's almost not a. Yeah.
That's almost not a
It's
fever.
like it's getting better.
It's like it's getting better.
You know
It's
what?
like-
That's what a win will do. A victory will
yes,
do.
it will.
There's an
a victory will do. So
opportunity
look,
here
for the
on
very
both
first
parties
toast, I
to
want
realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for President Trump? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it J.D. Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcasts, as much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck or, President Trump at McDonald's, these viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation? And what does the Republican Party look like going forward? It's a broad coalition. It's an exciting coalition. And I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda, no tax on tips, no, limit on credit card interest rate, that's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, 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 you can't fabricate. No, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition with a lot of help, they could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee.
But I don't know that
who would
you
have been
can
freer,
pass.
who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's where they'll go. But that makes sense.
I don't think you can pass over an African American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they could have passed over.
But if he'd left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
Against her.
Who
But I mean, Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
We got Andy Beshear, you got Josh Shapiro, you got Gretchen Whitmer.
That's a different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated Bill Clinton and a Barack Obama who were not from
the old days.
the party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. We've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that?
Oh yeah.
This speech.
I was going way back.
We're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? He's coming, but there may not be teleprompters.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think you look. I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now, and I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, it was like, wow, he's still talking. It was like so long.
Alrighty. Trump has won. We don't know when he's showing up, but it is 2 a.m. here, and I am done. I cannot hold on any longer. So we're calling it a stream. What an epic day. An epic 7.5 hours of covering the absolute insanity, the absolute craziness. And I will be live later today for question period in House of Commons. And we will be covering whatever insanity is going to ensue in the next week or so. God, what a crazy day. Thank you all for joining. Have a great rest of your night. See you later.